Picks it up wide left, McKinnon. In between the circles, McKinnon holding, and he's able to tuck it in. Oh, what a move! Masterful by McKinnon. Lehkonen, if he scores, the Avalanche win. Lehkonen, left circle, Lehkonen holding, shooting. He does! Colorado completes the comeback. And I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. Down 2-0. They tie it in the third and come back to get the extra point and beat Chicago by a final score of 3-2.
Pickett has it inside the arc, down low to DJ. Doc behind his head, and there it is. Jalen Pickett, his first career triple-double. It's going to come in a losing effort as Denver is still down by 8. There's the horn in Denver. A triple-double by Jalen Pickett, his first career one, will go in a loss. Denver loses to San Antonio, 113-106 the final.
A very odd night. One team I thought played with some good effort, and it resulted in a loss. Another team I thought played with very poor effort, and it resulted in a win, and I don't know what to make of that. We'll start with the Avs. For some reason, Chicago gives them fits. I don't know why. Chicago is very, very bad. Arguably, worst team in the National Hockey League. If they aren't that, then they're close. It's them or San Jose. But you have struggled with them repeatedly this year. If you remember the results of these games, it was 5-2 in Game 1. Chicago won. It was 3-1 in Game 2. Chicago won. The Avs won 3-0 in that third matchup, but if you remember how that went, it was 0-0 heading into the third period before the Avs put a couple on early and then had an empty netter late. And then in this game, it just looked like there was no real care. You had the one goal early that was brought back due to offside, and you allow them to get a shorthanded goal basically right out of the gates. You allow another goal in the second, and it takes this sort of Herculean effort late in the game in which, first of all, Kale scores again, but it was a hell of a feed by McKinnon to him. But to get the extra attacker goal with, 11 seconds left and push it into overtime? I mean, I think everybody was just about to throw something at their television, and then the Avs scored. Overtime kind of felt dominated by the Avs, but you couldn't get one on, so we're back to another shootout, which the Avs haven't been great at this year, but this time they finish, and they win. Good. Continue to rack up points. That's another 2. I just don't know what to make of the game because the Avs didn't play well. Got 2 points. I suppose that's all that matters. You continue to keep Minnesota and St. Louis in the rear view. They're both 7 points back now, and everybody's even at 76 games apiece between all of them. Not something that I loved watching last night, and I was trying to use that as a nice little palate cleanser to having a game of no starters playing for the Nuggets, which we'll get to in just a minute. One thing I think is pretty clear, he got a nice finish last night, the final goal to close things out in the shootout and win the game. Arturi's struggling, which has been rare for him because he has been basically a stalwart of consistency ever since being acquired. But he's got, a hefty stretch. I think it's 10 games. I'll count them up. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 games without a goal.
Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him?
I would like to hear his name more. Like, he's a good player. I'm not all that concerned about it. It just is pretty rare form for him to be kind of off the board for this stretch of games. And I wonder if some of the shuffling within the lineups and playing with some new guys every other night has kind of affected him in a way that doesn't allow him to participate when he's at his peak. If that makes sense. Doesn't have the same consistency and chemistry right now as he's used to. It's just overall for where the Avs are at as a team, they had a couple of clunkers. If you remember us talking to Bednar yesterday, didn't love some of the things that he saw in the games against St. Louis and Calgary. And I think that they were using that as, hey, we're facing one of the worst teams in the NHL. Let's lay it on them and try and get back to normal. And you didn't have one of those performances yesterday. Again, you bailed yourself out at the end, but certainly not what the performance you were looking for. And again, just to juxtapose that on the opposite side, which was the Nuggets are playing a game in which the entire starting five is out. Not a single guy. And this is kind of what we talked about yesterday, what we thought might happen. That Jokic played 53 minutes. Christian Brown played 53 minutes. Aaron Gordon played 47, 48. Asking them to do that again on a back-to-back was going to be a very, very tall order. And maybe a foolish one towards the end of the year. So none of the starting five played last night. Your starting five was Jalen Pickett, Russell Westbrook, Hunter Tyson, Zeke Naji, DeAndre Jordan. And then you got a ton of minutes for guys like Spencer Jones, Vladko, and Trey Alexander off the bench. Now, there was obviously early in that game a very, very large human instinct to turn that game off and not watch another second of it. I was talking to my wife about this. Her, baby Jamal Kale were in the living room. I turned the game on. And I see the Nuggets missing, their first 6, 7 shots, whatever it was. And she goes, this is pretty tough to watch. And I go, yeah, it is. I thought it was going to be. And I go, you know who's extra mad right now? Everybody in that arena. Because you got a ticket, and it sucks. You got a ticket to a Nuggets home game in which none of the Nuggets that you expected to see are there. That's one. Number two is, as we all know, you go to a Nuggets game, you are not allowed to sit until the Nuggets score. Well, guess what happens when they miss their first 6 or 7 shots, and then Malone calls a rage timeout? You're on your feet for a good, 10 to 15 minutes waiting for that first bucket, and you start to get a little bit antsy. You're somebody in there with a kid, good luck with that.
Well, and I'm thinking, if you're looking at the schedule, let's say in the offseason or even a few months ago, you're probably thinking, okay, it's one of the last few home games of the season. They're playing the Spurs. There might be some playoff seeding implications on the line. That's going to be a clash. I get to see Wemby and Chris Paul, and that's going to be awesome. And then fast forward a few months, they're on the second night of a back-to-back, so the Nuggets rest everybody because they just played, 100 minutes in a double overtime game.
Yep.
And then also Wemby's out for the year. I mean, that's one of those games where you have a 1 in 41 shot of picking a dope home game, and you just roll a 7.
Well, look, man, the biggest names on the floor last night, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody, were Russell Westbrook and Chris Paul. And, if that was a game from 2010, then, yeah, it'd be really cool. But it's not. These guys are both kind of on their last legs. Now, let's get to what.
By the way, sorry about Chris Paul. I was listening to Kaz on the call last night, and there was one part where Chris Paul, he hit an absolute dagger in the fourth quarter to keep the Spurs lead pretty good. And Kaz just goes, well, that's what you do when you're a Hall of Famer. I mean, he's still a Hall of Famer, and you make big plays when you need to. And then immediately, Russell Westbrook bricked another layup on the other side of the floor to blow Jalen Pickett's first career triple-double. I'm like, well, what about that Hall of Famer? Can he come up big and make shots when he's supposed to?
Well,
does that only apply to Chris Paul?
That's what I wanted to get to here is I think there needs to be a clarification around Russell Westbrook. I'm going to ask people something before I give sort of my thoughts on this because I want to see where you're at. So, Shunt Mazda text line is 303-504-0925. One price, one person, 1 hour. I need to know, when it comes to Russell Westbrook, what do you guys expect? Now, here's what I would say, and where I've been disappointed the last 2 nights. When it's down to crunch time, and you got the opportunity to make an easy bucket. He missed the layup 2 nights ago that pretty much cost you the game. He missed the layup last night that would have tied the ball game up, and then immediately they go in transition, San Antonio scores, and it felt like that was your last shot at getting back in the game. What do you expect from him? People are reacting as if Russell Westbrook has been a disappointment. And I don't think that's been the case. I think there's been a lot of eyebrow-raising mistakes, but that's been Russell Westbrook his entire career. So I'll tell you what Westbrook did last night. He carried a team of kind of nobodies. Put up 30 points. Did he make mistakes? Yes. But if you were expecting, I understand that San Antonio isn't great right now without Wemby. The Nuggets didn't have a starter in the lineup. They had, if you really want to count them up, DJ, who gets 5 minutes a game, Hunter Tyson, who gets 0, Zeke, who gets maybe 10, and Jalen Pickett, who now maybe gets 7 or 8. Those were your starters. And then you had Trey Alexander, who's barely played the entire year, getting 20 minutes. Spencer Jones, who doesn't play, getting 24. And Vlatko hasn't played all year, getting 25. Dario Saric saw the floor. That's how you know the Nuggets were desperate, because that guy hasn't played for 5 months. You think I'm going to sit here and poop my pants over the Nuggets losing last night?
I think with Westbrook, I was driving around yesterday and I heard Kreckman and Lindahl talking about this. Krecker was saying that with Westbrook, because of the speed that he plays at, any mistake he makes is magnified by a factor of 10. I think it was in the end of regulation in that Timberwolves game. I think both Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon missed wide open threes that could have made the game not go to overtime. And we're not talking about those. But because Russell Westbrook is running up and down the court, he's going a million miles an hour, he's Speedy Gonzalez out there. When he makes a mistake, everybody goes, oh my God, what did he do? And so I think it's part of it is a symptom of his playing style.
But I need people to understand something. He's not supposed to be the guy closing out games for you and giving you 40 minutes. But he's been forced into that role because your starting point guard has been wildly unhealthy. I'll give you an example. And I think you're right, Nelly. I think that is a part of it. Is that Westbrook his game is so eye-poppingly noticeable because he plays at such a different pace and speed than everybody that his mistakes get magnified. And I think it's been the hindrance of his entire career, honestly. that he's gotten way more hate than I think he should because of that. But I want to clarify something. When your role is supposed to be a bench player, that's who Russell Westbrook is now. He is not, he is a bona fide Hall of Famer, okay? But he is not that, you know what, I got to save it. We're going to get there in a second. I'm going to make a comparison to a player, though, that is going to, I think, crystallize in a way. And it's a player that everybody here loves. But when you increase the role, you don't get the same guy. I'll explain exactly what I mean right after this. Reminder to you guys that we are giving away a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas, and every sauna is built for the outdoor elements. Wool insulation throughout, providing quick heat-up times and maintaining maximum heat longer. They can be inside your home as well, in any room available. And today's key word is we got one of these every day for, is it until next Friday? Next Friday's the last day. So another week and a day of keywords. Today's is custom. So text custom and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's custom and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll have a new keyword each day until next Friday when we give this thing away. And if you want to check out more about these incredible saunas, you can go to getabettershed.com and check out the pictures. But today's keyword, excuse me. It's not a cough. It's custom.
Custom.
Your first and last name.
I didn't even know how you would spell cuss.
Well, you guys can give it a shot if you want to. You aren't going to be in the contest. I would just do custom. Anyway, here's what I wanted to get at. And I don't mean to sound like a Russell Westbrook apologist. I mean, obviously, last night or 2 nights ago, missed layup into foul on a 3 is about as bad as it gets. Last night, had a reverse layup with a chance to tie the game. He misses again. But here's how I feel about him at this stage of his career. Russell Westbrook, for the money that you have paid, which is a vet minimum contract, has been, I think, remarkably valuable. Consider the alternative. What if you didn't have Russell? What would you do? Jalen Pickett, to his credit, had a triple-double last night. He looks a lot more comfortable. Did not seem that way early in the year. But he brings a spark that I think is necessary. But like most people in bench roles who bring a spark, it's just that. I don't need the spark to turn into a bonfire, which turns into a forest fire. And out of necessity, because of injuries this year, Russell has played far more minutes than he was originally deemed to play. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about, of a guy that is incredibly valuable when he's in a role, and when asked to do more, he's not. I'm just going to see if people can guess where I'm going with this. Who is someone beloved in Denver, Colorado, that played for the Nuggets in a bench role, who seemingly was perfect for it? Bruce Brown was amazing in his role here. Bruce Brown leaves in free agency, is paid as a starter, he is asked to do more, and he is on his 3rd team in 2 years. And seemingly unplayable, I guess, for any one of these teams. Because he's good when you need the little spark. But more than that, it doesn't work. That's where I think Russell is in his career. But here's the difference. Russell has to play 35 minutes a night because people keep leaving the lineup. And that's how you get to this place. If they enter the postseason healthy and Russell goes back to what he should be doing, which is 20 to 25 minutes a night, I think that you would find this a lot more palatable. But 40 minutes of basketball for Russell Westbrook right now in his career is just a lot of time for him to make mistakes. especially late in games. You want to talk about something else, by the way? The only guy who played significant minutes 2 nights ago to play again last night was him, and it looked like maybe late in that game he was getting a little bit tired. You know, he's also 36 or 37, one of the two. I'm just, like, if DJ played 40 minutes the night before and then 40 minutes again last night and he looked a little fatigued late in the game, would you be like, geez, DJ, you're awful? Or would you say, God, that makes sense, he's older? But Russell Westbrook moves at a pace that doesn't look like he's in his late 30s. And so he's judged differently. I'm just telling you. I am not unhappy with Russell Westbrook this year. I'm unhappy with moments. But you know what? I've been unhappy with moments of Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, Christian, everybody who's not Jokic. I've had those moments. But you're asking him to play a larger role that he's not supposed to be doing right now. And I just think for whatever reason, because Russell Westbrook's been this, he was this in Oklahoma City when he was teammates with Kevin Durant. He was this obviously in LA with LeBron. He was this in with the Clippers. He was this with every team he's been on. He's been the easy punching bag for everybody. And so makes it simple. You know, a texter says J.R. Smith. Like, yeah, a little bit. Like, J.R. Smith was a very easy guy to blame for when things went wrong because he did some stupid stuff. Now, everybody loved the good, but it was just easy to point. He's an easy punching bag. I don't know. I don't know why it came to that, but it's been like that for most of his career. And so, yeah, I'm not going to be the guy who goes on the air and starts yelling about how Russell is this disaster for this team, because I completely disagree with it. I honestly don't know what this team looks like without him this year. I mean, you guys tell me, if they didn't have Russell Westbrook, what do you think this team is? What's their record? Are they better or worse? Because I don't know how in your right mind could say that they aren't worse if he's not on the roster this season. I mean, how many times do we talk about this team is just, like we need to get Joker some help? And the one guy who's done, as far as bang for buck, I don't think there's anybody, maybe in the league, that has produced more. I mean, he's on, what is the vet minimum contract, by the way? Is it 2 something? Texture says, MPJ, I feel like, gets blamed for every loss. Well, here's the thing. Russ got blamed for the loss 2 nights ago because Russ kind of lost the game 2 nights ago, okay? That's fair. Missed the layup and then have the foul to close the game out. Yeah, that's fair. But when MPJ doesn't play or when Jamal doesn't play and you lose, you're going to point to somebody. And what are you going to point to last night? Dario? No. It's now Russell's turn to take a little bit of the finger pointing. 303-504-0925. Again, go to the game last night, take Russell Westbrook off the floor, and you tell me what the score looks like. He put up 30 points. The next closest was Hunter Tyson with 18. After that, Jalen Pickett was 17. I don't think that's even a game last night without him. So all I'm saying is maybe, take a beat for a second before we start screaming about Russell Westbrook every night. That's it. 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line if you guys want in. So, excuse me. Still fighting this thing. So Carmelo Anthony, speaking of guys that are hated, was notified that he's going to go to the Basketball Hall of Fame. I always want to say NBA Hall of Fame, but I guess there is not one. It's just basketball. The Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2025. Melo is in. This is, first of all, completely obvious, and of course, and yes, he is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Now, he's just a very, very different player. Here's the thing, though. Vic always talks about this. I don't know if this is ever going to happen. If there gets to a place where Carmelo is back to being embraced here, and I'll tell you what, I think if it was just the basketball decision, it would have been. If it was just the I'm forcing my way out, and not only am I forcing my way out, I'm going to a place that I have handpicked, which is the Knicks. Over time, I think that can heal. The problems with Melo, to me, seem to be that Melo has taken shots at this city. And that's where you get into some hairy territory.
And he even said that they picked the number 15 for Jokic to try and erase his legacy.
Yeah,
which is absolutely retconning history. That's insane.
Well, he's very sensitive to it. And Melo, much like I think everybody in the NBA, has a giant desire to be loved by everyone. Like when somebody doesn't like them, it's almost like they put their hands up, they go, what do you mean you don't like me? Like that was Embiid's entire shtick when he was trying to win the MVP. Remember? He goes, if I don't win it this year, I guess that people just don't like me. He sounded like a 5-year-old. Well, if you don't give me an A on this paper, then the teacher just must hate me or something. Like it's this very narcissistic drive that you just can't fathom the idea that somebody wouldn't find you just like their cup of tea. Now, in this business, the one that I'm in, it's part of the territory. And some people can handle that and some people can't. But I don't have this. I want everybody to like me. I mean, I think you'd be crazy if you didn't. I don't want people to go around actively disliking me. I just understand that there's people that my style is not for them, and that's fine. It's always going to be that way. But the amount of NBA players that just can't get it through their heads that, like, yes, sometimes you just make decisions or you carry yourself a certain way and it's not palatable to others. Like, Melo senses that there is a lot of people in Denver that are still very sour about it. And he, like, in trying to defend himself, craps on those people and the city. And that's never going to bring you back into good graces.
I think another wrinkle with the Melo situation is the fact that he is an all-time great Nugget. The Melo era pulled the Nuggets from the depths of irrelevancy. They sucked for like 10 years before they got Carmelo Anthony.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, they're thrust into the national spotlight, and the team is just everywhere. Carmelo Anthony was on 2 episodes of MTV Cribs. Like, that's how big the era was.
Mm-hmm.
And so and until this current core that we have of Nuggets, Melo was top 3, I think, or top 2 in basically every offensive statistical category. It was Melo, Alex English, David Thompson. Like, that was it. And so then he leaves to go to New York, and then the entire city of Denver wants his head on a pitchfork, and he goes, well, what about what I did for your franchise? Like, I put you guys on the map, and this is how you treat me. I think that's how he views the situation, and so that's just kind of pouring salt in the wound from his perspective.
That one's always a dangerous one, though. How can I put this? You know those... I'm trying to think. Do you know, like, a famous celebrity who's dating, like, a normal person or is married to a normal person, right? So have that in your head. Okay, so You've seen the movie Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Oh, classic.
Peter, or what's his name? Jason Segel, is married to the bodacious blonde hot actress from the NCIS show, right? And he's just a nobody, a background guy. And everybody looks at him like, hey, how is this guy married to this superstar actress? When they break up, if his dating profile is now elevated, she doesn't get to come back and say, well, look at where I raised your life to. It's like, well, no, you left me. I don't need to feel any sort of thing towards you with where I'm at now. You left me. That's how Melo left. You're not allowed to say, I raised the bar for this franchise. You gave us double birds on the way out the door. So I know that there's going to be mixed feelings about this when he heads in. If he had to choose a jersey to wear or whatever, baseball has their hats, he would be wearing a Knicks hat. There's no question about it. I just know that's going to be met with some sort of resistance from a whole bunch of Nuggets fans, and I totally understand why. That's all. 303-504-0925. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
Coach, you said it. You kind of pissed some people off on the text line a few minutes ago.
Talk to me.
You said Carmelo Anthony, the first national superstar that the Nuggets ever had, and people got pretty upset with you about 15 minutes ago.
Everybody wants to cite Alex English and Dikembe Mutombo, and great Nuggets. I cut my teeth in the 80s as an NBA fan. Alex English was not a national, consistent household name superstar that you were just dying to watch play basketball. Dikembe Mutombo.
Outside of the state.
Yeah, and he was a respected player.
You're talking from a national standpoint.
Bona fide must-watch basketball nowadays in the day of national televised games that you're going to get solely because of a superstar player. Alex English for the nation, not for Denver Nuggets fans, for the nation, was not necessarily anywhere near being that top 5 NBA superstar level.
I mean, he's right, isn't he? As great of players as those guys were, and I'm not taking anything away from them, if you want to talk about, especially by your standard of NBA superstar metric, like marketable player that the NBA would push to the masses, yeah, I don't think there's any question. Now, that was sort of a later phenomenon, but they would bill, Bird Magic and stuff like that. They would do it. But Melo was the first one. He was it. In fact, you know what? Could I make this argument? What if I told you this? And this is why the NBA has an issue. Did the NBA market Melo more than they market Jokic? Even now? So I think it could be. I mean, Melo was what I think the traditional NBA superstar, what they imagined that is. Like, I think that was their one of their crown jewels. Jokic doesn't fit that for whatever reason. He's not flashy. He's not whatever you want to put out there. He's just not. I mean, I still remember, I think it was the year after they won the championship, they gave this poster for opening night in the NBA, and the Nuggets were playing, obviously, with other teams, and Jokic wasn't even on the poster. That would never happen with Melo. Melo would be their draw. So yeah, I think there's something, as most conversations are, it's nuanced. But Melo was, as far as pure, oh my God, NBA star power, yeah, he was probably the first one that Denver had. As great as Alex English and David Thompson and Dikembe and everybody else was. Anyway, I know Vic will probably have some thoughts on that, so we'll get to that in just a little bit. 303-504-0925. Just a couple of quick things here. Rockies bullpen does what the Rockies bullpen has been doing for the first handful of games this year, which is go in and then everything blows up under their watch. I thought Freeland had another great start. 6 2/3. 9 hits, only gave up a run because the bullpen couldn't close it out. He was in a really tough spot in the 5th. Bases loaded due to really poor defense behind him, and he was able to get out of there completely unscathed, which was impressive. They followed that up with Hunter Goodman dropping another bomb this year, and that made it a 1-run ball game, and then, it's just kind of same story. Bullpen messes it up, and the bats just are having a really tough time out of the gates. They struck out 14 times yesterday. Now, Zach Wheeler's a hell of a pitcher. But still, you got to be able to scratch some things together here.
You'd think that Vic, and myself, a couple of paisans, maybe Vic more so than me, would be bigger fans of the Rockies. You know why? Because every single game, their bullpen comes in and serves up piping hot meatballs, baby.
Yes.
I should be there getting those meatball subs from the bullpen. I love it.
It's
Throw some Parmigiana on the bullpen. Let's go.
Halverson goes in and they just needed to find a way to get the hell out of that game because they're coming back for their home stretch. They want to be sure that he's ready to go if he's needed on Friday, tomorrow, when the home opener's here. It's just not been a great start for him, and the bats haven't helped all that much, and the bullpen has really messed things up because starting pitching has been great. So hopefully that can change. I want to get to something surrounding the NFL, and I'm glad I just saw you put this up on my board, Nelly, because I did want to get to this. And we had this discussion last week about, the Giants have signed Russell Wilson. They have Jameis Winston. They have Tommy DeVito. And I don't think that just totally means that they aren't taking a quarterback. I just saw a video a couple days ago of Shedeur Sanders, who was basically hinting that the Giants have told him they are taking him. And here is Joel Klatt on Colin Cowherd's show on the narrative surrounding Shedeur. I want you to listen to this.
The draft media or certain individuals within the league who are never going to draft this player to begin with start perpetuating these myths and these untruths about players stemming out of the combine. Like, we didn't like this guy. This guy is falling. And to be honest with you, I think that this type of storyline is lazy. It's rinse and repeat every year. You take the guy that is the most controversial in the draft, and then we end up having to talk about this exact subject because of lazy journalism and a big mouth scout. That's what happens every single year. But when you actually watch Shedeur, guy is excellent, man.
So, yeah, first of all, it's amazing when you have things in audio form without the visual in front of you. Those whooshes are crazy. What if I was talking and every 5 seconds you just hear because Nelly's pulling up like a tweet behind me or something like that, and they need a sound effect. Like, why do they need the sound effects for these?
Right, because that's when the pictures are zooming in frame and then zooming out. It's probably a picture of Shedeur Sanders at Colorado and then a picture of Brian Daboll or something.
Well, then but what's the need for the sound? Just put the picture up. Visually, I guess, when you see it, you don't notice it as much. The point is this. Shedeur has a narrative surrounding him. First of all, because of his last name. That's where the narrative comes from. I think if you know somebody who is loud and boisterous and they have a son who also seems to be at least a little bit loud and boisterous, you're probably going to make some assumptions. That's the case. I've said this before, though. This isn't a surprise. I don't know if it's lazy journalism. It's probably easy. I'd say that. But I told you from the very beginning when Shedeur got here, and just some of the little stuff that you don't typically see quarterbacks do, or even if it's the watch thing, or if it's a little bit of trash talk before a game, or if it's whatever you want to call it, that was going to basically create fodder for a whole bunch of people to run with for later around this time. Leading up to the draft. I knew it. And if Shedeur was just a totally silent guy, then this wouldn't happen. Like, let me give you an example. If Arch Manning had Shedeur's personality, which was not a lot, but just a little bit, and Shedeur had Arch Manning's, which is, I don't even know what I don't know what he sounds like. I don't think these would be out there. But you just kind of knew that this was going to come with the territory. And I think Shedeur's an excellent player, and I think he's a great kid. But I thought this would be met with a couple of cocked eyebrows, and you can't be surprised by it. It was expected. He expected it. Dion expected it. I don't think it's going to hurt him all that much because if you're a talented quarterback, and God is he talented, then he's going to be just fine. But I don't know why Joel Klatt is, I guess, surprised by some of this stuff. You knew it was coming. So we can get back to this a little bit later. 303-504-0925. You can always listen to us on the Safeway Twitch feed. You can watch there as well. You can download that Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube, where we are streaming live every weekday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Subscribe to the channel on Altitude Sports Radio and get that Altitude Sports Daily put directly onto your feed. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Picks it up wide left, McKinnon. In between the circles, McKinnon holding, and he's able to tuck it in. Oh, what a move! Masterful by McKinnon. Lehkonen, if he scores, the Avalanche win. Lehkonen, left circle, Lehkonen holding, shooting. He does! Colorado completes the comeback. And I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. Down 2-0. They tie it in the third and come back to get the extra point and beat Chicago by a final score of 3-2.
Pickett has it inside the arc, down low to DJ. Doc behind his head, and there it is. Jalen Pickett, his first career triple-double. It's going to come in a losing effort as Denver is still down by 8. There's the horn in Denver. A triple-double by Jalen Pickett, his first career one, will go in a loss. Denver loses to San Antonio 113-106 the final.
Okay, so Moj is on the road. He's traveling with the Avs as they move on to another city. Vic, for 2 games that were on last night, turn on the Nuggets, and the first few minutes, I'm going, I don't know if I can handle this today. I don't know if I can watch this. I am just going to, I think, bide my time until the Avs game starts. And hopefully that'll serve as some sort of elixir, a little bit of a palate cleanser for watching a team that has nobody in the starting 5 playing. And here's what happened. I watched one team that I thought fought pretty hard and ended up losing. I watched another team that I didn't think fought hard at all and somehow pulled out a win last night.
Yeah.
It was really bizarre. So can I start with the Avs for a second? Because I don't know what they were doing the entire game. They had the goal called back early, obviously, but you give up a shorty. And for whatever reason, Chicago has just created problems for you this year. You lost your first 2 games against them. If you remember the third game, the one that they won, it was a 0-0 game heading into the third period before the Avs put a couple on them and ended up closing out the game 3-0. But it felt like it was going to be another loss to arguably the worst team in the league.
I think the Avs problem with Chicago is they know who they're playing before the game.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, if you just had a blind draw and you didn't know the opponent and you said, all right, play your best, I think you'd see a different game. They just toy with them. They toy, and then they wake up just in time. Last night, my goodness, it took the final, 15 seconds to get that game to overtime?
I mean, I got to be honest. Even after shootout ends, Lehkonen scores, game's over, Avs win, I was still kind of mad with how the Avs treated that game last night because it's like this isn't time for mess around, okay? You guys just had 2 games in which we talked to Coach yesterday. He wasn't very happy with the Calgary and St. Louis games, and I thought that this would prove as a game that kind of set them up to get back on the right track. And they looked awful yesterday. Like, they looked without care, which is always the more bothersome thing.
Quit toying with the game.
Yeah.
I think is what you're saying. Quit toying with the game and take care of business. But we can say that until we're blue in the face. We can continue to say that. Until the game really means something to them, I don't know if you're going to see it. And I don't know how meaningful, unless they have to be, these games are going to be.
Well, there's one like individual detail that I've just noticed, and it's not concerning because this guy is a totally trustworthy player. It's just, I asked Bednar yesterday about, 7 games left heading into last night. What's the idea of, hey, I still want to see some different combinations and some different pairings with guys, but I also want to create some chemistry for when the postseason starts. Where are you at on that? And he's like, yeah, I still want to mix some things up, but I think one person in particular it's been affecting, Lehkonen, who got the game-winning shootout goal last night, he's been pretty absent for a couple of weeks, like 2-3 weeks, and I think he's having a tough time trying to find out what is my role with a different guy playing on my line every night. I think he's one that's struggling with it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Haven't heard his name called much.
He's got no goals in 11 straight now.
Yeah, it's like a different dynamic for him, and he's got to figure that out. Listen, you can be angry. You could be a little flummoxed irritated, frustrated. I'm still not worried. I'm not.
Me
because
neither.
when they flex, when you see him flex, when you're at the weight room and you see a dude flex, you're like, huh. That's what Moser's doing right now. He's flexing.
Uh-huh.
He's in the weight room flexing this morning. That's why he's not with us.
I don't know. You're right.
Who told you that?
I'm not concerned. I was annoyed last night, which is a fine place to be in because you're like, I expect better. I know that they have better.
How fun is it, though, when they pull the goalie and here comes the onslaught? Here we go. It's like you build up for all this hockey, and you're like, all right, here we go. Let me sit up in my seat. Final minute of play. They're going to pull the goalie. They're going to pull Wedgie, and we're going to play some hockey.
I had the remote in my hand, Vic, and I had it hovering. I was watching in the garage. I had it hovering over the power button because I was just waiting for the clocks to hit zero so I could rage power off my TV. And then they scored, and then I literally threw my remote, and I was like, all right, okay, fine.
First of all, never say that to me again.
What?
As a guy who hosts a post-game show, and I'm sure if Kyle Keefe is listening, he will not be happy with you, that you basically slapped him in the face by saying you turn off the game immediately after the final.
Hang on.
That is such a
this,
slap in the face to those who work that craft.
Hold on. You agreed with me about a month ago.
I agree 100% with you,
yeah.
but just don't say it into an open mic.
Hey, if they win, I'm into the post-game show, baby. But if they lose and I'm pissed about it, it's off immediately.
Yeah, but don't you like to rage watch some of those shows?
Sometimes.
If you have a devastating loss, don't you want to hear from some of the guys on what happened, why it happened? I do. I'm very interested.
When the T-Wolves game ended, I was like, all right, I'm going to watch some of this and be mad for a second. And then I heard Anthony Edwards. He was the first post-game interview on TNT. And he goes, first of all, I want to give myself some credit that I stuck with my shot despite it. And I said, that's it. Enough. Can't. I'm not here for Anthony Edwards to tap himself on the back and just say, I played great today. I can't do it. So I tried, Vic. But on the opposite side, there's a much larger discussion I want to have today about Russell Westbrook. Okay, so we'll get there in a second. But just overall, you played a game with no starters. You had a Dario Saric sighting. That's how little people that they had to throw on the floor. Trey Alexander got 20 minutes last night. Vladko got 25. Hunter Tyson was in the starting lineup. The beginning of that game, Vic, and I know that you know exactly what I'm talking about here because I've been in this position before. I was trying to explain to my wife, I go, you want to know, this was after the first timeout, the first rage timeout from Malone. I said, do you want to know how pissed that crowd is? And she goes, why? Because they aren't making shots? And I go, well, yeah. But it's because you weren't allowed to sit until the Nuggets make a shot. And now you have a TV timeout, and people are just standing on end forever. They're annoyed as hell.
I was standing next to...
It took 3 minutes of game time, but about 10 to 12 minutes of real time?
It took 9 shots before the fans could stand. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to admit. So the way it works at Nuggets home games, for those who have not attended, the fans don't sit until the Nuggets score. And it was 9-0 out of the chute, and they called a timeout. They did not score. So you have to wait through the 9 points, through the timeout, and then finally it was Hunter Tyson who I think scored on a layup, and everybody could sit. I'm going to admit something to you. During the timeout, I looked at the fans next to me and said, hey, I'm sitting.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So they all looked at me, and they're like, what are you doing? I'm working here. I got a job. I got to look up some stats.
With each missed shot at the beginning of a Nuggets game, there's a collective groan that's not just about missing the shot. It's about, let me sit down, please.
In fact, it took me back to my Catholic school days where the punishment was standing.
Yeah.
All night, just stand. And I wonder if that should be a thing. Like, all right, until we play defense, nobody sits.
Should we just start doing
Fans,
that forever?
you're part of this.
I'm just saying, it was an awful way to start because, Vic, you sat there, you watched that starting five, and I feel bad for people, this, Vic. People buy tickets in advance. They plan for a game.
Oh, I have a story for you.
If that's Well, then go ahead, because it's got to be what I'm talking about here. You plan specifically for like, hey, I can take the wife and kids to one game this year, and it's the one with no starters?
There was a couple right down the road from where I was sitting.
And no Wemby.
Yeah, they came from South America. They bought tickets.
No.
They bought tickets Christmas. The wife surprised the husband to see the Wemby versus Joker clash in April, what could be a playoff push. They targeted this game, and wow, Joker, Wemby, let's go. Not only were Joker and Wemby not there, and imagine the amount of money spent just not only on the game, on the travel.
Sure.
Not only were Joker and Wemby not active, the entire starting lineups were not active.
Yeah.
And I know it's easy to blame the teams in the situation. And I know, listen, you got to blame somebody. You're mad. And I'd be mad just like you. I would be just as mad if I spent my hard-earned money. But at some point, you just got to look at the league, at the NBA, and the fact that this is ridiculously stupid to have back-to-backs this late in the season when you try to position yourself for playoffs and pack the schedule the way they do. The league's got to do something about it. And I don't know what you do now. I don't know where you go with this. But there were a lot of unsatisfied fans, and I don't blame them one bit.
They should
Not
be.
one iota. I would be just as angry as you. You're at the game expecting to see a certain product, and you get this? Do I get a discount on my food or something?
And this isn't disrespectful to anybody who played last night. The two biggest names on the floor were Russell Westbrook and Chris Paul, and if this game was in 2012, then that would be pretty cool, but it's 2025.
But I don't know what the teams can do about it, because I don't blame, like for the Nuggets example, I don't blame the Nuggets for sitting everybody.
Me neither.
Not one bit. And people are going to sit here and argue. You're going to get texts this morning. I'm banned from the text line, so I won't be able to read them. So you tell me if you get these texts. Well, I work 16-hour days. Yeah, I don't understand why they can't work back to back. If I have to explain that to you, I mean, we're wasting our time. I knew as soon as Joker double shifted his minutes against Minnesota, I knew as soon as he started the fourth quarter, he's not playing against San Antonio. I knew it right away. Now, the other guys, they just sort of followed suit. They said, you know what? We're going to preserve these bodies for the playoffs. And I'll get into the Nuggets and why I think what they're doing with the minutes restrictions right now is fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. But don't try to come at me today with, I don't understand why they can't play back-to-back games after playing 53. Well, I'll tell you why. The biggest problem last year when they lost to Minnesota was they were fatigued, they looked tired, they looked worn out, and everybody said, you played them too many minutes.
And also, if this was January, maybe they would play. But it's, what are we, Vic, 2 weeks away from the start of the postseason?
Yes.
Less than that? Like, you aren't going to do it now in the schedule.
Now, the only way to fix this problem, guys not playing, is to remove back-to-backs. Remove them entirely from the schedule.
At least for later in the year.
Yes, remove them. Do not have them. Adjust the schedule. And I don't know what you do. Okay, and now you're going to come back. Well, in hockey, they have back-to-backs, and the Stars still play. I don't know what to tell you. They don't do it in the NBA.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I got a thought because a similar situation, Vic, it wasn't the exact same, but a similar one took place in that game yesterday. You remember 2 nights ago, as we all remember, Russell Westbrook missed a layup, and then that led to Spurs taking a 3. He fouls, Nuggets lose. Or I'm sorry, not the Spurs, the T-Wolves taking a 3. Foul, Nuggets lose. Last night, it's a 2-point ball game late in that fourth quarter. Westbrook goes for a reverse layup. He misses, transition, Spurs score, and it felt like that was the last sort of chance for you to get back in that game and get it tied up. There's a lot of Russell Westbrook hate on here. I understand why over the last couple of nights. But can I explain something about Russell Westbrook that I think people are being unfair to him towards? Can we get to that next? Because I think there's a bigger Russell Westbrook discussion that needs to be had with him and how he should be perceived within this roster. We'll get to it next. Avs back at it tonight, 5:30 as they take on Columbus. And if you look on the Circa Sportsbook right now, the Avs are minus 140 on the money line. Should be a tough game. Traveling today after a game the night before. Difficult, but Avs still favorites. You can find that and so much more, including, think about it, guys. We got the Masters right around the corner. We got MLB in full swing right now. That and so much to find on the Circa Sportsbook with the best odds in the game, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Westbrook throws it over to Pickett for three. Off the front of the rim and no good. Rebound comes down to Wesley. Nuggets are still down by 2. Wesley runs into his own player and turns it over. Loose ball Pickett. Front court, Westbrook. Layup. No good! Would have been a triple-double for Pickett. Westbrook missed the layup. Wesley layup on the other end goes up and in.
It's another moment in the game yesterday. 2-point game. Russell tries a reverse layup. He misses. But I need to, I don't want to sound like a Russell Westbrook apologist, Vic, because I think he did cost you a game a couple nights ago, and that's very obvious. And I think that he does a lot of things that make you scratch your head and want to throw things. I also think that he has been more than a net positive for this team this year. And as far as bang for their buck, which is you didn't have any money to work with, I don't know how much more value you could have gotten out of a vet minimum contract than what Russell Westbrook has brought to the table this year. Here's my question, though. And I'll ask this to everybody out there. 303-504-0925. You tell me, Shot Mazda text line. What do you guys want from Russell Westbrook? Realistically.
Can I answer that too?
Go ahead.
Not to make devastating mistakes in crunch time?
I agree.
So I think the answer is pretty simple. I think he plays too many minutes. And I think he's forced into those minutes because of Nuggets injuries. And I don't think that was the plan coming into this season. The plan was never to play this much. And they're forced into that. Much like Reggie Jackson last year. Remember how many minutes Reggie Jackson had to play and he sort of lost his way? That's exactly what's happening with Russell Westbrook. I see that you're leaning back in your chair, that I've made your point for you.
I don't need to speak, Vic. Go ahead.
That's exactly what's happening. That's why the development and quick development, the microwave development of Jalen Pickett, very interesting to me. Now, I don't know if Jalen has done enough to earn critical minutes in these critical 5 games left in playoffs. I don't know. I don't know where they play him and how they play him. I can tell you this. He does not make glaring mistakes. He doesn't. He plays the game in a very efficient manner. A triple-double last night, and you felt confident with the ball in his hands. Nelly, I asked Coach Malone this question, if you can find it. I believe it was the second question of the press conference last night, about Jalen Pickett, about his role, about how he sees him fit in when these games are approaching. And I'll ask you guys, would you like to see him usurp some of those minutes from Russell Westbrook? How do you do that without major chaos in the locker room? I don't know how you do that now. And I'm just being honest. I don't know how you go up to the veteran that you brought in to play that role and say, we're going to go with the young guy.
I think I'm going to go eat a coffee. You just keep speaking for me. It's like it's coming out of my brain. Keep going, please. Just
I'm not
continue.
sure how you do that. It's a very difficult thing to do.
So here's the situation. I want to play this audio of the question you asked Malone in a second. But to your point, I'm not going to get mad at Russell for this stuff because this is not what we signed him for. The reason Russell Westbrook is put in these positions for you to get mad at him is because he's playing in a role he's not supposed to be in. He is not supposed to get 40 minutes a night and close games out. That's not what he's here for. Now, are they incredibly frustrating mistakes, especially for a veteran? Yes. Do I hate them? Yes. But can I make a comparison? There is somebody who is beloved here that when he had a role similar to what you're asking originally Russell Westbrook to do, he thrived. And then he was given a bigger role. And he's been on 3 teams in 2 years. That's Bruce Brown. Sometimes guys are built for, and especially at this point of Russell's career, the 20 to 25 minute range a night. And because so many people have been out of the lineup, he has started over half the games this year. He is playing now like 35 to 40 minutes a night, which is not your plan for Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
And so and this is what happens, by the way, Vic, when the team loses and MPJ and Jamal aren't in the lineup. You need somebody to blame now, and Russell Westbrook's now taking that. And deservedly so. He's made some critical mistakes at awful moments. But let me ask you this question. Specifically last night, Vic, 5 starters out of the lineup. What's that score if Russell Westbrook isn't on the roster?
Yeah, they're blown out of the game from beginning to end.
He put up 30.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think people overlook that. Somebody needed, and let me tell you what his role was last night. Everybody played scared
Yes.
for a while until they sort of softened into the game. If you watch the beginning of that game, you had a bunch of guys going, oh, my God. Not Russ. Russ was like, give me the ball. Let's go. Give me the ball. Let's go.
Right.
Come on. I don't have time to mess around. And that was his role last night. He was shepherding a bunch of young players into the game. Now, at the end of the game, it got ugly.
Listen. Yeah.
Listen, man. They had a chance to tie. First of all, they were up 5 in the fourth quarter. And I'm going to shoot you straight here, okay? I'm going to shoot you straight. I'm going to get on a plane here in a few hours with these Nuggets players. So I'm going to shoot you straight on what I saw last night from my perspective. They battled back. They took a 5-point lead, and you're thinking to yourself, wow, look at these youngins. Look at them go. This is fun to watch. They may win this game with a bunch of youngins. They're up 5. Well, San Antonio goes on an 8-0 run. They battle back. They have a chance to tie the game. Jalen Pickett has the ball. He leads Russell Westbrook down the court for what looks to be an easy left-handed layup. And then what happened? Do you remember what happened next?
I don't, actually.
He was being chased on the left side. He turned what looked to be an easy left-handed layup into an acrobatic reverse attempt that missed everything.
Yep. Oh, that layup right there. Yeah. I don't know why he chose to do that.
San Antonio got the ball back. They scored. A couple possessions later, he fires up a 30-footer, misses everything. San Antonio scores. They just compound themselves, right? The late-game mistakes.
Yep.
I'm not going to blame Russell Westbrook for trying these things because a lot of times in the spotlight, he's the only one willing to put himself out there. I'm not going to blame him. Blame is, should he be playing this many minutes?
There's something to be said for that, by the way, Vic. Something to be said for the guy who's willing to look like the bozo because somebody has to try something. You know what I mean? Like somebody has to take the risk.
And Michael Malone mentioned this in the post-game press conference. I want you all to consider something. After the Minnesota game, whose name was being cursed up and down? Whose name after that game?
Westbrook.
Who's the only guy who played extensive minutes that came back and played the following night?
Westbrook. Well, and I mentioned that too, Vic. We're just talking about guys who played 50 minutes. What did Russell finish with in that Minnesota game? Like 40? Right?
Yes.
40 minutes.
For a 36-year-old.
Exactly right. He plays 40 minutes last night. He makes some late-game mistakes. And I'm like, can I ask you guys a question? DeAndre Jordan, who is also an older veteran on this team, if he played 40 minutes the night before and then he looked a little fatigued or made some mistakes late in this game after playing 40 minutes again, wouldn't you be like, yeah, I kind of get it. He's an older guy. He shouldn't be playing that many. I think that people get fooled by how fast Westbrook still moves that they confuse his age still. Well, he's still a guy in his late 30s playing 40 minutes in back-to-back nights.
I think the fact that he goes 100 miles an hour and that he can still move at that pace, I think it's hurting him because he can't lift late in the games.
Right.
And that's why he's missing a ton of layups.
He missed the
He can't lift.
Remember when I asked you, Vic, why didn't he just dunk that layup against the T-Wolves? Why didn't he just dunk it? I don't think at that being 36 years old and playing 40 minutes late in the fourth quarter, I don't think he had the legs to jump.
I think 28-year-old Russell Westbrook dunks that every time.
Every time.
Do you have that sound with Pickett?
Yep.
All right, because after the game, I asked Malone about Jalen Pickett, who produced a triple-double. And if you're out there saying, well, why isn't Pickett getting those minutes? It's a very, very sensitive issue when it comes to playoff time. I don't think either player is going to play that much of the playoffs, to be honest with you. But this is what Coach Malone had to say about Pickett last night.
Every chance, Vic, he's gotten a chance to play this year. Every time he goes out there, he plays well, and he's proven himself to be trustworthy. And he takes care of it. He's not going to wow you. He's not going to do anything, that's going to, be on a highlight necessarily, but he's just really steady, really solid, makes open shots, makes the right plays, battles on defense, gets us organized, and guys like playing with him because he's going to make the right plays. And so, obviously, hats off to Jalen for a special performance in his very young NBA career.
Yeah, triple-double last night for him.
So how does that translate, though? If it's first round of the NBA playoffs, do you see him on the court in critical minutes? Who will they turn to first, Russ or Jalen Pickett?
That's not even a question.
You know it's Russ.
Yeah.
This is the deal. This is what he was brought here for. And I think Russ, in limited minutes, is fine. In extensive minutes, maybe not so much.
Well, I think.
But I'm not going to blame the guy. Again, it's easy to blame him for the mistakes. All right, because you sat there last night and you're watching that layup and you're like, what? Why though? Why? All right, it's easy to say that. But you're so right. If he doesn't play last night, that game's over in the first quarter.
Everybody's scared to shoot. Everybody's scared to do everything. He wasn't. That's why I'm saying, like, I get the criticism, especially for mistakes late in the game from a veteran guy. They shouldn't happen. I totally agree. Also, I would say, Vic, outside of Joker, bang for your buck for a contract, there's nobody close to Russell Westbrook on this roster. Is he just over $1 million?
He's
right?
$3 million, I believe.
$3 million?
Yeah.
It's a vet minimum contract for a guy that you're playing like 35 minutes a night right now because everybody's off, like out of the lineup.
Somebody on the Twitch feed says, we mentioned the age and why he doesn't have that lift late in the games. Somebody says, does Chris Paul make those mistakes? Jimmy Butler make those mistakes? LeBron make those mistakes? Every player's different, and you know it. Every player has strengths and weaknesses, and you know it. This was his game for years, the athletic game, the explosive game, the nobody can keep up with me game. Well, guess what? You're 36. It's hard to pull that off for 40 minutes a night at age 36. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you.
Here's the other thing, too. I'm not saying the Spurs are a great roster, especially without Wemby. It is not even close. You put those rosters side by side last night. Like, say what you want, Vic. Harrison Barnes is an NBA player and has been for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Castle is a good young prospect in this league. Hunter Tyson, God bless him, put up 20 shots last night. Hunter Tyson did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I'm going to say something.
Trey Alexander hasn't played all year.
I will echo something I said this summer, and I'm not afraid to say it again. I'm just going to say it. What did I say about the roster construction of the Nuggets this summer before the season started? What did I say? What criticism did I have? And it was constructive, I felt. I felt it was constructive, and I felt they should have gone in another direction in this area. Too top-heavy.
Yeah.
I felt that all along with the new CBA. The roster is too top-heavy. When you're paying the kind of numbers they're paying their top guys, you're not going to have the depth that most teams possess. You're not.
Right.
And that's why things get thin later in the lineup. That's why. Because the money is going to the top guys. And that's an advantage come playoff time because all you do is play your top guys, right?
It's been that
all
way.
That depth that Oklahoma City has, what's it going to do for them in the playoffs?
It's been that way for a while. Reminder to you guys, we're giving away a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. It's built for the outdoor elements with wool insulation, providing quick heat-up times and maintaining maximum heat longer. And if you'd like a chance to win that, today's keyword is custom. So text custom in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We're going to have this every day until next Friday before we give this thing away. If you want to check out some more that they have to offer or check out some pictures, you go to getabettershed.com. But today's keyword is custom. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Also, Vic, as we continue to move on in the NCAA tournament, it means we have to move on in our drop tournament and get to our Final Four. Yes, we're back. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have the matchups in the Elite Eight for both the Vic region and the Brett region right now. So those will be up on Twitter shortly. You decide what moves on to the Final Four. In the Vic region, tough matchup here. It's a 4 seed going against a 6 seed. The 4 seed, Nelly, is...
And you know Gabriel Landeskog. He brings all the milkshakes to the yard. Is that how the song goes?
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard. What is this? Why did I just say that?
By the way, I got some audio from EJ about Landy that we'll get to in a second. But God, I love that one. I love how we forced the captain of the Avalanche to say that.
We
into
run
a
the show
microphone.
here, Captain. You're saying what we want you to say.
That goes against the 6 seed, which
What is this? Why did I just say that?
6 seed?
I'm an old man without a prostate who sat in a gym with my brother rebounding. I don't care about those. Stop it. And that is why when DMac tried to peer pressure me into attempting another long shot that Joker made, I said no. I'm not doing it because of people out there who don't value this old man without a prostate putting all he has into it. I didn't want to be laughed at again. Stop it.
So, Vic, I got I watch YouTube a lot. I've become one of these people because I watch these YouTube golf shows, and then it's like
it's addictive.
It's super addictive, but then I get recommended videos for like, hey, watch Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank yell at this Shark Tank guy. I'm like, I'll watch that for a second too. So during the commercials or the ads that play before the videos, I see Dude Perfect ones pop up, and all I can think about is you yelling. That's all I can think about anytime I see that guy's face now. That I don't know who the main Dude Perfect guy is, but I see his face, and I just picture you yelling.
Get him on the show. I don't care about those. Get him on the show. I'll yell right at him.
So we'll have that matchup shortly. Now to the Elite Eight of the Brett region. We have a 1 seed. Oh, this one's really tough. Against a 7 seed. The 1 seed is...
You like getting nailed by the king? That's us. We are just getting nailed by the king constantly.
Petros Papadakis, is that his name?
Papadakis, yeah.
Yeah, the former USC running back.
So he had a show, if you remember, on Fox Sports. They were national for a while, Petros and Money. His voice is one of my favorite voices in all of radio.
It's just always like this. It's always a Marlboro or two.
Yes. So was he a USC fullback or something,
right?
Yeah,
he was a running back at USC.
So that one's great. But that goes against a 7 seed, which is this.
What you think you're doing here? That's a chain lock. But I got 2 pythons ready for you. I dare you to make a move.
I'm tingling a little bit. You're the sexiest I've ever sounded you.
I mean, between that and Nailed by the King. I mean, I'm telling you, Landy is going to be really hard to knock off. Sexiest I've ever sounded you is going to be hard to knock off. Nailed by the King, hard to, and this is just one half of the ledger so far. So we'll have those at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter shortly. So you go, you vote, you decide what moves on to our Final Four back after this. All right, just quickly here. Rockies lose yesterday as well, as it's the same old kind of story. Bats can't get going. Bullpen comes in and just...
Save that video, by the way. Here's how Brett described the Rockies. For those listening on radio, he's rubbing his eyes like he has a major frontal headache, and he's like, "Ugh, Rockies lose again as the bullpen gets beat up."
Here's what's really frustrating. It was, I don't know if you watched any of the game, Vic.
I watched Freeland deal. He got out of that jam in the fifth when the bases were loaded, and you're like,
it was
yeah.
such an amazing inning from him, too.
Freeland.
And that's what's frustrating is that the starting pitching has been so good. So if you guys didn't see it, in the fifth, it was a cavalcade of like 3 straight horrible defensive plays. So runner gets on. Freeland tries to pick off. He throws the ball away. Guy gets the second. Then they drop a bunt. Then the bunt, throw the ball away. Another guy gets on. And then it's like a ground ball to third. McMahon tries to make the tag on the guy. Doesn't get him. Throws it over the top. Pulls totally off the bag. Now it's bases loaded. No outs. You're like, oh, boy,
bases
disaster.
loaded. You look screwed. It's 2-0 at that point, isn't it?
And it's 2-0, yes. And then Freeland just mows down the next 3 batters. Gets out of the inning. He's jazzed up. He should be. Great inning. Next inning, Hunter Goodman, who's been the only guy swinging a stick so far this year, drops another bomb to make it 2-1. You're like, all right, maybe that provided some momentum.
Go.
And then the bullpen happened. Yeah. Then they come in, base hit, run.
Just shut it down.
And then game's over. Yeah. So
I mean, if you're a starter and you give way, like your art that you put out there, and I obviously gave them a deficit, not a lead this time, but you put out 6 innings of tough mound work.
Yep.
And you give it to your bullpen knowing full well what's going to happen. That has to creep into your psyche, right? That the next time he starts, he's like,
sure.
Oh, man, I got to be perfect here.
Yep.
I can't, and that has an avalanche effect. It's going to hurt you eventually.
And the problem right now is it's not just being perfect from a I can't trust the bullpen perspective. You aren't getting a lot of run support either. So hopefully getting back hhome can fix some of this stuff in a day. I know they get another one today against the Phils. But Rockies lose again. They are now
Dodgers win. They're 8-0.
1-4. Yeah. And Shohei walked off for another Dodgers win.
Yeah, they're 8-0.
Yeah. Anyway, I saw an interview that took place before the Avs game between EJ and the TNT crew. They asked about Landeskog, by the way. And EJ, in a very EJ way, gives them an answer. Listen.
Yeah, my fingers are crossed that the cameras can get out of our locker room for his documentary first. But nonetheless, we're excited for him to get back on the ice. And, all I'm hearing about is this documentary, cameras here, cameras there. So, he's got to come back with this frickin' movie that's out about him. But all jokes aside, we're really excited for him. I know he's put in a lot of work, time, money, resources, everything. So we're pulling for him, and I think it's a matter of when, not if anymore.
And that is why a guy like Eric Johnson is important in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Because not many people could get away with saying stuff like that, right? They'd be like, oh, don't offend the captain. He doesn't care.
Well, they're like best friends, first of all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's important to have guys like that.
He also said that he was texting Landy and McKinnon and guys like that before he was even traded, trying to campaign to get back. He let that one slip in the interview, too. Here's the thing. It just kind of confirms what I've thought forever. You remember we were talking about this, Vic, when Landy was when this documentary was coming out and then he was doing all the interviews. And I'm like, this just feels weird to me. That somebody who hasn't talked for 3 years is now talking to everyone and letting them behind every curtain.
Weird's not the word. It felt calculated.
Yes. And I was told by a number of people, well, dude, he's just promoting the docuseries. And in my head, I go, what does he care if the docuseries blows up or not?
So what are you promoting on the docuseries? What are you making? Are you making money off the ratings? What would he care about?
This isn't an actor doing, like when you talk to Christian Bale and Matt Damon, they're promoting the movie so people go see it so they make money.
Yes, this isn't the late night circuit on the Tonight Show here.
Yeah, he's not getting a cut of this thing based on how many views it gets. At least to my knowledge, he's not.
So what's he doing? Say it.
He is leading up to his return this year. That's what this is. This
100%.
is reintroducing himself to the hockey
100%.
world and Avs fans.
The gates will open playoff time. And I've said it before, he hasn't made it official. They haven't made it official. No one is talking about it, and I respect everybody's role in this. But it's pretty clear to me, with all the cameras running around, with him now skating back-to-back days, practicing, getting checked a little bit, the goal is to play game 1 of the playoffs. Now, whether he plays game 2, 3, 4, who knows? But the goal is to get out there and play. And I think you're going to see it.
The only way this Hard Knocks style docuseries ends is with him taking the ice again.
Yeah, how do you think it's going to end? Well, we'll give it a shot. Watch episode 7.
Yeah, watch episode 7 as the Avs lose in the postseason and Landy goes back home without playing a minute. There's no way it ends that way. This is all building towards a return, okay? That's what this has always been about. And I think Landy's known that for months. I think that Landy... Look, this is all just pure guesswork, Vic. But would you say that this is feasible? Landy knew maybe like 3 or 4 months ago, this is feeling pretty good. I'm coming back, but I know I can't in the regular season because they can't use my money, right? Or they've already used my money is what I should say.
Exactly. He would upset the apple cart if he came back during the regular season.
Correct. So he's like, all right, then this is going to have to be a postseason thing. Well, guess what? We can do all this camera stuff that you want to, but and everything that he has said since then, even if you look at some of those things of, do you remember some guy DM'd him and said something like, hey, I just had a knee surgery and it's really brutal. And he's like, yeah. Well, you know what? You'll probably be seeing me soon or something like that. He's been doing that forever. So this is all just, to me, leading up to whenever that return is going to be in the postseason. My only question now, Vic, and maybe this is foolish. I mean, EJ said it. It's not if, it's when. That's where I'm at. My question is this. They're going to be starting the postseason on the road somewhere. Whether that's Winnipeg or Dallas, I don't know. But it's going to be on the road. Is it going to be game 1 or is it going to be game 3 when you return home for an emotional boost?
I think it would have to be, if you wait till game 3, then it sounds too one and done-ish. If you're going to try, you're going to try from the onset.
I would
It's
think
going to be
so.
game 1. You're not going to wait. Then it becomes too much of a show if you wait till the home game.
Yeah, and if
what are we in Vegas?
Well, and that's the thing, right? If they wait until game 3 just to get like the home boost out of it, it feels like this is more of a gimmick than you believe he's a good player now. Because if you believe he's a good player who can help, you do not wait to put him back on the ice.
Why would you? You put him in right away, and you get him used to running with whatever line he plays with. Third line, whatever. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know what it's going to look like. We have no idea. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, the road has been paved. And you talk about you want this documentary, this docudrama to end with a bang? Ride this sucker all the way to the Stanley Finals and have those cameras running around with the cup being lifted again.
Well, that's the other thing I'm wondering. If he comes back and plays, which I'm 99% sure he's going to now, do they just continue this show until the season ends? Like, what if the magical scenario presents itself, Vic, where he returns to the lineup and the Avs do win the cup again and they stopped filming?
Well, you know how superstitious...
They would want to, like, burn the entire production studio to the ground.
Of course. But you know how superstitious pro athletes are, especially hockey players?
Yeah.
What if they keep winning and now he's forced to be followed around by a crew everywhere he goes?
Right.
For the rest of your life.
Yes. Until you retire, there has to be a camera in your face somewhere. But no, it seems to me, especially after that answer from EJ, very obvious, this is ending in one way, this docuseries, and it's McKinnon laces the skates back up and he gets back out there for the Avs. So, I guess we'll know here, Vic. Like, honestly, when does the playoffs start? The 19th? Is it the first day of the playoffs?
I don't know.
They're in America, the playoffs.
Thank you, Nelly. I guess we'll know in like 2.5 weeks, right?
Hey, where's Moser, by the way?
So
I haven't been interrupted by Val Kilmer classics this morning.
That is true. So Moser said, here's another thing. They play today at 5:30 against Columbus. This is going to be rough. So Moser texted us. He goes, change of plans due to weather. Avs staying in Chicago tonight, leaving in the morning.
Ooh, so they're arriving in their place of play the day of?
They're getting to Columbus today after playing last night, and then we'll play against the Blue Jackets at 5:30 today. That's a quick turnaround.
And if you missed the finish last night, many of you may have fallen asleep because the Avs didn't give you much to watch the way they played the first couple periods, right? They rally, cut it to 2-1. Then a late power play for Chicago. Nate got caught for hooking. And there's at that point, 3 minutes left. And you're like, well, now it's over, right? It's over now. And it just gave up power play. But they survived the power play. There's a minute left. They pull the goalie, have a couple of whacks at it. Then there's just 18 seconds left. Goalie still pulled. And it's just mass chaos. And Nate just gets a hold of one. Was that tipped, or did they credit Nate just fully for that goal? Looked like Nelson tipped. Whatever.
No,
Nate just gets credit.
It was deflected.
Was it? Well, I'm looking at the box score right now. It still says Natchez. He tallied the game-tying goal with 11 seconds left of regulation.
What in the... Really?
There's
no way that
right
wasn't
now. This is the
tipped.
game summary.
Huh.
I thought Nelson tipped it. Whatever.
I did too.
They tie it. They go to the overtime. Dude, the overtimes, I am so with you. They're getting, the first couple seasons, they did the 3-on-3.
Yeah.
It was all just aggressive, offensive. Now it's just, half of the overtime is spent on just collecting yourself and let's get the puck back in the zone and see what we got in front of us.
I know.
It's lost its appeal. Are you with me on that?
Yes. Okay, so by the way, that's right. Makar let the shot go. I think it was deflected twice. And Natchez had the final tip.
Yeah, on ESPN, it's listed as Natchez has the goal, and then Brock Nelson has the primary assist. Cale Makar has the secondary assist.
So Cale floated it in, and then it was deflected by Brock, which then was deflected by Natchez, which ended up in the back of the net. That's how they're scoring.
Nelly, you got to get on board. We can't have multiple different pronunciations here. We're going to go with Natchez. You just went Natchez on us. And I know if Moser were here, Moser would pull. What's Moser's line? Natchez.
Sorry, I'll go. You know what? I'm going to defer to the coach.
And then if Bednar was on, it's
exactly.
Neckash.
I'm going to say, oh, yeah, Marty Neckash. That's how I'm going to say his name. I'm making a decision.
You going Neckash?
Neckash.
Let's just go Marty Nachos.
Marty Party Nachos.
Anyway, we'll get to the Avs win in just a second because it was god-awful frustrating. And they still found a way to get 2 points. Yes, we'll get to it next.
So it's on the stick of Arturi Lehkonen. His first shootout attempt of the season. Lehkonen, if he scores, the Avalanche win. Lehkonen, left circle, Lehkonen holding, shooting. He does! Colorado completes the comeback. And I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. The Avalanche win in the shootout. 2 points are theirs. Down 2-0. They tie it in the third and come back to get the extra point and beat Chicago by a final score of 3-2 as they even the season series with the Hawks.
Tough schedules for the Avs and Nuggets late in these regular seasons. The Avs fortunate enough to somehow pry 2 points out last night. 10 seconds left, it looked bleak, and you get that deflection from Nelson and Netches to tie it up and send it to OT. By the way,
double deflecto.
Pretty sick of shootouts. I'm not into them anymore. There's enough. We've had like 3 in the last week, it feels like, with the Avs. Enough of them.
A lot better when you win them, though.
True. I don't understand them. I don't know why. I always thought, like, when you
approach the net, you shoot on net, and if you score, it counts.
Well, McKinnon's was sick, by the way. Did you see that small sliver of a window behind that toe that he had to fit that in? Here's what I don't get, though, and I know we've asked Bednar about it. I just would think that if you're putting somebody out there to score a goal, you just put your best goal scorers out there. And, like, sometimes McKinnon takes a shot and sometimes he doesn't, and I don't understand it.
It's a feel thing. Guys talk amongst themselves, as Coach Bednar told us on his own show, that they talk amongst themselves on who has the best chance against that particular goalie. I mean, because Spencer Knight had a great track record in shootouts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they figured, here's the guys we want.
Well, and who was
Lecky ends it with a bang.
Who was it? It was Druin gave it up for Brock Nelson in the shootout not too long ago, right?
Yep.
Because Druin was set to go out there. He goes, no, I think that Brock's is going to beat him. So whatever. I mean, it doesn't exist in the playoffs. Who cares? The thing about it, though, you mentioned this the other day regarding the Nuggets, Vic, how you thought that the loss to Minnesota could compound because you expended so much energy trying to get the win and you didn't get one, and then you had the result last night, which was no starters in the lineup, and you dropped the game to a not very good San Antonio team, and now you have 2 losses as opposed to maybe just selling out for 1, right? Well, the Avs are kind of facing something similar here, but they were, thank God, able to pull out the 2 points yesterday because somebody asked, where's Moser? Moser's on a flight to Columbus right now, as is the rest of the Avs. They're flying to Columbus day of the game after playing last night, and this game starts here in just like a few hours at 5:30, an early game.
The schedule makers befuddled me on that one. Late night in Chicago, early game in Columbus. Help me out there.
Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing for you. Columbus, by the way, not a terrible team. They are 2 points back of the wild card in the East, and they have a game in hand.
You ever been to Columbus? You ever been to Columbus, Ohio?
Never. I know you've talked about Dayton. How far from Dayton is Columbus?
It's pretty. All of Ohio is the same. Just nasty.
Cleveland, Cincinnati, everywhere?
Just.
What's the most preferable place in Ohio?
Canton, where the Hall of Fame is.
Is it just because the Hall of Fame's there?
Pretty much.
So you have a good time just looking at the Hall of Fame bus?
Just sit there, look at pictures.
Yeah.
Well, this is where I'll play the Moser role and then bulldoze you and say, what about Cleveland, where the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is, Jack? Is that not good enough for you, Victor?
You can have Cleveland. You can have Columbus. You can have Cincinnati. You could certainly have Dayton.
I have no interest in Ohio. Zero. Drew Carey tried to make me like Ohio when I was a kid. Didn't work.
It's the meth capital of the United States.
Just throw that out there, or is that true?
I don't know.
I feel like there's no way that's true.
Look it up.
All right, hang on. Google meth capital of
See,
the state.
I'll see if you get the same results because I Googled it, and the first thing that pops up from the Department of Justice, the Riverside and San Bernardino County area are referred to as the meth capital of the United States. So that's in California.
That's according to the DOJ. Very, very untrustworthy, I think, on this subject. The DOJ, what would they know about the meth capital of the U.S.? I found another one that's called K-Cur, and that is Missouri, is the meth capital of the U.S.
You have to refine your meth finding websites.
Why?
I know of a few apartment complexes in nearby Wheat Ridge that can classify as the meth capital of Colorado.
Yeah, it seems to be California or Missouri. Missouri's another one. Anyway, not Ohio. Point is, Columbus is 2 points back of a wild card spot. They have a lot to play for, and they're going to be highly motivated in this game to try and get a dub against an Avs team that is going to be tired. And I know that Moser's not here, and we'll do keys a little bit later. I think the key is pretty simple, though. You got to get something early because I don't know you can rely on your legs late. So as difficult as that's going to be after, I don't know if you've done this before, Vic. Like I've had in my unstellar college baseball career because we had no money. We were not staying at hotels unless we absolutely had to.
Where'd you stay?
Well, we did.
Oh.
But I'm saying if we had hey, this is going to be a 3.5 hour bus trip.
Gotcha.
We're making the trip, playing the game, and coming back same day sort of thing. I've done that quite a bit. It sucks because you're stiff and you have to work yourself back out of your travel legs into now it's game time. It's just a really difficult task, especially when you've played the night before like the Avs just did. So this could be a really sort of rough entryway back into this game tonight against a very difficult team to go up against. But if you can jump on them early, maybe that's enough. Get some good goaltending. That can bail you out, but it's going to be difficult.
My goals for the Avs, and tell me if yours are any different, is just, number one, stay healthy in time for the postseason. That's it. That's number one. Number two, you're not going to gain anything on Dallas or Winnipeg at this point, so just stay in that third spot and wait to see who you play. But stay healthy primarily. That's all.
Can I ask?
That's all you can do.
Something just hit me, by the way, and you're right. I agree. It is weird to put these side by side. The Nuggets just had a back-to-back, and they didn't play any starters. The Avs played last night, overtime, shootout, got on a plane this morning, and have a game at 5:30. And I don't think they're benching anybody today.
Hockey's a different sport. What, are you going to play one line?
It is just weird, though. And I think we can all agree, Vic, there is a taxing physical toll in basketball, but I think it's more taxing in the NHL, especially when you factor in you're taking hits along with stuff.
I don't know. I don't know which is worse on the body. I mean, I would argue that.
Okay,
basketball
maybe.
Players do a lot of things that, I mean, you understand how much they ran in that overtime, overtime game?
Running, jumping. Okay, fine. I'm just saying you aren't taking hits like hockey is, but you're right. You're right. There could be just physical exertion.
And I'll push back on that, too. I understand you're not taking major hits. You sat courtside for a game, right?
No, I never have.
Oh, you haven't?
I should get 3 of those games a year. Company.
Okay, so for those who have had the opportunity and the privilege to sit close to an NBA court, the first thing people say is, oh, my God, I had no idea it was that physical.
Oh, it's physical. Yeah, I'll take one look at Joker's arms, and you can tell that it's physical. All I'm saying is it's different between that and taking a hit against the boards is all I'm saying. It's
100%.
But, gosh, it's just funny. You're right. There's no way to just kind of, you need to use everybody on your roster. Has hockey ever done it? Has there ever been like, hey, it's late in the season. We just played a game last night. We're on a plane this morning. Hey, superstar player, you take the night off. We'll call somebody up in your place. Does that happen?
The year that the Avs won the Cup, don't you remember there were a few games late in that season where they just rested dudes?
They did. But they don't. But what I'm saying is for back-to-backs.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what happened last night with the Nuggets was very predictable. I mean, it wasn't just resting dudes. It was resting an entire starting unit and then some. I mean, think about it last night. I cannot remember the last Nuggets game, and I was trying to think about this. Help me out, Nuggets fan. It's the last time the Nuggets sat 6 rotational players, not just the starting lineup, and not all of them sat. MPJ is still out for personal reasons with his family. People keep asking me, what is it? I don't know what it is. Honest to God, I don't know. I hope he's on this road trip today. I'm going to be on the plane here in a couple hours. I don't know if he'll be at Golden State Friday. I don't know. Jamal was out. Clearly, I told you, there's no way Jamal plays last night if he didn't play against Minnesota. That would have been a very bad look not to go against Minnesota and then come back the following night. But the entire starting 5 was out, plus Peyton Watson. I can't remember the last time they had mass absences like that.
Yeah. Where an entire starting 5 is out of the line. Everybody is out.
An entire unit.
I don't know. When's the last time that's happened in the NBA?
Well,
like the guys.
San Antonio was pretty much that.
Yeah. Chris Paul was playing.
Yeah, he played.
I don't know, man. That was crazy.
I'm looking at the. All right, so we just compared and contrasted the Avs and Nuggets. To make it very easy for you, the Avs. The key for the Avs is stay healthy. They're not going to move up in playoff positioning. There's a chance they can be caught, but just don't get caught. That's all. That's all I ask.
Don't get caught.
The Nuggets, on the other hand, between seeds 3 and 8. Okay. 5 teams plus. Okay. It is mass chaos and mayhem in the NBA's Western Conference. It is unbelievably tight, where tonight can look totally different than tomorrow by virtue of 1 game, 1 loss. That's it.
Yes. 3 through 8 are separated by 2.5 games.
I think the Nuggets' chances of catching Houston after losing last night, they're now 3 behind Houston.
It's not happening.
That's gone.
Yeah, it's not.
She gone. So they're not going to get the 2 seed. She gone. 2 seeds gone.
Well, hang on to this, Vic. We'll get back to it in just a second. Reminder to people that we are giving away a custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. And today's keyword is custom. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's custom. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll have a keyword every day until next Friday, in which we give that beautiful sauna away. If you want to check more of these incredible saunas out, go to getabettershed.com and check out the pictures. But again, today's keyword is custom. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Hey, Vic, just quickly, I got a question for you because I just saw there's breaking, air quotes, breaking news in the NFL. So, big-armed backup quarterback in New England, Joe Milton.
Mm-hmm.
He's been traded to the Cowboys for a 5th-rounder.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this. I'm sure you guys talked about this at least for a second, that the Broncos signed Sam Ehlinger over the past couple of days. You guys brought this up yet?
And no point has that been brought up on the show until right now.
Okay. Well, the Broncos signed Sam Ehlinger, which is fine. You got a veteran backup, 3rd-string quarterback that's going to back up both Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham. You can stash him on the practice squad. Some injury happens. He's a guy that you can rely upon. He's got some game experience. I think it's smart.
Got
smart
a backup
move.
to the backup.
One thing I was thinking about for a long time, though, is if I were an NFL GM, I think I'd be very tempted just to grab some sort of quarterback every 2 to 3 years in the draft late. Like 4th at the earliest, but 5th, 6th, 7th round pick. Grab a guy.
Just to see if
Stash
you hit.
him. The Patriots have done this for a long time. They've grabbed a late quarterback, and they have flipped that guy in the span of like a couple of years for decent draft value. They do that a lot, and I got a list.
Well, when did they get Milton? You said they just traded Milton for a 5th. Where'd they draft Milton?
Joe Milton. Hang on a second. Hold, please.
I'm holding.
He was a 6th. So
they improved 1 round.
Improved around. But let me give you some other examples. Just throughout their history, okay, in doing this, taking quarterbacks that they didn't need. Remember, they had Tom Brady for 20 years.
Yeah.
Here's the backups to Tom Brady that they drafted and then flipped. Garoppolo, pretty good flip. They got incredible trade value for Jimmy Garoppolo.
100%.
Jacoby Brissett, remember that?
Yep.
Flipped him for really good trade value.
Yep.
Ryan Mallett, they flipped for really good trade value to Houston.
100%.
Brian Hoyer, they got stuff out of, if you remember. Matt Castle, remember when they dealt him after he had 1 good game and he got traded to Kansas City?
I know McDaniels wanted to bring him here.
There's something to the idea. You draft the quarterback and you just kind of like prop this guy up. You can flip him in just a couple of years for something decent.
Mining quarterbacks. And I think maybe that was the intent Sean Payton had with Zach Wilson.
I think so.
But they never, because of the contract situation, they never benefited from that.
Yeah.
He just walked.
Like, I don't think it's a bad idea at all. Because at worst, Vic, you get a quarterback that you get to incubate in your system for a couple of years. And if he has to play, he knows your offense. And at best, you can flip the guy for a pretty decent pick. I don't know. I was just thinking about that especially with the league going back to like a 3 quarterback model after they were at 2 forever.
Yeah.
But with the advent of this expanded practice squad, It allows you to have 3 again. Maybe you just start doing that.
Yeah, but your assumption is that you have draft picks to essentially waste, draft picks to use that you don't need for your roster.
I suppose.
What if you're a team that really needs to address certain positions? That decision is going to be very difficult. Hey, we need an extra defensive lineman. Do we take a shot here? But
it's not like they're unused, though. They could be your backup.
I get it.
I
get it.
Anyway,
it's an easy way. I think what you're saying, it's a great asset to have for the future because you never really lose value.
Yeah.
It's like investing in real estate. Very rarely do you lose value. It's always there. The money's there. You can always sell.
Especially at those guys with those cheap contracts, too. You're begging for backup quarterbacks on cheap deals like that.
Yeah.
You are. So anyway,
I got you.
Just a thought.
Speaking of the National Football League, did you hear what the folks in Kansas City, the arrogance of the Chiefs, do you see how far it's gone now?
Oh, that they want to be the Christmas Day game?
Just like the Lions monopolized Thanksgiving along with the Cowboys, we were spoon-fed, force-fed Lions football for decades before they got good. Right?
Deal with it?
No, there were days where I'm like, I don't want to watch the Lions on Thanksgiving.
Well, guess what, Vic? I don't want to watch the Lions 17 weeks a year, but I have to, so you can deal with one.
So that same theme now, the Chiefs said, hey, how about you just put us exclusively on Christmas Day? We'll do it. to which I have to draw the line here. I want to celebrate Christmas. All right? Those of us in Denver want to celebrate Christmas Day. I don't want to be stuck with the Chiefs every Christmas. No. My vote is no. Can you send my vote?
I'll send your vote. I actually, Vic, kind of like it. From a Broncos perspective, I kind of like it. Let me explain. Christmas is not Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving.
Hold on a second.
Well, here's what I mean.
Hold on a second. Now to get that down.
What makes Christmas different from Thanksgiving?
You can write this down. Hell,
from a calendar perspective. Thanksgiving's a Thursday every year. It's a Thursday.
Yeah.
Christmas can be Tuesday, can be Wednesday, can be Saturday, can be Sunday, can be Monday, can be any day
Monday
of the week.
evening.
My point is, it's a real wrinkle in your schedule that I think can pose like some problems and challenges that I wouldn't want late in the year, to be honest. Like, I don't think I'd want every year, like, maybe I'm playing on a Tuesday. Really? A Tuesday game or a Wednesday game? That just feels weird and out of place, and it could throw your schedule out of whack. I kind of welcome the idea of the Chiefs intentionally blowing up their schedule late in the year just to be on national TV.
Brett, don't be naive. You don't think the league will be amenable to their schedule? I mean, if there's a Tuesday Christmas game, all they simply do is give them a bye before the game or give an adjustment. They're not going to hurt them by playing a game.
Like, to keep his schedule in place?
Sure.
Didn't he do that, like, intentionally?
Yeah.
It's because the schedule kind of matters, and having a flow to their schedule matters. Maybe it doesn't for the Chiefs. Maybe the Chiefs are immune to everything. I don't know. But I kind of like the idea that their schedule's thrown out of whack every single year.
I don't want them monopolizing Christmas Day. I mean, pretty soon you're going to see can you imagine all of the affiliation with Christmas the Chiefs are going to trot out there? They're going to try to market? No, I'm not doing it. Nope. Sorry. Not selling this one. Bidding is closed.
Would you want the Broncos to be on it?
No.
I wouldn't either. Christmas is just too difficult.
In fact, listen, I'm going to go this far as to say I don't think the NFL should play on Christmas Day, but then I'm going to hear it from people.
What I mean,
unless it's on a Sunday.
You don't think they should be played on Christmas for what reason?
Just can we just have a day? Does it have to be football every single every holiday?
I think maybe they would. Well, they probably would not. I was going to say maybe they wouldn't do it if every sport just took that day off.
Hockey doesn't.
Hockey doesn't, but basketball does. But basketball
does.
Made it their day.
I agree. And I'm not a fan of that either. But whatever.
I think that's opened the door, though. You know what it was? I think the NFL saw the numbers that the NBA did on Christmas, and they're like, well, if we did that, and they were right. Do you remember last year, Vic? So it was after the Lakers game. I think they won. And LeBron said, I love the NFL, but yeah, Christmas is still our day. And then I was like, yeah, I'm going to wait for the ratings on that one.
Probably don't want to say
we'll
that.
see whose day that actually was. And the NFL got like 30-some million viewers. It was just like, oh, my God.
And now they're going all in on it.
Well, of course. I mean, what do television producers and marketers love the most? A captive audience. And we all love our families. But if you have a Christmas like I do, which is I have to go to like 4 different places in the span of 8 hours.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need a second just to be like, is there something on TV? Can I just get something on TV for a second? And football is a great little like, shh, it's 4th down. I need to watch this sort of moment. It does provide a little getaway. You know, a little huddle space for maybe some guys who are a little tired out from all the Christmas festivity stuff.
I guess it depends, to each his own, how you spend your Christmas days. You know,
mine is chaos.
We're playing dunk hoops all day.
See, but I have to do. Here's the
I'm
thing.
joking.
Vic. No, Vic. Here's what I have to do, and I know people have this same experience, especially with me living away from family now. Then it's extra. It's an extra sort of step because you don't get to see them the day after, right? So I got my family. My wife's got parents who are split up. So then it's like this one and the grandparents on this side, and then the grandparents on this side, and then it's this one. You're just running around all day. And by that time, I got baby Jamal Kale that's wearing like a hole in my shoulder. And now it's like, I need a football minute, guys. We need to let daddy take a break.
So you're not at the hosting stage yet, where you're hosting Christmas.
Well, we can't. All of our family's in Nebraska, Vic.
Well,
we
get
can't
them
host.
to come here.
How would that work?
Drive the car across the border.
I understand that, but I'm saying I got 3 nieces on one side, a niece and a nephew on the other. We got like 4 siblings. It's too many people. It's too many people. Well, how big do you think my house is, Vic? I get 3 bedrooms. What am I supposed to do? Shack everybody up at a Motel 6? Can they stay at your place? If I get my family to come out here for Christmas next year, can they sleep in your guest room?
Hey, you don't think I've been trying to tell the queen here? We're empty nesters with this big house. You think I want to be in this big house anymore? I want to Airbnb this sucker.
While you still live in it?
Yeah. Hey, dude, you want to hear this? This is the God's honest truth. I would never tell her this.
But you'll tell everybody into a live microphone.
You're right, because she'll hear it. I would happily live in my old bedroom at my parents' house. Happily. Tomorrow. I would go live there all day, every day.
Can you do
Rent this sucker out?
Remember we had this discussion? You said before you and Terry got married, you guys lived together, but your grandparents had to live with you. That was the rule, right?
4 months.
Why don't you take Nelly up on the offer? Nelly is not married. He is currently living with his girlfriend. Why don't you just go live with Nelly for a little bit? Make sure they're doing all the right things before they get married.
No, because Nelly, unlike my mother, wouldn't have a meal ready at 1 p.m. every single day.
That's true. Yes, that is very, very true.
Hey, man, we just got the guest room set up. There's a bed in there, Vic. You can come crash.
Italian meal at 1 p.m. every single day. Not only for me, but for my brothers. Can you guarantee that?
I'll get back to you on that one.
That is such an insane request, by the way. An Italian meal every day. Not just me, but my entire family is going to come over and eat some. So have that ready.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
At 1 p.m. every day, on the money. No matter what.
So Vic,
you know my wife asked me? She asked me this last night. Hey, when your mother leaves us, how are you going to eat? And I said, I don't know. I think I just might die.
I mean, that
I don't know.
Because you go there every day for lunch.
Every day. And not just me.
No, I understand. Yeah, it's everybody. You just
Honest to
won't,
God,
you
I
aren't
don't
going to
know.
eat lunch. You'll never eat lunch again. That's just it.
The whole making of food, I don't understand the concept.
What do you mean you don't understand the concept?
Like sitting there, taking time to make food. I don't know what that is.
The nicest thing you can do for somebody, by the way.
I don't know what that is to make it. Like, unless it's a microwavable burrito or go eat at my mom's, there's no in between.
If you had to have like a passable meal that you have to cook, and it has to be something that's not like you toss it in the microwave, like you got to make something, like actually make it.
There is no making.
Like could you do a burger? Like could you throw a hamburger on a grill? Do you know what that is?
I don't have time.
What is that? What do you mean you don't have time?
I don't see the risk. I don't see the time value there.
Here's the time value. Gun to your head, you have to make me a meal that I find at least passable.
I'll go to In-N-Out.
You have to make it.
I don't want to. I don't see the value in the time spent.
You got nothing?
I could do it, but I don't see the value in that. Where's the value in me taking the time?
I'm just saying,
because you get to eat food, which is required to live. What do you mean
But
you don't see the value?
I can go to the store and get that same food. I can go to the deli. I can walk King Soopers deli and say, there it is. But why should I invest my time?
we're having two different discussions. I'm asking you, if you had to make something, what's the go-to that you would make?
Oatmeal. I can do that.
Okay.
Why are you laughing at me? You want me to see? Now you're
you
mocking
But
me.
Jordan, like making it.
What do you mean I'm not making it? I'm taking the oats, boiling the water. I'm cooking it up.
All right.
What do you want me to come back at you with polenta? I make a homemade. I'm not doing it, dude. I'm not investing the time.
All right.
I don't have time for time.
Let's get our last two matchups of the drop tournament, the Moser region and the Nelly region, as we see what moves on to our Final Four. In the Moser region, we have a 5 seed going against a 2 seed. The 5 seed, Nelly, is...
What that thing do?
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 Yes, a whole mashup of Avalanche players just saying what that thing do.
What that thing do?
Most of them, by the way, not even on the roster anymore, including that one right there. That thing do.
What that thing do?
That goes up against a 2 seed, Nelly.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. Parker Kelly.
That will be up at Brett Kane Radio shortly. And then finally, our last matchup is a 4 seed going against a 15 with a chance to make it to the Final Four, the 4 seed.
Well, I'm glad they're okay. It was awful to see those videos, and it just goes to show you the power of nature. It's crazy. When we come back, fellas, I got to tell you about an underwear dilemma I'm having.
Okay. Still, I mean, just amazing. Amazing.
Now I want to know, what was the dilemma?
I can't remember. You got a lot of stuff going on with your underwear, by the way. Got to get that fixed. That goes against a 15 seed, which is...
Will you shut up? I'm trying to talk to Paul.
Hey, Advance, exactly who did you... Who is there?
My damn cat.
Oh, okay.
So you vote on both of those and see what heads to the Final Four of the drop tournament. At Brett Kane Radio is where you can vote. Back after this.
Denver's going to have one more chance for a Pickett assist. Pickett has it inside the arc. Down low to DJ. Doc behind his head, and there it is. Jalen Pickett, his first career triple-double. It's going to come in a losing effort as Denver is still down by 8.
I'm actually really curious. I'm looking up at ESPN right now, Vic, and First Take has Stephen A. talking to one of the Morris twins. I don't know which one this is, if this is Markieff or Marcus, or if it's the one that Jokic hit or not. But
right, hit me with a Stephen A. Smith if he's interviewing Markieff Morris.
Well, hang on a second. Here's the headline they're discussing, though. I'm actually curious. Nelly, if you can jump on this, I kind of want to listen for a second because I don't know which Morris twin this is. The headline is Jokic a top 20 player of all time? And they got a Morris twin on there. And I can only imagine what this guy's going to say. Like, am I wrong here? Do you guys want to listen? Is this like a curious thing?
Top 20 bouncer.
Look, I don't know if it's I'm going to say Markieff. Markieff, I know you guys have had your problems. But very clearly, Jokic is top 20 of all time. I mean, the brother can shoot. Come on. You got to give him that. All right, let's listen. Oh, and Perkins is on here too.
But
Okay.
in terms of a center, let's put it where the goats can get it, as they say. He's already surpassed Patrick Ewing. He's already surpassed David Robinson. He's already surpassed quite a few NBA big men in history. Now, Shaq's dominance, fine. Bill Russell's Bill Russell. We get that part, right? Hakeem the Dream Olajuwon, we know that. One of the things we got to mention about Wilt Chamberlain, and it's sacrilegious, but I say it all the time, as great and phenomenal as he was and how it provoked rules changes, the one thing I hold against the great Wilt Chamberlain, God rest his soul, is that his number one nemesis outnumbered him 11-2 in championships.
That's
Okay.
Bill Russell.
I don't ignore that.
All right, cut this off for a second, Nelly. I just want to hear, let me know when the Morris brother is speaking. Whichever one this, again, I don't know which one this is. They look exactly alike. They're
One of the
identical
Morrises.
twins. And I don't see any things up here yet. So, once you see him moving his lips, I want to know what this guy's talking about. Because I'm curious if he's going to give Jokic any credit. And I really hope was it Markieff?
He just said that Joel Embiid is the most skilled NBA center, so I got no time for this guy.
No, let's listen. I see him speaking.
Skilled basketball player is Joel Embiid.
Well, I'm talking, when I mention skill.
Okay.
I'm
All
not
right.
just
Yeah, you're
talking-
right. I'm done. I'm done.
That is so stupid. That's a guy who got his ass kicked.
Yes,
and
what
now,
do you expect?
Yeah, he's out for blood.
Look at
That
his
is the
face.
dumb-
He looks like he's
Are
being
you
held
dumb?
for ransom right now. He's not having a good time at all.
Are you dumb? Are you dumb or are you just too proud? Or maybe when he hip checked you, you're. I don't know why I'm irrationally upset about this, but why invite a guy on national television who got hip checked by Joker and then ask him about Joker thinking that you're going to get a sane response?
I mean,
the guy just put up 61, 10, and 10 2 nights ago. Joel Embiid's the most skilled. Are you kidding me?
You know, this takes me to something else, by the way, Vic. I wanted to talk
No, let's talk about how dumb this man is. I want to go into dumbness now.
Again, I don't know if this is the one that was hip checked or if this was the brother, but it's the same concept. Of course, they're going to have some. How about this? Hey,
Is he talking again? I want to hear him.
I see Perkins talking right now. I don't see him talking. You know what? When he talks again, Nelly, you just bump the sound back up if
Who
you
are they
see him
putting up
speaking.
next? Rudy Gobert after he gave up 61?
That's what I was saying. Like, let's do this, Vic. We're gonna have the Jokic brothers in studio tomorrow.
I don't blame the Morris twins, whichever one it is. This is ESPN doing what ESPN does on this show. Hey guys.
Perk, when you break down the numbers, it becomes more appealing, right? It does. You could talk about his accolades and what he's done for the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with that, right? We all know Jokic is a really good player at the center position, the things he does with the basketball when need to be done, right? His team as you said, as you alluded to about the assists, right? He passes the ball, he gets other guys in the play. He shoots the three really well. He scores around the rim really well. I still don't believe at this point in his career we can put him in the top 20, right? That's just where I'm at. I played against him a lot of times. You have guys that played in different leagues when the era was just way different, right? The things he's done is in a different era. And we can't go back to that and say about the eras, but if we put Jokic in when Patrick Ewing and those guys was around, when Tim Duncan and those guys was around, is it the same production, right? The center position outside of...
Yeah, let's stop there for a second. First of all, whichever Morris twin this is, you're horrible at television. God, that was boring. Like, entirely boring. So that's number one. Number two, there isn't... I hate doing this, Vic. You know I rail against this all the time, that the NBA is always about no matter what. Oh, where does this rank all time? What have you played in Jordan's era? Oh, is this as good as when Wilt was playing? Like, I hate that every conversation of somebody who's doing good things in the league turns into that. But here is the bottom line. It is unquestionable that Jokic is top 20 already. It's just a matter of where he's at beyond that. Okay?
Stop putting dumb people on air. That's a dumb comment.
Good Lord. Here's the other thing I wanted to get to.
No, but what makes it dumb is where's the pushback from the hosts? Where's the what are you talking about? He's not top 20. Did you watch the other night?
Well, I mean, what do you mean from the host? They obviously talked about this before the show started, that this was going to be a topic.
We're adding a name to our hate list. One of the Morris twins. We don't know which one. If anybody could tell us which Morris twin it is, someone says it's Marcus Morris. So the wrath of the brother is probably worse than Markieff himself, because the brother is wrathful.
Well, I think maybe Markieff is scared that if he went on air and he said something bad about Jokic, he might catch another little shiver in the back.
Nah, Vic, if you could see the list there, I put both Morrises, both of them.
Yeah.
They're both on the list.
You know what? But who am I to blame these guys? What do you expect them to say? They got publicly, what would you say? Humiliated? Humbled? What would you call what happened to brothers Markieff and Markieff and Marcus, basically?
Yeah, I mean they got. Well, one got his butt kicked.
But remember when they pushed back and said, we're going to get ours, everybody said, yeah, shut up, dude. Everybody said, you want trouble?
Butts kicked.
Don't start trouble.
Yeah.
So what do you expect them to say when the subject of Nikola Jokic is broached on national television?
I was just going to say, Vic, we're going to bring the Jokic brothers in here. Strahina and who's the other one? Is it Nemanja?
Yeah.
Strahina and Nemanja are going to be in studio with us tomorrow, and the topic's going to be, are the Morris twins cool?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That's why it's not on them. I take back what I said. They're not dumb. They're just in there. That's what they do. This is who they are. This is on ESPN for staging this. This is the WWE.
By the way, we can get into this in more detail. I got audio that I want to play from Sanford's show yesterday that maybe you would agree with this, maybe you wouldn't, Vic, but it surrounds like Melo and his induction into the Basketball Hall of Fame, which is obvious. He is an obvious Hall of Famer in this league. He's one of the best players that's ever existed. Like, that's the truth. Now,
I got a lot to say on this subject matter.
The feeling from a lot of Nuggets fans is also something entirely expected that we'll get to in just a few minutes. So we'll save that. In the meantime,
do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, so Avs and Columbus Blue Jackets tonight, 5:30. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and it's 5 o'clock pregame. So Kreckman and Lindahl only doing a couple hours today. Here's the keys, at least to me. Moser's off today. Why? Because they're traveling to Columbus this morning. It is going to be very, very difficult. You just played a game last night. You're doing a back-to-back regardless, but you're flying in day of the game.
Zero excuse for Moser to miss this show.
Yeah, do it from the flight. The key, though, to me, you can't rely on anything in the third period. Your legs might be shot. You got to get something early. Put a couple on them. You struggled to score again last night until, the last final 10 seconds of the game where you tie it up and send it into OT. Put a couple on the board in the first and then rely on good goaltending, and that should give you the clearest opportunity to a win here. Columbus is good, and they are 2 points back of a wild card spot in the East with a game in hand. They are going to be highly motivated. Try and jump on them early if you can. That's my key. Got anything to add, Vic?
Did you like my keys to the Nuggets yesterday? Apparently, a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, took it to heart. Yeah. Keys to the game, by the way, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the Plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used, all in one place. Yeah, we got a tweet yesterday. Can't remember who sent it to us, but I'll read it to you because it's pretty great. He got a text. A listener did. Can the Nuggets even win tonight? This was after the starting five was announced to be out. His response to whoever this was he was texting. As long as they understand the key to the game is the keys to the game are a waste of time. The response he got was what? And then he sent that to us, which is perfect.
Well, the reason I said that yesterday, it's impossible yesterday to provide you with keys to the game when I had no idea who was going to play. It'd be a waste of time.
It was, yeah.
Because I had no idea that the entire starting five was going to sit last
If
night.
you knew the entire starting five was out, what key would you have given?
My key would have been Jalen Pickett, triple-double, guaranteed dub, which didn't fall true.
That was not
exactly,
guaranteed.
But that would have been my key.
Well, still a failure. Hopefully my key is okay for the Avs tonight. Get on the board early. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. So back to this Melo thing. Got audio when we come back from Sanford's show. Sanford talked about Melo being a first in Nuggets history to do something. Get to it next. All right, out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined, as we are every Thursday at 9 o'clock, by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. First of all, Leggy, I need to know, how close are we and where are we at on our top 100 list? Where are we?
We're rolling. I've almost got to turn it in soon. So.
Oh, really? So you're
right
rolling.
What are you, his mom?
Yeah. No, every year he does the whole, I'm going to give you a number, you give me the guy.
When can I start? Because what are we, like 4 weeks away? If I start next week with random numbers.
You're 21 days out from the draft.
All right,
then we have to start now. We have to start this week. I need to.
No, we're not starting.
What do you
this week.
mean?
No.
Okay,
He's
next
not
week.
ready. He's
Next
behind.
week. Next week we can start. That gives me like 2 names or 2 numbers. That's it.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
All right.
see.
All right.
Can you give us this much? I mean, every year under Legwald's top 100, the year of the quarterback, the year of the defensive back. What is this the year of? What position?
Oh, running back, no question, and defensive lineman. This is a weird board, though, Vic. I think a lot of the first round could get nutty in the back half because this is the fewest first round grades I've heard teams having for quite a while.
Like what kind of number are we talking about? 20, 15?
No, the lowest number I've heard is 14.
Wow.
So that's pretty low. I mean, even most years you're looking at high teens, low 20s. And it's really strong rounds 2 through 4. So, you might have a lot of people on the back end of the first round just deciding, okay, we're just going to take the guy we like because the grade's close enough. Or some people are going to be looking to get out. So I think that could influence how things look. Because if you're picking in the late 20s, you may not have any first round players left, if the board goes a certain way.
Is this a silly way of thinking? Because I've seen the Patriots do this. Like today, they just traded Joe Milton to the Cowboys, so he's a 6th-round pick. They flipped him for a 5th-round pick. Okay, it's not that big a deal. But over the years, they've traded Garoppolo. They've traded Jacoby Brissett. They've traded Brian Hoyer. They've traded Ryan Mallett. Like, they got all these different names. Is it silly to, just look at the back end of the draft, maybe from rounds 4 or later, take a guy and try and flip them? Is that a decent business practice for an NFL team?
I wouldn't say, you don't, it's not like flipping houses. You don't do it with the intention of moving the player, but quarterbacks are a little different. I mean, I always use the example, Ron Wolf's a Hall of Fame general manager, and he had Brett Favre on his roster at the time. And I think he went 7 drafts in a row and took a quarterback, even though he had Brett Favre, because he wanted to do what you're talking about. If you get lucky or you get it right, you've got quarterback depth, But Favre he played every snap all the time. He was like Peyton Manning. He didn't give up practice snaps even. But Ron did it with the idea of later on, what's the most high value asset you can have as a team, and that's quarterbacks. So he collected them, and he would often move them for picks. And I think that's sort of what the Patriots have done. They haven't done it with quarterbacks who are probably, as starter worthy as the Packers did with some of those guys. But again, it's Ron Wolf did exactly what you're talking about, but he did it with quarterbacks. I don't think every position works.
I'm still puzzled then. What was the intent the Broncos had with Zach Wilson?
That one, I'm still a little befuddled. I think they wanted to take a look and saw plenty of good things. I think they made a sort of a comfort level decision. It's probably easier for Jarrett Stidham at this point in his career to be the veteran backup, calming presence. I think Zach Wilson still wants to play because the Broncos sort of reinvigorated him and they helped repair his game a lot. Davis Webb did a great job with him, and I think he left here. Now, I think you go to Miami because Tua's had some injuries and some of those things, but I think he wanted long-term. He wanted to start again if he can.
Since we last spoke to you, we've seen some changes with NFL rules, primarily the kickoff rule now. Does that help or hamper the Broncos with Melvin Mims back there?
Marvin?
Oh, I'm sorry, Marvin.
I think they'd like return.
You called him Melvin.
Yeah, Melvin. No, it's Melvin. That's all right. I often, every year, I substitute guys in the draft this year for guys I did reports on in 1992. So, yeah. I feel your pain.
Will Mason Mims have more room to operate now that
He will. Mason Marvin will have a great year as a returner. But, the Broncos want returns. He's with the ball in his hands. He is one of the best in the league. So I think this will help. The 35 is going to be a tough choice for people just to pound it through the end zone. So, I think they want this formation to work. I think they'd like this to be the solution long term.
Do you think there's any shot that a veteran running back still ends up on this roster? I know George Payton talked about, he basically said we're going to get some sort of running back in the draft. But James Cook is now kind of like being floated out there from Buffalo. I mean, is there anybody you think that would be on the radar?
Well, I think Sean Payton showed his hand a little bit when he called it thin or scarce. I think he used both words at some point. So yeah, I don't think they looked at this free agent class of backs as one full of solutions for them. And I think some of it is, what do they really think of Estime? Where does Estime start? When they open the offseason program April 19th, where does Estime fit in their minds?
Yeah.
Because they've done nothing but give conflicting, reports on that. So if they feel good about him, that changes everything. Because then if you take one in the draft and rounds 1 through 5, it's hard for me to believe a running back would not be among the highest graded players on your board in this draft. It's been quite a long time since I've seen this much middle round depth, especially of guys who I think will be productive running backs.
What would you place? What odds would you give the Broncos spending number 20 on a running back?
In my mind, Genty's the only back in the first round worthy of that pick, and I don't think he's at 20. I don't think you're going to get a look at him. Now, if you got to look at him at 20, that's run the card up.
How much would it cost if you had to move up to say like 14? All right, how much would it cost for the Broncos to do that?
In this draft, Vic, I think it would cost more because, again, you're looking at first-round grades. There aren't.
Okay.
This is not a deep first round. So if you surrender 14, you're basically saying, I don't want to pick in the first round in some ways if the board falls a certain way. That's what I mean. It could get nutty because teams at 16 or 17, if the draft goes a certain way, they might not have any players left with first round grades. Maybe they agree with the rest of the league that this year, what it looks like. So that's, the Broncos aren't really going to have a good feel for what they're looking at until, picks 12, 13, 14 start rolling off the board. And then they see what they have left and where they want to go with that one.
I know this isn't your top 100, but just a basic question on how the draft typically goes. And look, if you're in the Broncos position, I would love to have as many positions you don't need flying off the board just to have guys drop to you. True or false? 3 quarterbacks will be off the board by the time the Broncos pick at 20.
Grade-wise, I'd say it should be false, but we see over and over again every year that I never thought I'd see a 6 quarterback first round either. And, we just saw that last year. So
yeah.
Hard for me to believe, maybe it's like when Baltimore took Lamar and they traded back into the first round, took Lamar at 32, maybe down in there somewhere. I don't have a good sense of what people really feel about Jackson Dart.
Right. That's the question. Yeah.
Because, I mean, people are mocking him now, all over the place. But when I talk to, the actual football people, I don't get a sense that they're as fired up, that he's a top 10 pick or a top 12 pick. But, people are so quarterback desperate right now. Nothing would shock me, about where the quarterbacks go in any draft anymore. I've sort of given up being surprised because, again, if you get it right, it changes everything. And the lure of it is just too strong for some teams to avoid. And you've got team owners in the equation.
Sure.
And team owners love splash, and that they don't always consider, is this really the right move, analytically? They don't care. Give me the splash, give me the quarterback, let's go.
Why is it taking so long for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers to tie the knot here? What's holding this up? What dark room is he in?
Yeah, no, I think I keep being told by people in the league this is totally an Aaron Rodgers thing. And the Steelers are willing to wait. They've always been a patient organization in this way. Even, some would say slow to sign their own guys even, but they won't come off their number. If this is what that's all about, that he wants a different number, then, I covered them 30 some years ago, but not much has changed. They will not budge very far on their number and what they think it's worth.
So Mason Rudolph is if they don't get that number?
Well, and again, maybe they take one on draft day. That's the thing. Again, they're willing to be patient and play all the angles, but you can tell that's an organization that, the coach has been there a long time and the front office has been in place a long time. They're not jumping around and impulsive, even when people say maybe this year they should be a little impulsive, but they're not. That's just not how they do things.
Last thing for you, Leggy, as I keep hearing things about Shedeur. There was a video of him that was basically saying, New York's going to pick me. I don't know. What is worst case scenario for him? Like, what do you think is the farthest that he could drop?
Well, I'm not for a player, I'm not sure New York is great for him. He's going to have to play right away. He's got a coach in trouble, GM in trouble. I mean, that's not a great spot to go to for your developmental life. Now, Brian Daboll has been given plenty of credit for fixing Josh Allen, from taking Josh Allen from pretty good prospect to, franchise quarterback. Daboll did a lot of that, so he can coach quarterbacks, but I don't like when young quarterbacks get tossed into the terrible team, shaky infrastructure situation, and then we wonder why they don't succeed. But I think for Shedeur, if you drop, it's actually, it's not good for your wallet initially, but it's better. You're going to a better team.
I agree.
Your chances of being in a better situation are greater. So, like when Ben Roethlisberger was drafted by the Steelers, he probably was upset he wasn't taken sooner, but he went to a better team. Aaron Rodgers going to the Packers, Lamar Jackson going to the Ravens. There's case after case of your chances of succeeding are better. But, in the world of, you're number one, you're number, whatever, it can be hard for guys to digest when they're nervous. They just want the pick. They just want it to be over with. They've been thinking about it for months. Every day they're hearing you're rising, you're falling, you stink, you're great. They just want it to be over with. So that's the hard part, is the actual day of the draft. But I don't think he falls too far. It's just a matter of people meeting him and deciding, how you play. Is that a decision in that moment, or are these bad habits we're going to have to correct? And I think he's tried very hard to show people these were decisions I made in the moment, and I understand I can't make these decisions in the NFL. He's been very, 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 aggressive in telling teams he understands the difference.
Hey, Leggy, over your left shoulder, how many damn magnets do you have on your refrigerator anyway?
I like a lot of magnets. You got to get the stuff up there.
I will send you my wife's real estate Rocky schedule magnet. That's
okay.
That's about index card size. I'll send you 5 of these. Next time you're on air, have these adorned on the side of your fridge. Yes.
Just cover up my stuff.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Vic?
I'm not gonna be an excellent client though. She should know this.
Can I ask you a question about that magnet?
Yeah.
Is that the size of a fridge? What is that hanging? It looks like it's like going to cover the whole thing.
That's the Rocky schedule.
That's an aggressive approach right there.
That is
big.
aggressive. Yeah.
Well, you need to see the schedule. I mean, how big do you want it to be?
I'll tell you what. How about we just wrap your entire fridge in the Rockies schedule? How about we just put a wrap on it?
Special time here.
Jeff, always appreciate the time, buddy. We'll talk soon. And I'm getting a number next week. Whether you like it or not, I'm getting one.
Well, ultimately the decision of if you get a name or not is mine. So have a good day.
All right. Challenge accepted, Lakewald. Talk to you next week. All right, Jeff Lakewald, ESPN.com. Join us every single Thursday at 9 o'clock. And all conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. I got audio of Joel Klatt, by the way, Vic, that we won't play it. But it was about narratives surrounding Shedeur and all that different stuff. Did you see the video I was talking about, by the way? Where he was kind of hinting at the idea that New York has already let them know they really like him. And look, I don't know how much of that is true. He's been on the New York thing forever, though. Remember when he was at the Senior Bowl and he had like the Giants cleats on?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you think, I can't wait for draft day. Do you think Deion will be there with Shedeur on draft night?
I think they already said that they aren't going. Are they? I thought they weren't going.
Oh, they're not.
I might have seen that incorrectly. I thought both him and Travis were not going to go. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Nelly, can you confirm this? I thought I saw that a while ago. Maybe minds have changed, or maybe I read that incorrectly. But I don't know.
Why wouldn't you? Just curious.
I don't know. I would. There's always that fear that
free food.
There's always that fear that you're the guy that sits there and doesn't have their name called. Now, that's not going to happen for either Travis or Shedeur on day one. But I don't know. Do you even factor in the risk of the Brady Quinn moment or the Aaron Rodgers moment of you just kind of sitting there and the camera keeps showing you and you're panicking?
If everybody had that mentality, why would anybody go to the draft then?
And actually, I found an article. This is from late February, so maybe he's changed his mind, but Shedeur Sanders said he didn't want to attend the NFL draft because he wanted to be around his friends and his family during the process, and he didn't want to make everybody haul their butts out to Green Bay. I don't know. What are you going to do in Green Bay? Drink New Glarus and eat?
Well, I thought I saw that.
Eat cheese curds?
So that's fine, and I would totally respect that, but some people are going, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have a draft night.
Right. No. There's plenty of guys that are going. I know there's a few that are like this, though, and I thought it was something about that they wanted to have the party together, him and Travis or something. I don't know.
I mean, what if you're the number one pick in the draft and you're not there? How would that look?
I think that's happened before,
Has
hasn't it? Well, certainly COVID. COVID it did. I don't know. I'm with you, Vic. If I was projected to go top 5, I think I'd show up. I'm going to soak in that moment as much as I can. Anyway, to the Melo stuff. Got some audio from Sanford I want you to hear next. First of all, great point from a texter. Vic said, why wouldn't you go to the draft festivities if you were Dion or Travis Hunter? You said, there's free food. Like, those guys are struggling to find a way to feed themselves on draft day. Yes. I think they'll be okay. Secondly, so Melo is in the Hall of Fame. I know you got a lot to say on this, Vic. I want to play audio from the morning sprint yesterday real quick and just get your reaction to this. Now, I am not the Nuggets historian that you are. This sounded right to me, but maybe you can educate something differently. This is Mike Sanford.
You said it. You kind of pissed some people off on the text line a few minutes ago.
Talk to me.
You said Carmelo Anthony, the first national superstar that the Nuggets ever had, and people got pretty upset with you about 15 minutes ago.
Everybody wants to cite Alex English and Dikembe Mutombo, and great Nuggets. I cut my teeth in the 80s as an NBA fan. Alex English was not a national, consistent household name superstar that you were just dying to watch play basketball. Dikembe Mutombo.
Outside of the state.
Yeah, and he was a respected player.
You're talking from a national standpoint.
Bona fide must-watch basketball nowadays in the day of national televised games that you're going to get solely because of a superstar player. Alex English for the nation, not for Denver Nuggets fans, for the nation, was not necessarily anywhere near being that top 5 NBA superstar level.
I'll write that off. I love Coach. I love most of his opinions. He's just too young. Too young to appreciate and understand what the consumption of NBA superstardom was half a century ago. First of all, the first Nugget superstar was not Alex English. The first Nugget superstar was a fellow by the name of David Thompson, who, by the way, was the favorite player of one Michael Jordan. If you ask MJ, favorite player of all time, he points to DT Skywalker, David Thompson. David Thompson did things on a basketball court that preceded MJ, that people said, oh my God, a 6'4" guy jumping that high? David Thompson was the first Nuggets superstar. Let's start there. Alex English came along, and he did something that Carmelo Anthony never did. No Nuggets player's ever done this. Few ever have. He led the entire NBA in scoring in a decade. In a decade of the 80s, nobody scored more points than Alex English. Nobody. If you watched basketball in the 80s, and again, I think Coach was too young. I think most of you were too young. I don't blame you. I blame your parents for waiting. You don't recognize greatness because you weren't there. It's not your fault.
Now,
I wasn't there in the 60s. I wasn't there in the 50s. I got a lot of older people telling me you don't understand greatness. You don't recognize greatness because you weren't there. I was.
Can I ask a question? I think the way that Sanford is viewing Melo is probably similar to mine. Again, too young, never watched Alex English or David Thompson. But the way that Melo was marketed, he was like a face of the league. Like when they wanted to get your attention to watch the NBA, Melo was one of the faces they would trot out there for it.
To say that Carmelo Anthony was the first Nugget superstar is blasphemous.
Well, hang on. This is what I'm asking. I'm asking the question. Were they marketed that way? Did they put Denver on national stages in the same way that they would put the name Carmelo Anthony? You have to watch this guy. Did they do that for David Thompson, Alex English? I'm asking.
No, it was a different league then. The NBA, when David, the NBA wasn't what it is today. It is a marketing machine today. Hell, the NBA almost fell apart. It was saved by Magic and Bird in that era. You have to understand the difference in the machine. Today it's a machine. Back then it was just striving to stay alive.
Right.
So it's impossible to generate that kind of attention. Carmelo, and I'm not taking anything away from Carmelo. I'm going to get on that subject here shortly because we're going to talk about the Hall of Fame and all that. Carmelo Anthony, it was the perfect alignment of planets here. He was coming off a national championship where he was the story. I mean, that was an amazing run by Syracuse. He was the story.
Yeah.
And he's drafted by the Nuggets when they desperately needed something. They had nothing here. I mean, I remember those Nuggets teams of the late 90s, early 2000s. Nothing. It was hell. It was year after year of just, my God, the arena was empty. And then Carmelo arrives, and you have a decade of prominence. Melo, George Karl, Chauncey, Kmart. You had a bunch of talent come into town, all sparked by the drafting of Carmelo Anthony. I will never turn my eye to that. It was amazing, and I credit Carmelo for starting that. His first playoff game, I said it last night on the broadcast, they hosted Minnesota. It was Game 3. Game 3 against Minnesota, the Nuggets dropped the first 2 games. They lost that series. But the noise level at Ball Arena for that Game 3, I think it was just as loud as it was in the NBA championship finals.
Sure.
It was that loud because it's been so long. What Carmelo meant to the Nuggets when he arrived is a huge deal. And I really believe now that he's going to go to the Hall of Fame, by the way, that's 3 straight years of Nuggets representatives in the Hall of Fame. George Karl 2 years ago, Chauncey Billups last year, Carmelo Anthony next year. Mm-hmm. It's a pretty good run. Pretty damn good run by the Nuggets at the Hall of Fame. Should be proud. Oh, and Walter Davis was also last year, sure, along with Chauncey. 4 former Nuggets. Carmelo Anthony, at some point, and I hope it happens before the Hall of Fame induction, at some point, a bridge must be laid out between Carmelo and the Nuggets. And I don't know how that happens because I see both sides. I can understand the Nuggets people saying, hey, man, you wanted this. You wanted out. Why should we reach out to you? I can understand Carmelo's people saying, hey, he spent his first decade in Denver, but he finished as a Knick. We're going in as a what is he going to be regarded?
What's a Knick? Yeah.
Is he going to be a Knick or a Nugget? Where were his better years spent? When you close your eyes, the best era of Carmelo Anthony's NBA career was in Denver. It is not New York. He may want to think it's New York. New York might want to think it's New York. The NBA may want to push New York. It ain't New York. Carmelo's best work was done in Denver. You cannot convince me otherwise. If you try, you're stupid. Carmelo's best work was in Denver. His best numbers were in Denver. His best teams were in Denver. He was most marketable in Denver. He goes to New York. It wasn't the same. That's the truth. That's not perception. That's a fact.
I think the issue with the Melo stuff here, I think time would have healed the asking out, like the requesting the trade thing. Time would have healed that. He's said things, though, since then about the city.
He did.
That is really difficult for people to forget.
He did. And I vouched for Melo. You remember me on this show vouching for him a year ago. And then I got into it with him a little bit on social media. I don't understand why he felt the need to take certain shots, or maybe he felt, I don't know. I can't speak for him.
That's why I think it's going to be just really difficult for him to get back in the good graces. It's not so much requesting a trade. It's what you've said about this place and the organization since then. Mm-hmm. Like when he was beefing about they gave Jokic the number to erase my legacy or whatever the hell that was. Like that.
Yeah, that came out of left field.
What?
Yeah, that came out of left field. And I understand he said some things that borderline ridiculous, and I get it. Those are probably born out of pain, and he was hurt for whatever reason. But I'm going to tell you the right thing to do, all right? And a lot of people in my own organization may not want to hear this, but I don't care. The right thing to do, at some point, who's going to be the bigger man? Who's going to do the right thing? Do you think that the Nuggets should embrace Carmelo and this bridge should be gapped before the Hall of Fame? I do. I do. I believe that somebody has to take that step forward. Somebody has to bring peace to this and say, all right, fine, whatever. Whoever's wrong, it's over. Let's bury the hatchet. Let's get into the Hall of Fame. Let's toast your career together. I think that needs to happen. And listen, man, healing is hard. Everybody has issues with family members and friends. You don't talk forever. That first step is the hardest step. Who's going to take that first step? Who? I want it to be the Nuggets. Take the first step. Let's go.
Yeah. Maybe.
And people are going to disagree. Why? He disrespected the organization. He disrespected the city. I get it. I know he did. I feel you. I'm willing to take it. I can also tell you what he did for 10 years here was pretty damn special. And he renewed a lot of vigor and hope and love that was gone for a long time. And I don't throw that away. That means something to me. And to a lot of fans who welcomed, there are a lot of people listening to this show, like Coach, who really didn't care about the Nuggets until he showed up.
Yeah. That's true. 303-504-0925, Shunt Mazda text line. Reminder to you guys, keep that number handy because one last time we're giving away the keyword today for a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. It's built for the outdoor elements. Wool insulation throughout, providing quick heat-up times and maintaining maximum heat. You can throw that anywhere outside or inside, any room in your house. Text the word custom to 303-504-0925 in your first and last name. That's custom in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You can check out much more as we'll have a keyword every day until next Friday when we give this away. But if you want to see some of these saunas, go to getabettershed.com to check out some of the pictures.
I'm reading a lot of the comments just in Twitch because I'm banned from the text line. Thank God on this one. And a lot of people are saying, no, we have a better 15. Obviously, Nikola Jokic is the greatest player in franchise history. That's not the argument here. All right? Vic, get off your soapbox. No, this is my soapbox. It's my show. I will talk into this mic. That's how I feel about this subject matter. You obviously feel different. It's okay. But my cohort asked for my opinion, and I gave it.
I did. Again, keep those coming in and keep that keyword handy. Custom in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get results on the drop tournament along with the fact checker next. Reminder, 5:30 tonight. Avs and Blue Jackets, as the Avs traveled this morning to Columbus. So going to be a little bit of, I think, a difficult 60 minutes for the Avs tonight, especially after going into OT yesterday, winning in the shootout over Chicago. Got to jump on them early. We'll have pregame coverage 5 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Going back to those games last night. So here's how I kind of started the show today. It felt like one team put together a pretty good effort and lost. The other team put together a pretty bad effort and won. Just sports sometimes, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, one team had its full arsenal. The other team was playing with its B team.
Right. I thought the Nuggets played hard, especially given how that game started. God, Vic, it looked like that was going to be a disaster, and they battled their way back in the game, built up a lead late, but couldn't hang on to it. You mentioned it, that loss against Minnesota could really hurt because it's going to linger over into the night after, which it did with no starters in the lineup, and now you're back tied with the Lakers in the standings. You're
behind the Lakers, actually, because they own the tiebreaker.
Right. 2.5 games, though, separate the 3 seed from the 8, I believe, if I remember correctly.
I'm going to tell you what's happening right now in the Western Conference that's absolutely incredible. The traffic jam that exists right now between seeds 3 and 8. All right. There are 2.5 games between seeds 2 and 8 that LA, Nuggets, Warriors, T-Wolves, Clippers, Grizzlies. That's how it goes. You could turn that all the way around by this time next week.
Yeah.
You could turn it around in 2 days.
Yep.
It can turn every other night. The Nuggets can finish anywhere, and I think the 2 seed is gone. They're 3 behind Houston. I don't see them catching Houston. Maybe.
No,
Possible.
I think Houston's kind of by themselves.
Okay,
now.
they're 3 games behind Houston with 5 to play. I don't see that happening, but the Nuggets can end up anywhere between the 3 seed and the freaking 8 seed.
Yeah. Like a play-in is still not out of the realm of possibility. It's not.
Again, there is a week of basketball left, just over a week, 8 days, 9 days. And the Nuggets can go anywhere between 3 and 8. I'm looking at the remaining schedules, and here's the one thing they have going for them. All right, so here are the pros. The pros are the Nuggets have already played more games than most of these teams. They're at 30 losses. Most of these teams already have 31, 32 losses, okay? Only the Lakers have fewer in those 3 to 8 groups I'm talking about. That's a pro. The Nuggets have no more back-to-backs, and they're somewhat healthy, I think. I think Jamal will play and be ready to play the rest of the way, I think. I hope MPJ returns. I hope.
Yeah.
So that's a pro. And they know exactly what's in front of them now. There are no more excuses. They know what they got to do.
Yep.
The cons are pretty simple. They got a tough schedule. All 5 opponents, starting with Golden State Friday night, and then Indiana on Sunday. Then you got Sacramento. Then you got Memphis. And then you got Houston.
Mm-hmm.
All 5 have something to play for.
Yeah.
All 5 have playoff positioning to play for.
Well, so do you.
All 5 want to win.
So do you.
Yep.
And that's the thing. Like, what kind of team do you want to be, man? Like, are you a viable contender in the Western Conference in the NBA or not? And I think that now's the time to push.
Here's the other thing that's going against them. They're currently only, what is this? 2.5 ahead of Minnesota. Minnesota's schedule is easy.
Yeah.
Easy with a capital E and a Z. Easy.
By the way, can I ask you something about Memphis? Memphis fires their head coach, and now they're just like, are they giving up?
They've lost 8 to 10. Yeah,
What is
they
this?
sucked. I don't know. They got other issues, man. Did you see that whole to do about Ja doing the gun gesture again. Dude, is that guy ever going to learn his lesson? I mean, is this what is going on?
So here's what I saw is that Buddy Hield did something like that to him earlier in the game. And so they had a good old-fashioned air gun off, I guess. Ja Morant's just dumb. Right? There's no other way to put this. You have been suspended multiple times for anything relating to guns, okay? The last thing you should ever do, Vic, if you're pointing at somebody, you should leave your thumb down, okay? You shouldn't do this. This is not how you point. You put your thumb down and you point this way. That's how aware you should be of anything resembling a gun gesture, a gun comment.
Practice in front of the mirror.
Yes.
I'm going to do this from now on.
I wouldn't even say I'm shooting the basketball.
I would say
I'm putting the basketball in the hoop.
Yes.
Like, I'm not doing anything remotely like that because I know every eyeball's on me. He's just dumb. And I don't know how you fix that. You can't fix stupid, I guess. Because it's very, very possible. I don't think they will, but it's possible, Vic, that he could get suspended for that.
Well, he got his coach fired. One last point regarding the Nuggets. Golden State, by the way, plays tonight. They play the Lakers, and I don't know who I want to win that game. Because Golden State is they're right behind the Nuggets in the standings. The Lakers are basically in front of the Nuggets because of the tiebreaker. Nuggets and Lakers and Warriors play tonight, and then the Warriors play again tomorrow night. So that Nuggets game for Golden State will be the second game of a back-to-back. Who do you want tonight, Golden State or the Lakers?
I don't know. I mean, part of it's just kind of like, what matchup am I going to get? If the season ended today, the Lakers play the Wolves and the Nuggets play the Warriors. If the Warriors win, then it'd be Lakers, Warriors, and Nuggets, Wolves in the first round.
Here's what I believe is key for the Nuggets. Tell me if I'm off base here. Who you play is more important than where you play.
Yeah.
Everybody is so concerned about securing a top 4 seat for home court, and I understand that. Historically, that's very important. But with this Nuggets team, take a look at what they've done at home this year. Take a look at their home record. Take a look at the quality of play home versus road. And I am here to tell you, I would much prefer to play a team that you want to play on the road to start a series than host a team you don't want to play at home.
Yeah. I agree. That's where, look, there's, how many games the Nuggets have left? They're at
5.
70-something. They got 5 games left.
The record on the road is 22-16. The record at home is 25-14. Pretty much the same. I really believe this team on the road is just as good.
Well, the numbers pretty much bear that out. Yeah.
They're just as good. So give me a team you'd prefer to play on the road. I don't care.
I know, it's getting that crunch time, isn't it? So 5:30, puck drop for Avs and Blue Jackets. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, pregame at 5 o'clock. Let's get an update on the drop tournament. So you made it to the Final Four as the NCAA tournament back in action tonight. So first, Vic, we had a 4 versus a 6. It was Landeskog bringing the milkshakes to the yard versus I'm an old man without a prostate. The winner was 61% of the vote.
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard. What is this? Why did I just say that?
Yeah, that's one I thought was definitely going to win. The closest matchup of them all today, 1 seed versus 7. You like getting nailed by the king? Against you're the sexiest I've ever sounded you. The winner with 53%.
I'm tingling a little bit. You're the sexiest I've ever sounded you.
That's going to be a tough out, dude. A really tough one.
That was the last 1 seed. The king goes down.
Well,
that's poetry when you think about it.
It is. Yeah.
It's the definition.
Who's that? Keats? 5 versus 2 seed. The 5 seed, what that thing do versus the 2 seed, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. To me, an upset, huge one, with 69% of the vote.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. Parker Kelly.
Nice. I can't believe that the Avs montage of what that thing does didn't go on.
No, that's wrong, man. I would have voted for what that thing do. I mean, you get an entire roster to say that? You don't give them credit? What are you doing here?
And then
these voters. Who are these voters?
4 seed versus 15. Can the 15 Cinderella story continue? The 4 seed, Vic gives his thoughts and prayers to everybody who's been affected by a tornado while telling everyone he has an underwear dilemma at the moment. And the 15 seed was the guy who called into Paul Feinbaum's show talking about his damn cat. The winner was 67% of the vote.
Well, I'm glad they're okay. It was awful to see those videos, and it just goes to show you the power of nature. It's crazy. When we come back, fellas, I got to tell you about an underwear dilemma I'm having.
Okay. So that's your
okay,
final. That's your final 4 that we'll get to tomorrow as we ramp up for our national champion on Monday. Now, Nelly, you got about a minute and a half. Give us a fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I got a couple quick ones today. First off, let's start with Vic creating fake Broncos players during our interview with Jeff Legwold.
We've seen some changes with NFL rules. Primarily the kickoff rule now. Does that help or hamper the Broncos with Melvin Mims back there?
Not sure he's going to make the roster.
So matter of fact, yes.
And second of all, Brett.
Wait. Before we move on, can I just say something? Melvin Mims should be the name we use for Marvin Mims when he goes unutilized in the offense.
100%. Where's Melvin?
Like, Marvin Mims is the guy who played the last 5 weeks of the season. Melvin Mims is the guy who's been here for a year and a half to start his career. Go ahead, Nelly.
And secondly here was Brett's explanation of the difference between Thanksgiving and Christmas and how the days of the week work.
Christmas is not Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's a Thursday every year. It's a Thursday.
Yeah.
Christmas can be Tuesday, can be Wednesday, can be Saturday, can be Sunday, can be Monday, can be any day of the week. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with that? What are you fact checking?
Pretty deep there.
Just saying that's the kind of my fact is that's the kind of analysis you get from Westward's favorite sports station in Denver.
Next you'll tell us that 4th of July can be on any day.
No, all I'm saying is for an NFL schedule, it can confuse things.
Hey, is Labor Day on the same day or different days?
I honestly
Should we do a quiz?
No idea. I have no idea for any of these. Why is it always the same? You know what? Forget it.
Is your birthday on different days or is it always the same day?
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. It's always on Thursday, and today is Thursday, so I'm going to call it Thanksgiving. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, wherever you find your podcasts. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find it. Have a wonderful Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye. Christmas is not Thanksgiving.
Just a weird night of sports. A weird, late, malaise-filled night of sports. The Nuggets fall 113-106 on the second leg of a back-to-back to the Spurs. They tumble into the 4 seed in the Western Conference playoff race. The Avs go to Chicago on the first leg of a back-to-back. They'll play the Columbus Blue Jackets this evening. 5 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. They go to Chicago and play a hockey game where they had no desire being on the ice.
'Tis the season, Raj. 'Tis the season with the regular season's winding down for both franchises. Legs are heavy, slightly road weary. Don't really know what the intent of these games are for each respective franchise.
Oh, I know what the intent is for the Nuggets, man. The intent for the Avs is that you can't change. You're the 3 seed. That's happening.
Raj, the intent for the Nuggets is very complicated because the intent changes every
No one knows
night.
what it is.
Well, the intent is to avoid Minnesota. Period, point blank, end of story. For me, at least. I don't know about for them. They would never admit that, but it's got to be a bit of a reality.
So if the playoffs started today, you host Golden State in round 1.
And we are the daddy of Stephen.
You say that.
Little Steph.
You say that.
Hey, Whittle guy, come over here and play us, Whittle guy. You want to come and sit on daddy's lap? We want to have a talking to? I'll take that. Now, what's really scary is if these T-Pups just keep on winning, you end up playing them in the first round.
I'm not as comfortable with playing Golden State as you are. That is arguably the second or third hottest team in the league since the NBA's trade deadline.
They match up horribly with
They're 18-5
they have a terrible
against the
matchup.
Nuggets. Not against the Nuggets. They're 18-5 since February 9. And if you are the 4-5 matchup, that's a crash course with Oklahoma City in the second round. And I hate both of those things.
I like the matchup
I
better
want to
than,
wait. I
than
want
the
to wait
T-Pups.
until the Western Conference Final to see the Thunder. What's happening with the Nuggets, that they're putting themselves into the situation where you might have to push at the end of the season. And if you learned anything from last year, pushing for a spot ends up costing you in the long run when you don't have the depth. You didn't have the depth last year. You clearly don't have the depth this year. You need to be completely healthy and rested come playoff time to get through a gauntlet of a Western Conference.
How many players did you sit last night? Was it 6?
6.
I mean, one was a legitimate, well, 2 were air quote legitimate. You were going to be without them. No
I mean,
matter
how many of your starting 5 get legit playoff minutes? Between Zeke, Tyson, Jordan, Russ, and Pickett. How many of those guys get legit playoff minutes?
Please don't just take me down the road of Russ and what he should be a part
Russ
of.
is going to
with
have
the playoff.
legit playoff minutes. That's going to happen. He will be playing with your second unit. There's no 2 ways about it. Jalen Pickett is playing his way into
Raj,
it.
can you and I make a deal right now? When the game's on the line in the fourth quarter, can we not see Russell Westbrook out there on the floor? And this brings up something that I did not want to bring up this morning, because I did not want to choose violence with Russell Westbrook yet again. But what is it that Michael Malone has proven to all of us in the postseason? His trust is for who? Vets. You've created the perfect crutch for Michael Malone to play a long-in-the-tooth veteran in critical moments down the stretch. And I think that is the worst thing for this franchise.
I think you're overlooking something that was huge from last night. Russ isn't going to have the ball in his hands in the playoffs in crunch time. You want him on the defensive side.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because Jamal Murray will be on the court. Nikola Jokic is going to be on the court. Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr.
I agree.
You want him on the defensive side. And I know there's a bad taste in everyone's mouth because he fouls a 3-point shooter 2 evenings ago, but you want him on the court for his defense.
When? Like, are you talking about in the end of the game situations?
Yeah.
Then he's going to touch the basketball.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he isn't.
How does he not touch the basketball?
He won't touch the basketball.
You tell him
at
to
the
stand
end
in
of
the corner like youth basketball, like the church league?
The offense will not run through him, much like it had to at the end of the game 2 nights ago, and much like it had to yesterday when he dropped 30. You're being short-sighted right now.
I'm taking
You're
the
being
data.
short-sighted.
The data that's
the
perfectly
data
available
tells you
to
that
us.
if he has the ball in his hands and that the offense runs through him, he's going to turn it over. But if he's playing at the end of the game with the rest of the healthy starters, the chances for him to have the ball in his hand with him making those decisions will become far and few between. Jalen Pickett will not close games in the postseason over Russ if you're looking for defense.
I wish you would.
It's not going to happen.
I wish you would. because he is.
Why? What tells you that Jalen's a better defender? He's not a better defender.
You know why? Because Jalen Pickett has the gift of discernment. Discernment with the basketball. Takes care of the ball.
He's not going to have the basketball.
Because Michael Malone doesn't play rookies. He doesn't play second-year players in the postseason unless your name is Christian Brown, which he did in fits and starts in 22-23. That's it.
He's not going to have the basketball if everyone's healthy and he's out there with the starters. It's a different conversation when you play San Antonio and you sit 6 guys.
Raj,
it's
we
a
also
different
agree?
conversation when Jamal and MPJ don't play 2 nights before and he has to have the ball in his hand. It's different. We're not having the same conversation here.
But can we also agree that the entire season has to be at least some bit of information for what the postseason might look like? And if there's anything we've learned about the Nuggets, it's that they aren't ever fully healthy and fully available to play a full slate of minutes. So yeah, we will see Russell Westbrook in critical moments. He will have the basketball in his hands. Do I hate Russell Westbrook? No.
It sounds like you do.
Okay, yeah. I just don't like when the ball is, I don't like seeing this opening up the box score during the game. It's in the middle of the second quarter and you're already halfway to 8 turnovers. I don't like that. Not a fan. Because this team has a problem defensively with transition defense. You're going to have a problem.
And he was the issue. He was, again, at the end of the game yesterday, he was one of the main reasons why, after having a 5-point lead with 5 minutes to go in that game, that you end up losing by 7. He was one of the main reasons, right? Like the reverse layup that misses by like 2 full basketballs was insane. Insane. The 3 that he takes from 6 feet beyond the arc, you could hear Ball Arena literally go, no! Those are turnovers. I'm right there with you. I get it. But it's not going to force him out of playing on the defensive side in big minutes with the rest of the starters.
I'm great with big minutes, not closeout minutes. It's the closeout minutes that I am so afraid of him having the opportunity. And I think he's going to have that same chance because Michael Porter Jr. obviously is dealing with some situations right now. We don't know what that is. It could be very significant because it's just been one atrocity after another with regards to things that have happened inside of his family system. We don't know this one, right? Who knows what his full availability is for the postseason or his headspace, right? That's a reality. We have to take the data that we know right now. Jamal Murray hasn't been able to stay healthy for long stretches of time.
And who knows what his actual like fitness level is right now.
And obviously, here's the deal. If Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray are not fully available for the entirety of the postseason,
you're not getting through the West anyways.
You're not. You know why? Because I told you, Nikola Jokic is always going to do what he does best. But this team functions better when he's Nikola Jokic, the incredible distributor and reader of things that are happening on the court. And you get one of those 2 players, one of those other max contract players in Michael Porter Jr. or Jamal Murray having a 25-plus point night and hitting from beyond the 3-point line. That's when you win games. You win game. I don't think that you lose games if that is the case, period. I think you beat anybody. I'm not scared of the T-Pups if that's the case. I'm not. But right now, I don't have the data from the regular season to support that those guys will be fully available for the postseason, for the entirety of the stretch run, if there is one. And if that's the case, we're going to see Russell Westbrook in closeout minutes.
And honestly, what it is, it's what I've been saying. To get the good of Russ, unfortunately, you have to take the bad. There is no fixing that. There is no fixing Russell Westbrook at 36. There is no slowing down Russ because in order to get that energy, in order to get that defensive intensity, in order to get the 30 points that he helps out with last night, you have to take. There's no way around it. You have to take the turnovers. It's who he is. It's who he has always been ever since he left Oklahoma City. It was who he was in Houston. It's who he was in LA. It's who he was with the Clippers. It's who he is with the Nuggets.
And what do you think all of those fan bases kind of have in common about their viewpoint of Russell Westbrook?
It was a failure. It was a failure.
And so you just said it. There is a compromise that's in place that you have to be willing to take the bad with the good. And yeah, there is some good. I love the good. I love the energy. I love the defensive effort. I love firing up the crowd, which is something that Russ seems to love to do. And the crowd, certainly early on in the season, loved it. They're like, oh, somebody's engaging with us. Cares about
now
us.
they're barking back at him. They don't like it. And that's been part.
And that's
been
the
part
Russell,
of the second half of his career.
It is. It's been the Russell Westbrook experience, has it not?
It has been.
But the compromise in this negotiation between accepting the good and accepting the bad of Russell Westbrook is you have to accept an early exit if he's playing critical closeout minutes. I promise you that.
What's nice about last night is that the Avs didn't want to play hockey for like 45 minutes and then decided against the second worst team in the league that they're going, all right, time to turn it on. Let's get a couple of points and get out of here. They turn it on. They get a double tip at the end with 11 seconds to go off the stick of Brock Nelson and Marty Necas, and they go through a back and forth overtime period. They win in a shootout somehow, and now you are a win away tonight. If you beat Columbus, you have clinched a playoff spot. And while we've said that the standings are made up and the points don't matter at this point, the Avs are the 3 seed. 2 points last night basically puts that in concrete. You're the 3 seed. You're either going to Dallas or Winnipeg. I still think it's to the Stars. It didn't really piss me off that they didn't care last night. I was kind of expecting that. If I see the same effort against Columbus, and tonight, dude, tonight's a playoff game.
It is for Columbus. I mean, there's a lot of emotion in that building. They have to get into that wild card spot with points. They are in desperate need of closeout points. They've got to go get it. Can I, real quick?
Yeah.
I don't know how many people that are listening right now, driving around, listening on all the different apps and stuff, that shared this same experience with me last night. A little bit of fatigue from double overtime Nuggets loss to the Timberwolves.
Late game.
Watching what the heck is it in the Nuggets game? I don't even, who's playing? Who are these people? Both teams. Like,
yes.
What are we doing? And then get to the late of the second period, and the Avs are just sleepwalking. You know what I did last night? I went to bed.
I'm jealous.
And then one of the great shot in the arms that you could ever receive is waking up and seeing, wait, the Avs won?
It is such
3-2?
It's such a great, an underrated sports fan feeling is going to bed pissed off and angry, knowing that your team is guaranteed to lose. And then waking up, rolling over, hitting the alarm off button, and then turning on your ESPN box score and going, what? They walked off the Dodgers? What just happened?
It hits harder than any kind of black coffee, double
What a
espresso,
feeling.
any type of smelling salts.
I was going to say, you think I like my smelling salts? I love waking up to an
great
unexpected
surprises.
win.
It's an awesome
2
deal.
lattes in the morning.
Chris
40 minutes
Dempsey
later,
will
I'm
join us on the other side. Hopefully he's had some monster energies in him. We'll talk about the Nuggets from last night, 2 nights ago, and Carmelo Anthony getting into the Hall of Fame. Dempsey's next. Don't go anywhere.
Westbrook throws it over to Pickett for three. Off the front of the rim and no good. Rebound comes down to Wesley. Nuggets are still down by 2. Wesley runs into his own player and turns it over. Loose ball Pickett. Front court, Westbrook. Layup. No good! Would have been a triple-double for Pickett. Westbrook missed the layup. Wesley layup on the other end goes up and in.
Felt like the beginning of the end last night. Nuggets fall back-to-back games. They're now in the 4 seed in the Western Conference playoff race. Welcome back into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com, where we find for his weekly NBA baseline report. It's Altitude TV Zone, Christopher Dempsey. Demps, what's up, brother?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
We're doing well. I'd prefer the Nuggets to not be in the 4 seed right now, but let's start with that. And it's not necessarily just last night's game where you kind of sit everyone, and the rosters on the court last night were kind of equal. So it was a toss-up of a game. Let's go back 2 evenings prior. This is what started kind of this tumble down in the standings. And Minnesota's just got your number. What is it about the Timberwolves that they can't get off their back?
I think it's a number of things, obviously, and it gets talked about a lot, the personnel that was put together in large part when the Nuggets obviously had won the title, and it looked like you had to beat this team, and how are you going to beat this team without the proper personnel to line up against Nikola Jokic and them. And so Minnesota put the personnel they felt that they needed together to compete with the Nuggets. And then I think beyond that, Raj, the games the Nuggets played against the Timberwolves this year, I just think from a Minnesota standpoint, it's pretty much a masterclass in game planning for this particular team and game planning for whatever personnel the Nuggets put on the court. It looks different in every single game. Mm-hmm. And, it really stood out to me in the game a couple of days ago. You have Jokic go for 61, but you also had a defensive game plan there that was, look, we're going to single him up when he faces up. We're going to double him with his back to the basket. But what we're not going to do is just let him impact every single category to a huge degree. And then part 2, what we're not going to do is allow him to just get all of his shoot in the paint and at the rim at all times during the night. So if he makes a bunch of jumpers, we're going to live with that. And then that's what the star did, right? He made all the jump shots and ran it up to 61 points. But I think those 2 things combined, Raj, is quite honestly why you don't want to see the Minnesota Timberwolves in the first round of the playoffs.
Debs, you mentioned a masterclass about really letting Nikola Jokic read the defense and become the scorer.
Yep.
Why in particular has that led to the Nuggets being a team that doesn't win games when Nikola Jokic is scoring the lion's share of the overall points?
Yeah, I think these teams are gambling that, okay, if Nikola does all the scoring and then we try to take out the next most obvious option for support scoring, that then we're going to live with anybody else taking a high volume of shots. And, that has worked, against the Nuggets here in the past. And in particular on that night, Coach, you're talking about not having Jamal Murray and not having Michael Porter Jr. And so 2 of your best shooters are just not on the court at all. So, the next most viable scorer would have been Aaron Gordon, and he did score 30 points in that game, but he took only 15 shots to do it. And so, I think it was a calculated risk there by Minnesota. They just said, okay, cool, we'll live with anybody else scoring, and so that works. Now, I think that game plan changes when Jamal and MPJ are back on the court, because you cannot just leave shooters like that open, and you cannot just allow those types of shooters to get good looks consistently over the course of a game. But we've seen Minnesota really tailor their game plan toward that as well.
Do you think there's a little bit of like own team glazing that happens when Nikola Jokic is having one of those type of masterclasses in scoring the basketball, where it's almost hot potato? You saw it a little bit with Christian Brown down the stretch against Minnesota, where it's just like, dude, the only person that should have the basketball right now is Nikola Jokic. And then the one guy who seemed immune to it was Aaron Gordon because he's comfortable in his own skin. He's a confident veteran basketball player. Do you think that's a bit of the problem, Debs?
I think that's exactly it. I think when you get to a star player, a 3-time MVP, a first ballot Hall of Famer, the greatest player in the franchise, having a game like that, you're not going to shoot the ball. You're going to bounce that ball right back to him. And then that is, to your point, at the detriment of the offense, the total, offensive structure. Even if Nikola's going off, because you do just need not only you need extra threats. And then what if at this point in the game now, Minnesota wants to double team to get the ball out of Nikola's hands. The ball comes to you. You're not really in rhythm. And now you're taking shots that you really haven't taken the entirety of the game. And so you're missing those shots late in the game. And so, there's got to be, it's tough because who's going to volunteer to not put the ball in Nikola Jokic's hands, especially when he's having that kind of night. But the offense you do need a little bit more balance, but you just need players that are in rhythm at the clutch moment so that if the ball finds them, they're more than willing and ready and confident to step into a shot and make that shot.
Chris Dempsey is our guest here on the Morning Sprint. Make sure you guys follow him on Instagram at Chris A. Dempsey. You've got breakdowns and stories every single game from what you guys are doing on the TV side there. I want to go to the big news around the NBA yesterday coming down from Shams during the show. Carmelo Anthony, the newest member of the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. When you started at the Denver Post in 2003, that's the first year that Melo came here and was drafted from Syracuse. You've been covering the Nuggets for his entire career. What's his overall impact on who the Nuggets are today? What are your thought process and what are your emotions right now toward Melo?
Well, from a very technical matter, his lasting legacy would have been the pick swap that the Nuggets drafted Jamal Murray with in the trade with the Knicks. That is like the very super technical answer to that. Look, it's much more than that, right? I mean, the Nuggets before Carmelo Anthony got to the franchise were bad. And they were bad for a lot of years. And it was from about the time that Dikembe Mutombo was on the court in Seattle, clutching the basketball, got that first 8-over-1, playoff upset win in the history of the league. And then from that following year until Carmelo got here, it was, purgatory, to be honest with you. It was just bad. And so what he did was he immediately gave the Nuggets two things. One, national credibility, because he came from Syracuse and everybody watched him win the title with the orange at that point in time as a freshman. So he gave them national credibility. But
preach it louder for us in the back row, man. Come on now.
He did do that, and then he gave them instant credibility on the court. They went to the playoffs the minute he got here. For every single year he was here. And then in 2009, obviously they went to the Western Conference Finals. And for a team and for a city that, quite honestly, I mean, we've said it before, it's kind of it's a flyover city and blah, blah, blah. He put a spotlight on the basketball team here, and the Nuggets are in the consciousness of everybody. Well, at the time of his trade, because of him, and obviously now because of Nikola and the fact they actually won a title, but they were not on any kind of road that was any close to that. Without Carmelo, and we know the story. It was kind of an upset victory that the Nuggets even got him. The Detroit Pistons passed on him to draft Darko Milicic, and had they not done that, I don't know where the Nuggets franchise would be right today.
Demps, true or false? Carmelo Anthony was the first bona fide national superstar for the Denver Nuggets franchise.
I would say true to that, national, and I think the operative word there is national, because Alex English was a Hall of Famer, but as a matter of fact, it's really funny. I was watching ESPN the other day, and they had a trivia question. The trivia question was, who had the most 30-point games in the 80s? I already knew the answer was Alex English. He scored the most points of any player in the NBA in the decade of the 80s, but nobody else knew that. And so, still to this day, as great as Alex English was, if you weren't in this region, he's not on your mind, versus Carmelo Anthony, who had the full power of the East Coast behind him. which is a big deal. It's a big deal. And so, yeah, I would say most certainly he was.
How much does that change, though? Let's say English is a child of the mid to late 90s version of the NBA, the David Stern NBA that was saved by Magic and Bird, and then obviously MJ takes the torch there. How much does that change, right? Because we look at both of those players pretty similarly, right? Like those are scorers, first and foremost, Alex English and Carmelo Anthony. How much is the era hurting English's claim to? And Vic went on about this in the morning.
I didn't hear his take.
Vic went on about it. He said it's blasphemous not to call either Alex English or David Thompson the first superstar. And I get that, but you said the operative word is national. How much of it is era-based?
I think that has something to do with it. It's just that the social media and TV and coverage of the league and all that kind of stuff wasn't the same as it is now, or even in the 90s. And so what we knew in the 90s was that the Lakers were really good. I mean, the 80s, I'm sorry, was that the Lakers were really good, right? They had Magic Johnson, it was Showtime, they were on the ride, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, all that kind of stuff. And then you have the Celtics mixed in there as well. And so the focus was so much on those two teams and so much on the individuals, Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, that everything else got overshadowed. And quite honestly, I mean, those were the teams that were doing all the winning. So how could you not be overshadowed until the Pistons kind of rose late 80s into the early 90s. And so I think, had Alex English been, doing this in the 90s, boy, I mean, he probably would just fit in there with the Charles Barkleys and the Karl Malones and then the Sean Kemps and the all these players that never won any titles because Michael Jordan won them all. So I think more people would know who he was, yes, because the coverage of the league was more than it was in the 80s. And I'm not. For me, Alex English will always be my guy. Like you would, But the reality of the situation is Carmelo put a spotlight on this franchise that no other player had done until Nikola Jokic.
Going back to last night's game, which what was that? Demps, I apologize that you had to do a post-game show for that one, but appreciate your fine labor. I was asleep. I'm not gonna lie. I was well asleep by the time the post-game show rolled around. But Russell Westbrook and something, Demps, you and I on this program, we talked about the lack of being a dynamic shooter, a consistent shooter. We talked about the turnover numbers. Nuggets fans are starting to see that in real time.
Yeah.
Do you think that because he is a vet, Michael Malone, who typically does yield to veterans in big moments, do you think that Russell Westbrook will be used at all in closeout moments in the postseason?
The answer, I think, right now is yes, because I think defensively, Michael Malone really likes what Russell Westbrook brings to the table on that end of the court. And that has always mattered to Coach Malone. That will give Russell a leg up in terms of some of those moments. Now, here's what I do. Here's the more nuanced answer. The more nuanced answer is, tell me which one of these players is playing better in a particular night. Christian Brown, Russell Westbrook, Michael Porter Jr. And I will then show you the player that will be on the court in clutch time for that particular game. And look, Russell Westbrook is going to be used 25 minutes a game in the playoffs, will be my guess, because he's a veteran, because defensively Michael Malone likes what he is, and then they're going to try to hopefully limit some of those turnovers and kind of mistakes. I mean, he fouled a 3-point shooter with 0.1 on the clock in a game that they were in position to win. So, but he'll still get the benefit of the doubt. But I think it will be a little bit more nuanced than that. I think it'll be who's giving us the effort that I'm looking for in this particular game, and that person will be on the court in crunch time.
That is Christopher Dempsey of Altitude TV. Nuggets back on the court Friday against Golden State. That feels like a playoff preview. Could happen, Demps.
It could. It could also be an elimination game. I think the Nuggets are going to finish fourth. I think that's where we are. The Lakers have 2 games in hand, and they're already the tiebreaker over the Nuggets, and they're in third. So, I mean, it's with 5 games to go. That's a hard deficit to overcome. I think if the Nuggets win tomorrow and Golden State plays the Lakers tonight, so it will be the second of a back-to-back for Golden State. The Nuggets win tomorrow. I think that'll be elimination for Golden State for the 4 seed, and then I think we're looking at the Nuggets being the 4 seed. Then I think we're looking at them really thinking long and hard about resting guys to make sure that they are healthy for the playoffs. Because if they're not healthy, it's the playoffs are not going to go well. Period.
Again, Christopher A. Dempsey, make sure you guys catch him Friday, 7 p.m. pregame show on Altitude TV. Demps, we appreciate you, brother. Thanks so much for stopping by.
All right, guys. Good to see you.
It's Christopher Dempsey with his NBA Baseline Report. All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com.
Yeah, it's still a little chilly out there right now, but spring is in the air. And the snow, well, it keeps on falling up in those beautiful mountains, and particularly at my spot, which is Loveland Ski Area. It's Coach Mike Sanford. And I want to tell you about the deal of all deals, and that's that season passes for next winter are right now on sale at last spring's low rates, but only for just a little bit of time. Get your 25-26 pass at the lowest price for Loveland Ski Area and use it to ski the rest of this season for free. If you're wondering how long that's going to let you get up there, it's up till May 11th. You've got more than a month of essentially free skiing if you haven't bought your pass for this particular year, 24-25. Just buy it for next year and you get the rest of this year. You can get 15 days of shredding the gnar. So the sooner you buy, the more free spring skiing you'll enjoy. Visit skiloveland.com to get your season passes for next year and the remainder of this year right now.
when they open the offseason program April 19th, where does Estime fit in their minds?
Yeah.
Because they've done nothing but give conflicting, reports on that. So if they feel good about him, that changes everything. Because then if you take one in the draft and rounds 1 through 5, it's hard for me to believe a running back would not be among the highest graded players on your board in this draft. It's been quite a long time since I've seen this much middle round depth, especially of guys who I think will be productive running backs.
Altitude's ESPN Broncos insider Jeff Legwold on in the morning with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane talking about his upcoming top 100. One of the Bibles of the NFL draft season is Leggy's top 100. He typically has a theme to it. The year of the lineman, the year of the quarterback, the year of the receiver. And what he told the guys this morning, it is the year of the running back. And we've heard that for a while. I believe it was like 2 months ago, Coach, when you came back from your travels, you were talking to a handful of scouts and executives in the league saying there are as many as 32 draftable running backs this year. The Broncos are welcoming Iowa running back Caleb Johnson today. For one of their top 30 visits, so that's a possibility. I wouldn't expect Caleb Johnson at number 20, but as Leggy said, if there's a running back that isn't selected, or the Broncos don't select rather a running back between rounds 1 and 5, he'd be shocked.
Look at Caleb Johnson from Iowa, and I've criticized his overall fit as potential RB1 with the Denver Broncos and what the Broncos do schematically in their run game under Sean Payton. I look at the Broncos' run game as being very grab baggy. It's a little bit of counter, a little bit of power, a little bit of outside zone, a little bit of duo, which is power without a puller, and a little bit of power. So it's a little bit all over the place where Caleb...
Power without a puller, offensive line coming across?
Yeah, so power would be the play side offensive linemen are all involved in double teams.
Okay.
Double team. The center blocks back to whatever down lineman is covering up the guard. And then the backside guard pulls around and you get essentially a bonus lead blocker in the hole for the play side inside linebacker.
Got it.
And then the fullback kicks out, and if you're doing it out of two running backs, a fullback, traditional 21 personnel, the fullback's kicking out the D gap, which is the area just outside the tight end. It's the D gap. So that's power, but power without a puller is called duo, which is just as many double teams at the point of attack, same track, very downhill. It's become very in vogue in the National Football League. And I do think duo is a good fit with what the Denver Broncos have in their offensive line up front because they're big and they are white knuckle down. They like to get involved in double teams and move people against their will. Caleb Johnson is a very proficient wide zone runner. The University of Iowa really moved predominantly to a wide zone scheme when they moved on from Brian Ferentz, who is the son of Kirk Ferentz, and brought in a new offensive coordinator from the Green Bay Packers. That new offensive coordinator ran a lot of the wide zone. Think Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, wide zone and play action off the wide zone. Caleb Johnson was very, very good as a wide zone runner. Does that mean he can't be a really good grab bag runner and do all of the things? No, I don't think so. The one thing I really like about Caleb Johnson, size. Straight up. 6'1" at the combine. That's a really big running back, Raj. Most running backs, the average is probably 5'10" and 3/4. So a 6'1", 224-pound running back, I like that size. It's not overly heavy, but it's a true number one running back.
It's Reggie Bush. That's kind of the relative size.
A little bit thicker.
A little thicker than Reggie? A little shorter?
Reggie I think NFL
6'1".
Combine. I think Reggie was right at 6'1", maybe a hair above it. Reggie almost kind of looked a little bit like a receiver. Think like a slightly thicker Troy Franklin is what I thought about Reggie Bush, seeing him in person. He put on his weight and did the thing, but just in terms of his natural frame. Caleb has a big frame. Like he probably had to cut weight to get ready for the combine, to get down to 224 so that he would run better, which unfortunately for Caleb Johnson didn't necessarily happen. You and I look at that relative athletic score, and Caleb Johnson's is not elite. It is elite with the size side of things. without question.
27th in athleticism score among 2025 backs at the combine.
It's not great. Not great whatsoever.
Now, we did go over athleticism score and said it's basically like a 50-50 proposition. We went over the history of the athleticism score in terms of running backs and went through like the top 100.
Who was my RAS superstar? Was it Quinshon Judkins?
I think it was Judkins.
Yeah, I think
and we basically found that it's literally a flip of the coin, whether or not you're going to be a legit NFL running back or a guy we've never heard of.
So with that, you look at the composite speed grade within the relative athletic score. These are combine numbers. And then comparing it league-wide over the last 15, 20 years. His 40-yard dash was a 4.58. Terrible? No. Good? Nah. Just okay. Just okay. So I'd say that's sufficient for that size. It's a little bit faster than Audric Estime. Slight bit. You're not as thick as Audric Estime if you're drafting Caleb Johnson. So is there some redundancy with a Caleb Johnson and an Audric Estime? Yeah.
Okay, so I'll put it this way. What is the one trait from a running back that the Broncos are either missing the most or value the most going forward?
Full skill set. I want the full skill set back. Audric Estime, plotter, physical. Can he make people miss and accelerate away from NFL defensive backs and linebackers? Nope. Can he run through a man's face? Yeah. Jaleel McLaughlin. Does he have the ability to hold up and move the sticks consistently on 3rd and 1 and 4th down on the inside the 1 yard line to go score? No. Does he have the ability to run every scheme and carry it 25 times a game for 17 games in a season? No. And I guess that leaves us with, Bidet. There's so many.
Bidet, Watson.
Yeah, it's like. So, I think Caleb Johnson's close. The one thing you look at this overall, I think he's a good accelerator. He ran his 10-yard split was a 1.6 in the 40 at the combine. Pretty solid. I think he'd be a really good value in the 4th round.
He looks to be a 2nd round pick, kind of a bottom half of the 2nd round, middle half if teams start to get like a little bit antsy on whether or not there's a drop off from the top tier of running backs. And it's Genty and then everybody else, but there are different tiers. And those running backs in that 2nd tier are Caleb Johnson, Omarion Hampton,
Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson,
who's
Cam Scadaboo.
Who's the kid out of Oklahoma State? Always Ollie Gordon the 3rd.
Yep.
That's probably that next group of running backs right there. I don't love the idea of taking Caleb Johnson in the 1st. I don't know if I love the idea of taking a running back not named Ashton Genty in the 1st.
I completely agree.
And what Leggy said, the reason why I wanted to open up with Leggy, there's not a whole bunch of 1st round grades on prospects overall in this draft. He said
there's going to be some reaching happening.
He said the lowest 1st round grades that he's heard from a team is at 14 this year. And then you get into 2nd and 3rd round grades from the rest. So that means at the end of that 1st round, you might have either teams picking for positional need rather than best player available on the board, or, and this was music to my ears, he goes, from 20 on, I think you're going to see a lot of teams getting the hell out of Dodge in that 1st round. And I was singing the praises in my car driving in.
Yeah, I love that mindset too. But the problem is if everybody sees it the same way, Raj, that you need to get the hell out of Dodge.
Where's the value in trading out?
It's like a housing market situation. Oh man, that's a beautiful home, man. That's unbelievable. Well, if everybody else thinks it's beautiful too, guess what's happened to that price? It's going up. Or if there's just no buyers. There's no buyers. You're trying to sell. That happens to the value of that house. The same house just keeps going down. So I think that the market value on pick 20, it might not be what you and I were always hoping it was going to be, which is why I believe that if you get to that spot and there are multiple teams that are trying to move out of spots, say 16 to 28, right in that kind of sweet spot, I don't know that the Broncos will get return on investment good enough to turn down potentially an interior defensive lineman with pick 20.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firms. They're injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. Haven't quite gotten into the Avalanche. Their come from behind victory in Chicago last night. First leg of a back-to-back. They will play in a playoff atmosphere this evening against the Blackhawks. Speaking of playoffs, win and you clinch and you're in. Avs next.
Lehkonen, if he scores, the Avalanche win. Lehkonen, left circle, Lehkonen holding, shooting. He does! Colorado completes the comeback. And I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. The Avalanche win in the shootout. 2 points are theirs. Down 2-0. They tie it in the third and come back to get the extra point and beat Chicago by a final score of 3-2 as they even the season series with the Hawks.
Avs get 2 points and just 1 win away from clinching the playoffs if they can beat the Blue Jackets this evening. 5:30 puck drop, 5 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as we welcome you back into the morning sprint.
Can you imagine my reaction this morning when I woke up? And not only did I see that the Avs woke up at some point, which I didn't think was going to happen, when I went to bed, third period, and they're down 2-0. Not only did they win this game, but they won this game via the shootout.
I didn't think they could win in a shootout.
I didn't know it was legal for the Avalanche to win a regular season shootout.
Well, in the first, so who went down originally? Who was the first shooter? I can't remember. Was it Brock Nelson? I can't remember who was the first. I think it was Brock Nelson who went first and walked in and threw a shot off the blocker of Spencer Knight. It was Brock Nelson.
Here we go again.
And I go,
the Avs,
they're never going to score in a shootout. Yeah. It's never going to happen.
And then you see Nathan McKinnon go out there. You're like, yeah, here it goes again. The greatest player on planet Earth is arguably the worst shootout player ever. That shootout
is a nice move.
Oh my gosh.
It's a nice move.
The stick handling to curl it around the left skate. Just how much room was there? 8 inches? 6 inches?
Puck.
Yeah.
Puck and a half maybe to get it past. Yeah. It was a good move. I love a good on ice wrap tuck for a goal there. And once McKinnon scored, I went, okay, there you go. Bonus goal, you win.
So funny, like watching Nathan McKinnon after he scored that goal. It almost cemented my belief that Nathan McKinnon also thinks the shootout is stupid.
Hates it.
Because he makes an unbelievable shot. He's like, that was stupid. That was dumb.
Oh, it was the second.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever done. I made a crazy goal. Who cares?
It was the second
Fake
non-Selly that the Avs had that night. Because Sam Malinsky can fire the puck. That guy, he can absolutely label it. For a dude who's really not that big.
Dude, how about the one that got called back?
That's the one. He rips one far side, beautiful shot. The Avs go up 1-0.
He looks so happy too, man. He's sitting on the bench and seeing that it's most likely to come off the board.
Yeah, no Selly from Malinsky there. It gets called off for offside, and it was very clearly offside. And at that point, I went, oh no. I know how this goes against the Blackhawks. The Blackhawks, they're a garbage hockey team 5-on-5. They kind of live and die by special teams. And once that happened, I went, this is the one thing, like the one straw that's going to break the back of a team that doesn't care. And the Avalanche, very clear, didn't give a damn for last night's game. It really doesn't mean anything in the long run for them. Chicago's a team that's almost trying to lose hockey games to guarantee a 25% chance to get the first pick in the upcoming draft this year. Once that went by the wayside, I went, here comes Colorado just shutting down.
Yeah.
They get on a power play, throwing the puck kind of wherever they wanted, forcing things through sticks and skates. A 2-on-1 goes down. They get scored on shorthanded. And then they shut down. A leaky one goes through Wedgwood on the Connor Murphy goal, which Wedgie probably wants that one back. And then I was waiting for them to turn it on. They did with the last 5 minutes of the second period. You kind of saw it click going, all right, fine, I guess we'll try. I didn't really want to try tonight, but I guess we'll try. And you came away with 2 points. Do I think it's a trend that's settling in for the Avs? No. But if it were to continue tonight into a playoff atmosphere, then that would set off some alarm bells in the back of my head going, how do you get these guys a little bit more dialed in? Because the playoffs are, they're 16 days away. At the earliest. It could be 17 days away if they play on the 20th. If they can't get up for a playoff atmosphere in Columbus, I might be a little concerned.
I think the Avs will be up and ready to roll for this one tonight. I do. I think that getting the shot in the arm to finish that game against the Blackhawks the way that they did, and they also getting the wake-up call. Like if you don't come out and bring your A game to start out, anybody can beat you, which is true in any sport, really. You got to start skating the way that you were intended to skate. I think that happens tonight, but I also think that doesn't guarantee that you're going to beat a Blue Jackets team that I mean, this is such an emotionally charged team that does not want this season to end. They want to continue to honor, their late great superstar.
It's a really good story with the Goudreau brothers passing in the summer this year. Not a great story. It's a obviously tragic what happened
captivating.
with them. It is captivating. They're a team that should have, with losing a guy that was a probably a 90-point scorer, maybe an 80-point scorer this year for them. They should be last place in the Eastern Conference. And Zach Werenski has stepped up big time for them. They're 2 points out of a playoff spot. So no, not a great story, a very captivating one. It's a heart-wrenching story. I want Columbus to make a good run at this, but
not tonight.
Not tonight.
Sorry. Love a story.
You know what I'd be cool with? Give him a point. Beat him in overtime. Beat him in 3-on-3 overtime this evening.
Yeah.
People were concerned. Kevin Mandolese gets called up from the Eagles yesterday, and Mackenzie Blackwood gets scratched from the game. So there were people were nervous. Is there an injury? What's happening with Blackwood?
My guess, he's got a little bug.
No.
Okay.
The guys who were scratched last night didn't even go to Chicago.
Oh.
They continued on to Columbus because the Avs were playing at such a late time. They had to turn it around for an earlier game, and they were like, don't even go to the United Center. Sam Girard, Mackenzie Blackwood, Miles Wood, Jimmy Vesey.
Okay.
So I don't know if all four of those guys are going to play tonight.
Been getting much time?
No, I think he's a 13th, 14th forward on this team.
Yeah.
Whenever
he hasn't
if
been
everyone's
set
healthy,
down, though, has he?
No, he's just with the team as a healthy scratch. He won't be playing for the Eagles.
Which deal was he involved? The Brock Nelson
acquisition? VC was involved in
it was Lindy.
In the Lindgren deal.
Yep.
He came over from the Rangers. Now, there was an injury last night. Jonathan Drouin gets hit low on his knee in the first period, leaves the game, doesn't come back. That's something to watch. I don't expect Drouin to play tonight. I would, and this is interesting now. When we talk about Gabe Landeskog returning, and we talk about Gabe maybe going to the Eagles, I would entertain the idea of shutting Jonathan Drouin down for the rest of the regular season.
My God.
For two reasons. One, you need that guy healthy in the postseason. He has to be healthy. He is a scoring punch. He unlocks Nathan McKinnon. He's excellent on power play one. He needs to be healthy. Josh Manson is not coming back until the playoffs. You now technically can go to the league office and go, we have two players that are LTIR eligible. You could throw Drouin on LTIR right now. You could throw Manson on LTIR, and Gabe Landeskog could play the very next game. Your money now can work, right? Those are two bigger contracted players. That money works. I think it is a sneaky good idea to give Gabe NHL games with the guys that he will be playing with in the postseason rather than just sending him down to the Eagles and go, hey, go do your conditioning stint and then we'll see you back for the most intense playoff hockey experience that you've had in 3 years. I think this is the way to do it. This is the way.
And it would be when? The final 2 or 3 games?
Maybe the final 2 games of the season. You play back-to-back, though, in Southern California against the Kings and the Ducks.
Not bad.
You then have 6 days, at least 6 days off between April 13th, game 82, and the first possible game that you play in the playoffs on April 19th. So that's plenty of time for Gabe to rest, reset, make sure the knee's all right. Now, the question is, on back-to-backs, and this is probably, those are points that don't matter for the Avs, do you even send those guys on the trip?
I know.
I would send all of your vets on the trip. I'd send all of your superstars on the trip, but without their hockey bags. Instead of your hockey bags, bring your golf clubs. Go play a couple rounds with the fellas.
Not Gabe though, please.
Because
I know this. I know this firsthand as somebody who has cartilaginous issues in my left knee. Twisting on a golf course is not always great for my my brake pads. If you
all right, so
on my knees,
hop on a couple of surfboards. Go to a tiki lounge, have a margarita, fellas.
Yeah, you know what, Gabe?
Get some sun.
Yeah, Gabe could do a little paddle boarding. You know, just in.
Sure, Gabe looks great on a paddleboard.
For sure, man. Go hang out a little bit in Long Beach.
Lighten that hair up. You get those blonde locks in the sun. They become even more platinum.
Put a little lemon juice in there. Get a little
lemon juice.
A little sun-in, if you will.
Sun-in, yes, that's what I was looking for.
Oh, yeah, I was the sun-in guy.
My sister was a big sun-in
Tell
girl.
me you're not an ultimate 90s, early 2000s bro, unless you were throwing some sun-in in there. Puka shells and sun-in.
If you guys don't know what we're talking about, there was a product, and I think it's probably still around.
I don't know who the heck would use it because I look back at pictures of myself in the 90s and I'm embarrassed.
So there's a product and it was a spray-on.
KJ's shaking his head,
no,
man.
this is real. Do you know what this is, KJ? Have you heard of Sun-In?
I don't. You guys are like literally
Raj,
educating me right now.
Right, KJ, say what you want to say right now.
The whitest thing in the world that we're talking about?
It sounds like the most California bro thing I've ever heard.
So it was a little spray bottle. And you would shake it up, and then when you'd go out into the sun, you'd spray it into your hair and use your hands to like move it around, and it would literally start to bleach your hair.
They still sell it at Target.
Sun-In. My twin sister had it for years, and I saw it. My sister's like very dark brunette and had been for years. And she was at the beach, and I saw her after like a month or so, and I went, like, you have like blonde streaks. Did you get work done? And no, I just used this. I stole the bottle from her.
Oh, everybody was using Sun-In back then, man. It's probably why we're all so stupid now, is that all those chemicals penetrated into our brains.
I need some Sun-In.
I'll tell you what Sun-In is proof of. Sun-In is proof that the carpets don't always match the curtains.
Jesus. Imagine doing Sun-In down there. There's nude beaches. Who knows?
Black's Beach down in San Diego near Torrey Pines in La Jolla.
Coach knows where the nude beaches are, doesn't he?
Yeah, I did. So it's 17-year-old young me, excited to go there with just visualizing that I'd go down there. Hey, we're going to bring our surfboards. We got to go and pretend like we're finding a great spot to go surf, but really we're just prepubescent. Well, not really, but we're 17.
You're in Euro
We're
trip.
idiots.
We're
We're done.
You're in Euro trip.
You want to know what's on that beach? Males that have been highly impacted by gravity.
Gravity in the sun.
Gravity and sun.
Just droopy, leathery old men.
It was like the current version of like the California raisins. Just on a beach.
Whoa. I did the same thing. I had to have been like 15 or 16, and we were visiting some friends in Martha's Vineyard, and I found out that there was a nude beach. And at that time, right, you're an athlete, you're still trying to stay in shape, and I'd be going for runs in the morning.
Yeah.
And one day I decided to go the other direction on the beach because I had heard that this was down there. And I went on an extra long run that day, thinking I was being very sneaky. And the same thing happened. I got there and I was very underwhelmed by the spread as it was on the nude beach in Martha's Vineyard, and I ran back.
Unique term to use for variety.
I came back. My parents knew exactly what I was doing because they knew the lay of the land out there. They go, "So, how's your run?" And I didn't want to say anything. Alex, where did you run? And I went, I made a mistake today, and that's the last we talked about it.
What was it called? Do you remember the beach?
I can't remember, man.
Yeah, Black's Beach in San Diego. Yeah, I avoided all costs.
Nudie Magazine Day.
It wasn't. It's very different.
Oh, yes! Were we talking about hockey at some point?
Yeah,
hey,
this all
Ovi scored last night.
This all stems somehow, some way from talking about Gabe Landeskog and playing potentially in the final 2 regular seasons of the game in Southern California. And then we got to Sun-In, and then we got to the carpets not matching the curtains.
I didn't say that part. That was you.
But it's true. It's very true.
Ovi scored again last night.
Yeah, and a little bit different than the prediction that was made.
He's going to get it done. I was so wrong, and I've been wrong for 2 weeks. I thought he was going to get shut out, and he was going to have to do it at the beginning of next season.
How wild is it?
This is inevitable.
Did you see the numbers of it? Wayne Gretzky threw 1,487 games in his career, got to 894 goals. Ovechkin, 1,485 games.
Wow.
2 games right now less, 892 goals, 2 goals less.
Wow.
They might be hit the exact bingo number of games to all-time goals.
There's a chance that he can do it. I think they play Friday at home against Chicago. And there's a chance he could do it with a hat trick. So I've been very, very vocal about Spencer.
How cool would that be?
Spencer Carberry is their head coach in Washington. I've been very vocal about if he's sitting on 893 and the Capitals are winning late in the third period, if Carberry puts Ovechkin on the ice to either tie and or break the record with an empty netter, I will lose my mind. Because I think he needs to score those 2 goals against a goalie. It must happen. Unless it's for a hat trick. If he's got 2 against Chicago on Friday and he's already tied 894 and 895 would be a hat trick goal into an empty net, be my guest. Get on the ice, score it into a yawning cage.
Culture of hockey, if you're the Blackhawks and this is potentially going to happen against you, do you just decide to leave your goalie in? Like, we're not just going to yield that. We don't want to be that blip,
maybe
that asterisk.
I might do it. I would probably keep my goalie in because Chicago knows that, like, you're not trying to win games right now. And if you're down by 1 or 2, maybe it sends the wrong message to your young players in Chicago. But I do think that the rest of the players and the organization understands what's at stake here. The grand note of beating 894 is it's greater than the Blackhawks playing the way that they should at that point in time.
Ovechkin's going to play another year, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he's going to obliterate this record.
I think 900 means a lot to him.
I do too.
Being the first and the only to be at 900
I think
means a lot.
in his mind, which, oh, by the way, the celebration videos at bars, have you seen any of them?
Bands make a dance. Bands make a dance. He's the coolest guy on the planet, man. If there's one dude, there's a lot of people that ask, like, who's the one guy in sports that you wish you could have a beer with or want in your foursome? Ovi is in that.
You knew who else? He gives me vibes of fun, celebratory Jokic.
Yes.
Like parade Jokic.
On parade Jokic.
Which is
They're
rare.
The same dude.
It's rare.
They're the same dude.
It's got a Euro, it's kind of a Euro
that
vibe
Eastern
to it.
Bloc type of, yeah.
Silly, goofy, like,
bands make a dance. Bands make a dance. I love this guy. I absolutely love him. Give me more Ovi. NFL notes are next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, now that you've learned about Sunnin, take it away.
On yesterday, Iowa running back Caleb.
Get the guy looking like Cisco.
Oh, that's a good pull right there. Iowa running back Caleb Johnson stopped by the Broncos facility for his official top 30 visit. Let's go back to his 2024 season at Iowa. He had 1,535 yards rushing, 21 rushing touchdowns, which totaled up to be 23, 1,060 yards after contact, and 28 breakaway runs, which is another way of saying 15-plus yards or more, and no fumbles. Coach, earlier you said Sean Payton's next running back needs to be a running back that has the full skill set. But what if he just wanted a younger Javonte Williams? Would this guy fit that build?
Javonte Williams' value for the Broncos franchise this past season was third down protecting back. Somewhat valuable on short yardage and goal line. Why can that not be Audric Estime? He's intelligent. He appears to be a guy that's very committed to his craft. Will study, get to know the blitz looks. That needs to be Audric Estime's calling card to make this team, to be a very, very viable pass protector. He's clearly got the strength and the girth to be able to hold up against any particular defensive end, inside linebacker, outside linebacker, because Audric Estime he's one of the thicker, more physically gifted muscleheads in the NFL at the running back position.
If he can be your third and short back, and you can draft the guy that is change of pace, but is able to carry the ball 15 times. I just looked over it. There's only 15 backs last year in the NFL that averaged 15 or more carries per game. Only 2 of them north of 20, and that was Saquon and...
Was it King Henry?
No, Derrick Henry was a couple shy of that. Saquon was one I can't remember.
Jameer?
No, Jameer was just after or just below that too. Saquon was like one at 21.9 carries per game, something like that. So you don't have the 25 per game carry guy anymore. I still think that a drafted running back this year, if you're going to have a guy who touches the ball 15 times in a game, he's not currently on the roster.
He is not.
It's not going to be Audric. Audric's going to touch the ball
three to 7 times a game.
I was going to say 8 at the most.
Yep.
But third down running back, third and short, pass protection, that's your dude. I agree.
Give me some Quinshon Judkins, baby.
I'm cool with that. If your running back room is Quinshon,
Audric,
Jaleel.
Sweet.
I'm a happy camper.
Let's ride. Young, nobody's has any big time pre-existing injury history.
Be my guest.
Let's ride.
Sign me up. KJ, what's next?
Jeff.
Another supporter has come forth on behalf of the Morning Sprint's claim that the Broncos trading back appears to be the most obvious choice. And that comes from our friend Jeff Legwald, who on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning was explaining why moving up in the draft this year will be more difficult than I think some people understand.
In this draft, Vic, I think it would cost more because, again, you're looking at first-round grades. There aren't. Okay. This is not a deep first round. So if you surrender 14, you're basically saying, I don't want to pick in the first round in some ways if the board falls a certain way. That's what I mean. It could get nutty because teams at 16 or 17, if the draft goes a certain way, they might not have any players left with first round grades. You know, maybe they agree with the rest of the league that this year, what it looks like. So that's, the Broncos aren't really going to have a good feel for what they're looking at until, picks 12, 13, 14 start rolling off the board, and then they see what they have left and where they want to go with that one.
This is going to be a fascinating draft. It's going to be a case of draft economics, meaning value of picks, where you're picking from, and if there are enough first-round grades in that spot or second-round grades in that spot, third-round grades in that spot, versus there are going to be some teams that just have glaring needs, and they just say, we have to get to this spot to address this glaring need. And so then you might see some teams that will move up to these spots to address some type of need. And it's gonna be a case study in this old, where do you have this player graded versus where does he actually end up being selected?
Denver sitting at 20. It might be the cap of like actually getting value for trading out of the first round. Because if there aren't enough teams that have first round grades past pick 15, or certainly past pick 20, the teams that would likely want to trade out of the first round picks between 24 and 32 might not be able to gain the value back on that first rounder because so many teams would then be looking to trade out. Denver at 20, that's an enviable position. Am I wrong? For teams that want to get back into the first round or want to jump up, that they see a guy that this is the last first round grade that we have.
It's going to be addressing needs. And I think some of those needs are going to be offensive linemen because there's not a ton of top 15 graded offensive linemen, but I think there are some offensive linemen that are worthy of being a quote-unquote first-round draft pick. So there's going to be some teams that are going to be moving either for O-linemen, D-linemen, some very interesting edge-type players, just to address some of those things that are drafts typically can address those needs in the first round. But are there going to be enough teams that have high enough grades on those particular players that are available at those spots? We'll find out.
I think you're right on the precipice at 20.
Really are.
Right there. It's a good spot. It's a better spot to be in than, say, the Chargers.
If I'm George
It's a better
Payton,
spot to be in than the Houston Texans.
If I'm George Payton or Sean Payton, here's what I do. I rank the guys that I am abso-freaking-lutely in love with as football players for this team. And if they're available at pick 20, you just say, let's go get this player. It's exactly what they did with Bo Nix.
Felt reachy, but after a year you go, tell me it was wrong.
It's exactly what it was. Everybody told you it was a reach. I was at the combine.
You and I
dude.
both said it, and we're wrong.
I saw it with my own eyes at the combine. Is that the only indicator of being a really good quarterback? Gosh, no. But it felt very reachy, man. If you would have been in that building and watched Bo Nix's throwing performance against J.J. McCarthy, who was also being argued, is he really a first rounder or not? It wasn't even close, man. At least on that day in that venue. Once again, doesn't tell the whole story. But Sean Payton, George Payton, and the overall ownership group said, we love this player. He fits our situation. We will make sure that we see to it that this is a success story, and they did it. Find that player at the tight end position, running back position. Heck, it might even be at the D-line position. It could be a tackle rush. I know it sounds nuts, but you might want to find the future of your offensive tackle position. Garrett Bowles he's not 26 years old. Mike McGlinchey is not 23. I mean, you're going to eventually need to get a tackle and develop them. Could be there at 20.
KJ, keep it rolling.
Jeff.
One of the bigger questions heading into the NFL draft is where will Ted McMillan land? NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky breaks down what the fit of Arizona wide receiver Teteroa McMillan would look like with the Cowboys if he were to be drafted to Dallas at number 12 overall.
You have somebody in CeeDee Lamb who can stretch the field. You don't need Teteroa McMillan to be your 30, 35, 40-yard chunk play player. He can just feast in the intermediate passing game.
Love the pick. If you told Cowboys fans that you're going to get CeeDee Lamb and Drake London, would you take that?
Ooh,
because that's kind of what his game is like. Drake
that would
London,
be the comp you
right?
hear the most often for Teteroa. Yeah.
Ball skills are off the charts. Yeah. He's kind of versatile. He's not just an outside guy. You can play him a little bit on the inside. And it's completely opposite of what CeeDee Lamb is as a talent-wise. And for me, it's the first guy, I think, since T.O. that goes to the Cowboys who has that big frame. They haven't really had a big framed, Michael Gallup briefly, but a big-framed wide receiver since then. And we've talked about it on our show a ton of just the small people that Dak has had to throw to over the past couple years. Look at these guys when it comes to the size and the history within the Cowboys organization. I love the pick, and I think the Cowboys, if this is the pick, will be sneakily better than people expect. I think this could be a good football team next season.
I've been saying it all along. If Tet McMillan's available at pick 20, we'll find out exactly what Sean Payton and how he's evaluated and views Tet McMillan. But boy, does he just scream Sean Payton wide receiver.
I think this is going to be really interesting at 12 because if Vegas drafts quarterback, if Shedeur falls to 6, Genty likely is available at 12, barring a trade up from a different team. He's likely available at 12. And that's the big, big question. Is it Genty or is it the wideout in Tet McMillan?
And I think either way, it somehow directly impacts the Broncos.
Directly. Because if they take Tet at 12 and Genty's available at 13,
let's move.
You're breaking down the door in Miami.
Let's move.
Breaking down the door. What do you want? Because we'll take him. What do you want?
And Miami has Devon Achane. I think they traded Raheem Mostert. Or he was at
Indy,
the end
Indy doesn't need a running back. Atlanta doesn't need a running back. Who's the back in Arizona for the Cardinals right now?
James Conner.
Is it James Conner? Okay, all right.
He was good. He was good this year.
You can argue that they don't need one. How many more years does James Conner have of elite football in him? 2? 3?
Yeah. James Conner, Trey Benson.
The Bengals could use him, man. He looks so good in a Bengals uniform. You imagine Ashton Genty alongside those two wideouts and Joe Burrow?
Yeah, don't do that to me.
That would be...
They need to do some of their defense, though.
Well, they still haven't extended Hendrickson, man. Like, what's going there? KJ, tell us what's up.
This is wild.
Jab.
It's unbelievable, man, because Trey Hendrickson decided to go on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and he decided to discuss his contract and why things are not moving in the right direction. He said the lack of communication from the Bengals brass has him concerned about when and if this deal will get done.
I've been open and transparent about however it looks for me in Cincinnati or not. I want the Bengals to benefit from that. And through this process, communication, when I say it's been poor, it's been like here and there, and respect to Jamar and T. I don't want to take anything away from all the great things they've accomplished in their careers. They deserve everything that they've gotten. And no doubt in my mind, they're going to excel in the National Football League. I have a tremendous respect for both of them. But when it comes to my situation, it would have been nice to know, in some ways, like, hey, we're going to put you in the queue. No problem with me. My wife and I try to be as humble as possible as Christ-loving people. So we don't have any desires of being highest paid or, first in line. We try to be as patient as possible, but when you have things like OTAs coming, and guys like Sam Hubbard, who's a tremendous captain for our team last year, that leaves a vacancy for that. And I'm excited to fill that, but how do we reach that before we get there? And those are the things that matter when you're talking about a Super Bowl. It's in the little things and the little details.
Did you hear about what the comments that the ownership group, what they exactly said about this? It was like a vice president of the organization. I'm trying to find the exact quote that was said. And obviously Trey Hendrickson's very, very disappointed in how this whole thing played out. But I just think that the Bengals have the opportunity to be one of the most exciting, best franchises right now between what they have offensively, Trey Hendrickson at defensive end. Oh, by the way, do you realize who drafted Trey Hendrickson? He was a 3rd-round pick out of Florida Atlantic in 2017.
Detroit?
Sean Payton and the New Orleans Saints.
Really?
In the 3rd round. I did not notice that until
clue.
I just looked him up. He really has come onto the scene strongly in the last 3 seasons. He was a 3rd-round pick, didn't even get a Senior Bowl invite. And it's turned into an absolute freak show.
Dude, you know what that tells you? You can't ever shed your draft position. You can't do it.
You're right.
There are so few players in this league that are able to shed. Just look at Brock Purdy right now. Look at Purdy. And yeah, there's some data that says Brock isn't a good enough quarterback to garner $50 to $60 million annually. But in a quarterback hungry league, as the NFL is, you kind of have to pay those guys. The reason why he's not getting paid right now, sure, it's that they had a down season and he hasn't been as good as he was in his first 2 years in the NFL. He's a 7th-round draft pick. He doesn't have the pedigree. Hendrickson's looking at the same thing right now. He's got to be so pissed off. And he says the right things there. He looks at T. Higgins and goes, that's my freaking money, dude.
No doubt.
That's my money.
You invested in on both sides of the receiver position. Katie Blackburn was the executive vice president that made these comments Tuesday, NFL's annual league meeting. And she just said, you have certain limitations eventually. So he seemed to feel strongly about it, talking about Trey Hendrickson, and thought about the strength of interest out there. He was going to be at a certain level. And so we said that it would be okay to at least explore. And so we don't do that all the time. But in this case, we felt like it was the right thing to do, case by case basis every time. And if he's still a Bengal, so we'll see. Just something that we'll keep working through. And even went to the point of saying along the lines of, I think he should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy about. Dude, that guy's a really productive defensive end pass rusher in this league.
All I know is that the Bengals are going to be the most exciting team in the NFL to watch because those games are going to be 45-38. I can't wait to watch 17 Bengals games this year. It's going to be awesome. Fireworks, offense. You want a fantasy team? Don't take their defense, but make sure you get Joe Burrow in the first or the second round somehow. Also, I don't know where you actually draft quarterbacks nowadays in fantasy sports, but I want to watch that guy throw 6 touchdowns a game and lose.
Nobody cares about your fantasy team, Raj.
Well, I'm not saying
Darren
about my
McKee.
team.
Famous quote from Darren
team,
McKee.
Not my team.
You know
I
what?
was saying your teams.
You know what? I am not going to agree with DMac.
Your
I
teams.
care about your fantasy team, Raj.
You're just so nice. It's the kind, cuddly heart of Mike Sanford there. NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance stores with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
Well, it's a huge weekend coming up. Again, the culmination of the college basketball season. If you're like me, you're trying to plan that last-second trip to Circa Casino in Las Vegas, the Fremont Street Experience in downtown Las Vegas. It's the place to be. In fact, I was just talking to my co-host, Raj, about what an awesome place it is to stay at Circa because you got everything that you need, restaurants that are affordable, unbelievable pool. And so, in fact, over 3 days, you might not leave the property. You might not leave the premises. Circa is that type of place. And if you love sports and you love catching some rays and you like putting some sun in your hair and getting a little extra yellow tips at the top, KJ's probably looking for a little bit of look there. Go to Circa Sports Casino in Las Vegas. And if you can't make it this weekend or next, download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today for the best gambling experience online. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
He's the coolest guy in sports, man. To make the Alexander Ovechkin story even doper, he's not only become the greatest goal scorer of all time, maybe as early as tomorrow night against the Chicago Blackhawks, 2 away from tying, 3 from breaking the all-time record of 894 held by Wayne Gretzky. Did you see what he did for young Ryan Leonard, who had his college career cut short by the Denver Pioneers? Pios are back on the road to defending a national championship, looking for 3 titles in 4 years. They beat BC yet again. Ryan Leonard is looked at prior to his debut a couple of nights ago as like the best player not in the NHL in the country. They bring Ryan Leonard up, and he signs his entry-level deal, coach. Ovi takes him out, he and all of his buddies, to dinner. They're throwing beers around. I'm sure the guys are underage, but they're throwing beers around, having steaks. Ovi's paying for the meal.
And then potentially followed by bands making her dance.
The very next night, Ryan Leonard makes his debut as a Capital. And as you do in the NHL, you go out on what is called a rookie lap. And as a rookie, you're the first guy to lead the team out. And typically what teams do is the rookie goes out, and then you hold back for a good 30 seconds. The rookie's just the only guy on the ice, taking his own laps, taking a couple of shots, and then the team rolls out. Now, as of a couple of years ago, the league made a couple of player safety changes to pregame. And one of them was you now must wear a helmet from this point on in pregame warmups. Now, you're grandfathered in if you had already been in the league prior to that rule happening. Much like the face mask, the face shield rule, like Jamie Benn doesn't play with one because he was grandfathered in. Now you must play with one if you come into the league. Same thing happens with buckets for warmups. Ovi looks at Ryan Leonard and goes, "Take your helmet off." I'm going to get fined. But the first thing I'm going to do in the National Hockey League is get a fine from Gary Bettman. Ovi goes, "Take your helmet off."
You know why Ovi said that? Because Ovi's got bands.
Ovi's got bands. He's making him dance, baby. The coolest
bands.
thing, Alexander Ovechkin paying the fine for young Ryan Leonard having a hair skate in his first NHL game. Coolest thing in the world.
Nothing better than a good hair skate, is there?
No, there's really nothing like it. It's so freeing.
Some good flow going. And
so freeing.
Oh, man.
Dangerous.
I need to get my skates out, man.
I told you the next time that we do a morning sprint from morning skate, I want to bring gear and I want to put you through a skate after the opposing team gets off.
Got a nice pair of skates. They're true. They're nice hockey skates that I got at Shields and in Minnetonka, Minnesota. I mean, there've been some really good ice hockey players that have bought their skates at Shields and Minnetonka in over the course of the last 25 years.
Our old friend Kim Becker, now the studio host for the Utah Hockey Club.
She can skate.
She can skate. She had a history of touring with Disney on Ice. Very good figure skater. And
she was she Mary Poppins in the Disney on Ice?
I don't know who she was.
Snow White?
No clue.
Okay.
No idea who.
Jasmine?
I don't know. Is there a redheaded
Tangled.
princess?
Tangled.
Yeah,
Tangled gal. Rapunzel.
No, she's the Rapunzel's got blonde hair, dude.
Who's Tangled then?
That's Rapunzel. Rapunzel's got blonde hair.
God.
You're thinking of who's the Scottish chick in Brave? Merida.
Yeah.
Merida. Oh, we're missing a big one. Ariel and the Little Mermaid had bright red hair.
No question.
That's the one.
That's Becker.
Are we typecasting
I don't
Kim
know
right
though,
now?
man. I think Kim Becker has Merida energy from Brave. Is she not?
Well, what I see is
she's been known to, go out there and put herself out there on the line,
Kim is now
Justin Fields.
Kim is now doing like post-morning skates. She's out there at Utah. So I think if Kim can do it, we can do it. It's not every day. We're out there once every other month.
It's all good.
We'll throw Coach through some skills. We'll videotape it. We'll see if he doesn't fall and crack his head open.
I'll be fine.
You must put a helmet on.
No, I'm not wearing a brain bucket.
I'm not putting you through a drill without a helmet.
Okay.
Just like if you go and you snowboard without a helmet, I'm not going out there with you.
I do not do that.
Not going out there with you. Maddie B would be very upset.
I do not snowboard without a helmet. But I played plenty of pond hockey in Minnesota with just a toque on. That's all you need, man. Just a good solid toque.
I'm not getting on the ice with you without it. Can't do it.
It's just going to be, I mean, what?
It's for your own
safety. Are we going to be checking into the boards?
I don't trust you not to toe pick and launch your head into the wall.
Toe pick? What do you, I mean, I'm not going to be fully sending it down the.
Spencer Knight toe picked himself last night, and he's a professional National Hockey League goalie. You think you're immune to that?
Never happened to me in 2 years of skating in some really uneven ice.
I'm looking out for your family is what I'm doing right now.
I'll tell you what, man.
I'm being responsible.
In Maple Grove, Minnesota, right next to Medina. I never toe picked and fell down there. Some real.
It's been a handful of years, though, Coach.
It's been
a decade,
4,
half a decade.
No, it hasn't. It's been 3-4 years. Just fine.
Avs will take on the Blue Jackets tonight. Playoff style hockey. I expect Mackenzie Blackwood to be in the net. I think you're going to see a team that pushes hard at the beginning of the game. There were a few people out there saying I demand to see a 60-minute game from the Avs. I don't need to see 60 minutes. I need to see you push as hard as humanly possible in the first half of the game, which is what you see a lot of back-to-back teams doing. You try and get out to a 2-goal lead, maybe even a 3-goal lead, if possible, early in the game, and then you just hold on for dear life because your legs are about to fall out from underneath.
Doesn't that also kind of suck? It sucks to play in that type of game.
Yeah.
It really sucks to be a fan watching that type of game.
That's what I want to see.
It's nervy.
I want to see you push hard at the beginning, get out early. I want McKinnon to have 3 shots on goal in the first period. Stop trying to pass the puck into the net, which is what I think Nate's kind of falling into that right now, looking for the perfect play, trying to facilitate everyone on the ice. I want Nate
get a
to
point
be
last
the guy.
night?
He had a primary assist on the first goal. Secondary assist?
Is primary and secondary assists they're both worth a point.
They're both worth a point.
So it's no different.
No, it's just the primary assist is the first assist before the goal, and the secondary one is the one that gets the assist to the assist.
How do they determine that? If there really is, it's worthy of a secondary assist or not?
It's just whether or not
it have to feel like the.
Nope. It could happen 5 minutes earlier. I could pass you the puck, and you could hang on to the puck for 5 whole minutes, and if no one touches it,
so that's the whole deal.
It's possession.
It is as long as it's within possession.
Possession.
I mean, why does it stop there? Why don't they have a third assist?
I don't know. Eventually, blue ribbons you don't give blue ribbons to everyone.
You like the secondary assist point?
Yeah, I think it matters.
Yeah.
I think it matters.
Because
plays, I think it looks, how many plays does Nikola Jokic make happen for the Nuggets?
He doesn't even get any form of credit for in the NBA.
They're 2 passes previous, but there's no way the bucket actually happens without Nikola being a wizard.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at that and I go, do I want a secondary assist option in the NBA? No. But I do see that going, well, yeah, he had 12 assists tonight, but he was responsible for another 20 made buckets by his own team. That's the secondary assist in hockey to me, and I do appreciate it.
That's the big difference between hockey and basketball is that secondary assist. You get a bunch of those bad boys. You know what they lead to?
Wayne Gretzky having more assists than any other guy has points in the history of the game.
Which ultimately leads to more bans. And the thing about bans, it'll make her dance.
For Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Behind the Glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you guys live from opening day at the Denver Chop House.
And you know what's great is the Rockies are only 5.5 games out of first place, and they're yet to play a home game. How fun is that?
The Rockies currently tied at 0s at the end of 3 on the road against the Phillies. They'll take on the A's tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Denver Chop House. Can't wait to see you guys there.
Little Jenny Cavnar coming to town.
Eventually, the Dodgers and the Padres have to lose. Hopefully it happens today or tomorrow. PhD's next.
We are doing pizza only, pickles only. Go to Shotgun Willie's.
Scotty's traveling with the Nuggets. We'll get him on as he gets on the plane in a little bit, but kind of figured some things out about Russell Westbrook, Tyler.
Yep.
What'd you think overall? Did you watch? What did you watch last night, by the way? It was a weird night.
I watched quite a bit of the Nuggets, way more than I planned on.
That's funny.
I really didn't even plan on paying attention to the Nuggets last night.
Yeah, I don't blame
you. But they were keeping it interesting, you know?
Yeah.
So
well, you had to stick with it till you got to the interesting part.
You did.
Or tune in late.
You did. You know, I don't know. What do you say about Russ? I mean, he's
it's complicated.
It is complicated, right? And
very complicated.
I mean, I was grateful for him last night. You know, he was a dog out there. He was ready to do his deal
up until the end.
Yep.
Up until the end, and that's where it gets complicated. That's good. You stuck with it. It was, hey man, listen, you can tell I'm just a bit under the weather. Thank God this hasn't really hit me that hard. And yeah, I did skip the game, the good game, and trust me, I'm sitting there last night at the game. I'm like, no, this was the wrong game to choose. Between Tuesday night and Wednesday night. Tuesday night, maybe one of the most exciting games in regular season Nuggets history. And Wednesday night, when you're down 20 points to the JV Spurs. And by the way, you realize they were playing all their guys too, right? Like, it's not like they were coming at you with a team full of superstars. They got Chris Paul.
Yeah, for the record, anybody that doesn't know, Nuggets did not play any of their starters.
Yeah. Yeah. Scott Hastings about to board the plane. I got some deeper thoughts about Russell Westbrook here today, Scott. I really do think this is what this season, the postseason, is going to be a major storyline. I think Westbrook is going to be gargantuan. But curious about your thoughts about last night, just to start, as you're about to get on the plane with the team to go to Golden State.
Well, when Coach announced that the guys weren't playing in his pregame presser, I went, "Oh Lord!" You know, we do a bit. One of our sponsors of betting plates, and they do the line to start the game, and then they follow throughout. And we know the trouble San Antonio has, but when Chris Marlowe read that commercial, and it says the Nuggets are 4.5-point underdogs, I went, dude, no. But listen, they got down 20, didn't quit. Guys came in, played well. You know, there's different ways to look at this. I would still stand by this. So when they have all 5 starters, they're going to be able to compete with absolutely anybody, including Minnesota. They'll be fine with that. But what happens afterwards, and that may go into your narrative that you're going to talk about with Russ, what happens when those starting 5 aren't on there? That's going to be the reality check. Now, we all know that, you know, if you averaged 37 minutes, 38 minutes in the regular season, you're probably going to play 40, 41, somewhere in there, I would think, in the postseason. No back-to-backs, day in between. First round, you may have a couple days in between, so there should be plenty of time to get healed and rested. But I thought that was a big glimpse into exactly what Denver has and will be able to provide from the bench. I like what Malone said about Hunter Tyson. He knows that every time he comes in there, he's not going to be the best player, but he knows he's going to play his butt off and hustle. And, you know, he got two rebounds off of missed free throws. It was like he was the only guy there that realized that DJ shoots 48% from the free throw line. Right? I mean, he like crashed in, got 2 rebounds, and put one of them back in.
Well, that wasn't the most impressive rebounder of the night, though. Not even close, actually.
But exactly, and Jalen Pickett showed that, you know what, he's not the quickest guy in the world, but you could tell how smart of a player he is. First of all, I mean, you don't get 6 rebounds in his minutes against Minnesota and 11 last night.
Something.
At his size, if you're not smart.
Correct.
Know where the ball's going, where to go. You're aggressive. You're physical.
And strong, especially for his size. Remarkably strong.
For his size. Yeah, so I think he showed a little bit, and I think that's something we need to follow and look at. Is he capable in the postseason and maybe come in? And listen, I think when he's in there, he's kind of got to run the team.
Yeah.
You know, I know he can knock shots down, and he's probably, you know, a better three-point shooter than Russ was, and that's why they probably had him playing kind of that two position on the half-court offense. But he knows how to run the team. So
the most difficult decision is what Malone is going to do. Listen, I understand Russell Westbrook is going to play Scott Tyler in the postseason. I understand it, and I understand the reasons why. But 2 games in a row, Russell Westbrook, when the game mattered the most, discombobulated, mistake-prone, not reliable, and in my opinion, disconnected from the rest of the team.
But also had a really good game. You know, like he looked great.
Until the game.
He was a general out there. He was in command of things. He was the one guy that you looked at and you're like, yep, that dude's a little bit different than the rest of the guys on the court.
Until you needed it the most. Twice in a row. 2 games in a row until you needed it the most. So, yes, he's a Hall of Fame talent. He's going to the Hall of Fame. So is Chris Paul. But who won that battle last night in the last 3 minutes of the game? Who?
Yeah.
And that's what the playoffs come down to, fellas. What do you think we're doing here? You know, and you got a difficult decision. Michael Malone does.
Well, if you can get good play out of him through the majority of the game, and the end of the game is your concern, fine, problem solved.
Well,
I mean that's not an issue.
Easier said than done. Are you really going to play him the majority of the game and put in Jalen Pickett in the last 3 minutes?
That's tough. Also, I got you
because you clearly don't trust Michael Porter Jr. defensively at the end of close games. So, what is your rotation? And are we trusting Russell Westbrook to play with Jamal Murray in the last 3 minutes of a game? Or would you rather have a more reliable, strong, better rebounder right now in Jalen Pickett? It sounds crazy that I'm even saying it, but that's revealing itself. And the degree that Russell Westbrook, sadly, unfortunately, is separating himself from the rest of the team is showing itself. And I wish that wasn't the case because, man, it started off great. But what can I tell you? The reality of the situation is you had a guy who was awesome for the vast majority of the year who doesn't even want to be accountable at this point. And that's difficult. And I think the team can sense it, and I think Coach Malone is sticking by his guy, which is beyond admirable. But the decision that he's going to have to make when it counts the most, Scott, is going to be brutally difficult, or you're going to find yourself out of the playoffs sooner than later.
Yeah, Russ gives you an element defensively that I'm not sure Jalen's at that level, although I think Jalen physically is better than you realize. I mean, he's not afraid to body a bigger guy that switches around and posts up on him. Russ is obviously a lot quicker, has got some hands, but who's safer? And, you know.
It's who you can trust, Scott. Scott, it's who you can trust. And it's about the end of games, not the middle of games. Listen, what Russ brings in terms of energy and all that in the middle of games, hey, man, I got you. Good. Cool. Awesome. And you can make a lot of mistakes in the middle of the games. Heck, Nikola Jokic turns the ball over probably more than most guys because he's taking some chances and the ball's in his hand a lot. But we're talking the last 3 minutes, and nobody has a problem with Nikola having the ball in his hands in the last 3 minutes. You really want the ball in Russell Westbrook's hand in the last 3 minutes? Do you?
I don't know. I don't know. You what version are you going to get? That's the question. I just think the Malone's got so much trust in him. He's got so much faith in him. And quite frankly, when it comes down to playoff time, I think that's why you brought him here. You wanted him here.
It's why you brought him here, but it ain't gonna. I don't think it's going to work out. But it's why it is why you brought him here, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But he ain't that guy, unfortunately, in my opinion.
There's still a lot of good stuff, though, man.
It's complicated. How can I say that a guy who scored 30 points had a bad game? I can't.
He definitely brings things to the court that Pickett does not. Put it that way.
What I'm seeing too off the court, or at least with the teammates, is a very DeMarcus Cousins sort of vibe. Great player. Everybody can recognize that. Malone's standing up for him, but he ain't connecting with his teammates for whatever reason. Or not the way Bruce Brown certainly did. He ain't bringing guys together. And listen, I really don't give a crap if guys talk or don't talk. I really don't. But being accountable is a little bit different than whether you're willing to talk. And 2 nights in a row, you just blew out of there. And then last night, when you were asked by Brendan Vogt of DNVR, do you got time to talk? And the answer was, I don't. And I was there for that. I was in the room when that happened, standing about 10 feet away. Russ has his back turned to his locker, fully dressed. Nobody else was in that locker. He was taking his time leaving for whatever reason. And you don't want to just spend a couple of minutes being accountable or saying whatever your truth is to the, the hardcore, 6 media people that were there? Because that's who was there, Scott. It was about 6 of us there.
Yeah.
And by the way, it wasn't a coincidence we were in that room. We knew, told, hey, you should go in there. Okay, cool. And so we did, only to be rebuffed by Russ. Ain't the charming fellow that we once saw. What can I tell you? And again, do I care if guys talk? Not really. No. Guys really don't want to talk. Guys don't have to talk. But not every guy is a leader, a dog in the house. But Russell Wilson is one of those guys. How many times did Nikola Jokic, after a good game or a bad game, literally refused to talk while he was in the locker room, Scott? Ever?
I can only remember one time, and it was like his first or second year in the league when the language barrier thing in Chicago happened.
Okay.
And that was more out of embarrassment and feeling kind of led down the wrong path, learning English. Remember, he was learning English basically while all of a sudden starring. But, that was 9 years ago.
Hey, it was Russ, according to Michael Malone, who pressed to play. He's the one that said, I want to play in tonight's game. I think Malone gave him an option. He didn't have to be there. There was he's a fascinating guy, fellas. He's a fascinating guy. And, and this is where we're at. I don't know how else to put it.
Well, listen, he is a fascinating guy. I mean, from his clothing line that he does that relates to inner city and charitable foundations. I mean, that's fabulous. He did bring a spark and an energy to the team that was needed. But I'm with you. The only disappointing thing, and listen, he had 30 points through 3 quarters and didn't score in the fourth quarter. And, you probably needed him to be able to score just a little bit, but that happens. I think they knew that really had one guy that was the threat. Let's concentrate on the threat. But my thing is, because I know he's a grown man and I know he's been in tougher situations, that probably either last Tuesday night or Wednesday night, you probably should have sat in there. It probably only been 2 or 3 questions, and you probably needed to answer them. And then probably everything would be settled and fine and okay, whether you like the answer or not.
It is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, but it's frustrating that it's happening with 7 games left.
Tell me about it.
Because you really don't have time to figure it out. I still say this: you're probably right. Coach is going to have some decisions and. Maybe live or die by him. And listen, good Russ, you need good Russ. You need attacking Russ and great decision Russ and active defensively Russ. And, you talk about Pickett's a rebounder. Russ is a good rebounder, too. I mean,
sure.
He can help you there, too.
Of course.
I am not worried about this team at all from the starting lineup standpoint. But if you remember, we've talked about it, Tyler. You remember this. We talked about it from day one. Who's going to be your bench guy? In fact, I said for this team to be successful, Julian Strother needs to be that guy off the bench that surpasses his second year in the league. And guess what? We haven't seen Julian in 5 weeks. So that bench thing scares me, man. And I know starters play more minutes in the postseason, but there's still minutes out there, and God forbid foul trouble, that you're going to have to rely on somebody to come up and do something positive for you.
Yeah, I just keep coming back to the fact that I don't think it's that complicated. You're just going to rely on him. You are. That's what you brought him in to do. He's done a lot of good stuff this year, and I know there's been some frustrating stuff, and last night was a great example of it. I think when it comes down to it, I couldn't care less what he does after the game. Quite frankly, I understand why it could irritate people if he's not held accountable. Whatever. I really don't care. sometimes it can be an indication of a state of mind, and I'll give you that. And sometimes that could mean that it's not a great state of mind. But I really don't think that. I mean, Russ has been known as a surly dude forever. Okay, so you're finally getting to see it here a little bit here in Denver. There's nothing new here. This is who he's been his whole life. This is who he's been his whole career. So I'm not panicking over things like that. I couldn't care less if he doesn't face the media afterwards. He has done a lot of good stuff. He brings different things to the table. I guess I'm on the other end of the spectrum here, that he's done enough for me to say, yeah, I'm still going to trust him in the playoffs. And quite frankly, I probably wouldn't change that much. Nor am I going to turn to Jalen Pickett at the end of the game rather than Russell Westbrook. I damn sure would rather have Russell Westbrook out there than Jalen Pickett.
Well,
so
that's actually
that conversation's just a moot point.
Well, that's.
I agree. I agree with that, Tyler. I think you're right. You're too far down this road. The thing is, though, are you going to give Pickett some minutes here and there? Has he earned enough to do that? And I'm with you. For good or for bad, Russ is a big part of this franchise. And I think you said it yesterday, Darren. Part of your success or lack of success is probably going to be on his shoulders. And Jamal Murray's. The point guard, starting point guard, and backup point guard are going to probably define this postseason.
Okay.
I mean, DMac, you seem like you're ready to just be done with the dude. So I'd be like, all right, well, then what's the solution?
No, it's complicated.
The solution is this is what you bought. This is what you paid for. You're here. You're finally there. And what are you turning to? Jalen Pickett? You're not doing that.
No. Well, you could.
You're not.
Actually.
You're not.
You could. And you could also turn to Peyton Watson. You could turn to, frankly, if we're just doing offense for defense, you can put a guy out like Hunter Tyson if you're flip-flopping. There's another question here. Do you trust Michael Porter Jr. in close games in the last couple of minutes on both sides of the court?
Quite frankly, I trust Russ more than I trust Michael Porter Jr.
Well, there you go. Scott, do you trust Michael Porter? And listen, Michael Malone has certainly shown a tendency to flip-flop offense to defense late in games with Michael Porter Jr. That's happened often. Where are you at with that?
I think with your offense, you got to stick with Porter because, even that game a week or so ago, he kind of struggled a little bit offensively and then comes up with a massive three. You don't have – if anything that's been an indication really to me in the last couple of games is you have a lack of shooting, consistent deep shooting. There guys can make them here and there, and Michael Porter's your best. So you've got to have him active, involved, and feeling good, in my opinion.
I'm not a Russell Westbrook hater. I'm not. It might sound like it, I guess, and maybe you can sort of throw that on me just bringing these questions up. I'm just telling you what's going on, period. And if I'm telling you that something's going on that's different than earlier in the year, that's just what's going on. It's just different. And right now it's different. I do not trust Russell Westbrook at the end of games. I don't. I understand switching out Michael Porter Jr. here and there.
I don't think the plan is to rely on Russell Westbrook at the end of the games.
How healthy?
Nor was it ever intended to be that way. It might have felt that way because of so many injuries, because Jamal was out, because Aaron Gordon was out, because he became a full-time starter for a long period there. It might have felt that way, but the game plan was always to be a backup to Jamal Murray. That's what the game plan was.
How many games have the five guys, the starting five for the Nuggets, actually started this year for the Nuggets, Scott?
20.
22, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what out of that makes you believe that this Nuggets team will be fully healthy with those five guys?
Okay, so if they're
for
not,
the playoffs?
What do? You play Russ. That's what you do.
Well, that's the question. That is the question.
Well, I think they will, because if they can hold on to a top four spot, you're going to get a week off before your playoff starts, and then you're going to have a home series, your first round, that at least now you're going to sleep in your own bed for another week. So that's my hope, and right there, that they'll stay healthy. And we said there's there's at least a day in between games, sometimes 2 and 3. So that should give you. I'm really not worried about this starting unit at all, and I do think they'll be probably as healthy as they've been all year. You go back and look in those 22 starts, even if you remember, one of them was in Oklahoma City, I think, and Gordon went out in the first quarter. Murray got knocked out in that game 3 in Minnesota early third quarter. And so basically you played 3 quarters of a game and a half a game, again, without that starting unit. So health is big, dog. Hey, health is big. And I told you that the other day, the year they won it, the starting 5 played 48 games, started 48 games together. Last year they started 41. This year they're at 21 or 22. Do they get the next 5? Doesn't feel like they'll get the next 5, does it?
It's as complicated as you can imagine. And look at the Western Conference, too. Holy cow. And for all the drama that's lacking with the Avalanche, and trust me, they have no drama. Boy, oh boy, do you have movie of the week each and every single night with the Denver Nuggets. It's been like that for the vast majority of the year. And now on this very wacky final 5-game stretch, away, home, away, you're going to find a bizarre solution to what's been an ongoing problem of maintaining some sort of consistency. And brother, I'm here for the drama. And it's getting juicier and juicier as time goes on. Meanwhile, the Avs are boring. The Avs are Little House on the Prairie. And the Nuggets are like Al Pacino and Robert De Niro in Heat, having coffee. And I think we're friends, but maybe not, because we might have to shoot each other at some point. They are something else. So, Scott, with that, we'll let you go. Enjoy your plane ride to Golden State. Any final thoughts before we'll check in with you tomorrow, of course, but this is the last we'll talk to you today. Any closing thoughts here, my friend?
It's snowing pretty good out here at the airport, folks.
Thank you, Chris Bianchi.
All right.
Thank you, Scott. We'll talk to you later. Okay.
Hey, don't trust a fart.
Meanwhile, yeah, the Avalanche, talk about night and day, Tyler. Night and day. A disinterested, unmotivated, okay, here we go, Avalanche team. They pull out a win. And they do something that's completely contradictory to what they did their last shootout. And it goes in the right direction. Details coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. If you're struggling with hair loss, first off, I know the bad feeling. It sucks. And you might have already got online, you're looking for solutions, you bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. How about you just commit to getting your hair back by committing to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. They will change your life, just like they changed mine, and they've changed so many others. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one, so pick up the phone, call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair is the best of the best. And what I love about Advanced Hair is they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee there, folks. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts regrowing the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR today. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. But that is a limited time offer, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
In between the circles, McKinnon holding, and he's able to tuck it in. Oh, what a move! Masterful by McKinnon. He threaded the needle. There was just enough space for the puck to go between the post and the left skate of Spencer Knight, and McKinnon gets his first shootout goal of the season. Lehkonen, if he scores, the Avalanche win. Lehkonen, left circle, Lehkonen holding, shooting. He does! Colorado completes the comeback. And I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. The Avalanche win in the shootout. 2 points are theirs. Down 2-0. They tie it in the third and come back to get the extra point and beat Chicago by a final score of 3-2 as they even the season series with the Hawks.
They won. I mean, it was exciting because they're scoring goals with like 9 seconds left in the game. That's, to put it into overtime. Chicago is not a good team, Jenny. And then in the shootout, who's the shootout?
Hey, shootout's better when you win.
Sure. It's Brock Nelson, Nathan McKinnon, and Lehkonen. 3 completely different shooters than a couple games ago. When it was, let me see if I can remember, Ross Colton, Charlie Coyle, and Val Nichushkin.
There you go.
Anybody help? Anybody?
I don't know how the hell they figured that thing out. I mean, hey, go glove side, Julie the cat. I mean, does it matter on matchups versus the goaltenders, or do you just have the best guy? Okay. If you had 5 guys on the team that you're just like, yeah, these are my top 5 guys to shoot out, but we're gonna rotate them every couple games that we go through it. I have no clue.
Got me, brother.
Or is it like, hey, who wants to do it?
Well, I don't know.
Fine, I'll do it tonight.
I mean, how you don't know who your top 3 guys are, and those are just your top 3 guys each and every game, is actually a bit of a mystery to me.
I bet they don't practice it that often.
I don't think they do. I think you're right. It is. I mean, for Nathan McKinnon to
probably one of those things that, like, hey, get it before practice, get it after practice. Get a little work in, shoot your free throws before practice.
Hey, I'm with you, but I would just assume that the MVP of the league is always in there.
You would think.
I would think.
That would make sense to me.
Yeah, but he wasn't the other night. But he was last night, and he scored. By the way, his goal, it's like, could you move slower? But that's still a goal. Counts all the same. You move slow, so sort of just tucking around a skate. Puck doesn't leave the ice. Goal, whatever. It doesn't matter. The shootouts are so weird. But whatever. Win our way. And they can cinch a playoff spot in a variety of ways tonight. Again, they don't even have to win tonight, and they can secure a playoff. But if you look at the standings right now, Tyler, how in the world are these guys motivated for these final 6 games or whatever it is? I mean, you can't do anything. You got 6 games left. Well, you're stuck.
Here's the motivation, and I absolutely understand what you're saying, because when you don't have something on the line, that's human nature, right? There's a reason why once teams are out of the playoffs, it just gets progressively worse because they got nothing on the line.
Right.
I get that. That's a mental battle that these guys will have to go through. But how do you stay motivated? You want to be playing good hockey. That's it, right? I mean, and as a coach, that's your job, that you want to make sure you're peaking as you go into the playoffs. It's something you harp on from training camp until now. We got to be peaking as we get to the playoffs. So I hope that we don't see a huge letdown here over the remainder of these games.
I don't think the Avalanche should not win this game tonight against Columbus. They should not win this game. 5 o'clock pregame here on Altitude, 5:30 puck drop. Columbus they are 2 points. Columbus is 2 points out of the final wild card spot. 2. And they've got games in hand too. The Avs schedule, the Avs are finishing their season way before they ever have and before most of the teams in the NHL, which is kind of good and kind of bad. But the Avalanche have played 76 games, 3 more than Columbus. I have no idea how it gets so out of whack at this time of year. So Columbus has 9 games left to go. The Avs have 6. Columbus is 2 points behind the Canadiens and the Rangers. However, they have 2 games in hand to the Rangers and a game in hand to the Canadiens. So if you just count it as a win, they're in the playoffs right now if they win tonight and have the same games played as Montreal.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you doing a hockey thing there when you say the Canadian? Can you say that again?
Canadiens?
Yeah. Are you doing that intentionally, or is that just how you say it?
How should I say it?
Canadians?
Canadiens. Canadians?
Canadians?
And now it takes
Canadians? Canadians.
But see all right, this is...
I couldn't tell. Now I'm starting to think you're not doing a bit.
I have never heard.
You're not doing a bit?
Oh, I have never... Dan, help me out here. I have never heard the Canadiens pronounce the Canadians.
The Canadians.
I have never, ever in my life...
Now, the hockey team might be different. But if I'm talking about a group of people, I'm saying the Canadians.
Well, they're not playing a bunch of scrubs from Scarsboro.
Okay.
They're playing the Montreal Canadiens.
But why would the group of people be different than the name, the team name?
Dan, you want to chime in on this one?
Well, say
that's a valid question.
Say it in the way the country we're from.
America.
What are we? DMac.
The United States?
No,
we're not Americans.
We're Americans.
We're Americans.
We are Americans.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
So they are
the Canadiens.
The Canadians.
Americans.
Fair point. But I have literally...
Am I wrong on this?
I literally have never heard anybody say, hey, check out the Montreal... I can't even say it. Yeah,
Canadians?
Canadians. I've never heard anybody say, hey, look at those Montreal Canadiens.
I think you're actually probably going to be right on this, on the team name. But that just doesn't make sense to me, because if you talk about the group of people, is that how you say it?
Well, to DMac's...
Fair.
To back up DMac's pronunciation, it is French Canadian. So maybe that's...
Yeah, but I'm American.
Well,
Dan is saying, are the people in Quebec?
Quebec.
Oh, wow.
Say it again.
Well, they certainly would say Quebec.
Quebec?
Yes.
Quebec.
I am influenced ultimately by my proximity to Canada from my time in Buffalo and in New York, I guess. I mean, really, I should say Quebec, because that's how they would really say it. Quebec.
Mm.
Nobody would say Quebec in hockey parlance. Nobody. There's no shot that if we got Mark Rycroft...
Here's what I know. As an American,
yeah,
I'm not obliged to speak it Canadians.
You can say it however you want.
I'm an American, so I'm going to call it the Canadians.
All right, I have a stupid question here. How do you spell?
I don't know.
How do you spell it the way you say it? Go ahead. How do you spell it?
I-A-N.
Mm-hmm. Guess how the hockey team spells their last name?
I-E-N.
Correct.
Canadians.
That's how they spell it.
Canadians. It still comes out the same way. I-E-N comes out the same way.
But literally, it's spelled differently.
Well, that's on them. Why do they spell it different?
Because
there's no E in Canada.
Because
there's no E in Canada.
That is the French influence on the spelling. It's like...
Why in French?
Well, they spell center T-R-E, not T-E-R.
You realize Pat Bolin, your training center was spelled in Canadian rather than American? Over the,
it was
either center C-E-N-T-R-E or there was an O-U-R somewhere there.
What
on the Pat Bolin training?
The Pat Bolin what?
On the name of the
Fieldhouse?
building. No, it wasn't the field house. It was the building itself. It was spelled, I forget what the word is. I can look it up in the break. But it was spelled in a Canadian sort of way.
R-E?
It was either O-U-R or R-E in there. It was there. While you were there. Because guess where Pat Bolin's from?
Canadians.
He's a Canadian.
He hangs out with the Canadians.
He is a Canadian who may root for the Canadiens.
Yeah.
It's small. It's subtle. But they spell their name different.
Okay.
but their whole area, they speak French. They're not even in.
I think you're going to win the technicality.
I'm definitely going to win it because they're not known as the Montreal. I can't even say it the way you say it.
And I'm going to win the common sense.
By the way, you may sort of win it even in the common sense amongst Canadian people because likely I'm going to guess they hate Quebec.
There you go.
Because, I mean, come on, man.
Quebec?
Can you imagine if people in Montana just spoke a different language? I mean, how annoyed by...
Yeah, like people from Boston?
I ain't even going to argue with you about that.
Yeah.
I can't even understand half my family most of the time. And that's just half my family. The bottom line is the Avs have nothing to play for, dude.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the Canadians.
And the Columbus is trying to catch the Canadiens. And they have a lot of Canadian players catching the Canadiens. And that's the night.
Win well.
The Avs should get waxed tonight, frankly. And I wouldn't be bummed out or disappointed or whatever. And what Bednar has to do to get his team going is, I don't know. Who knows? And that's how they played last night against a terrible Chicago Blackhawks team. I think I got that right. So what do you play for? You know what you do? You survive. You survive and you try to move on. You're seeing something on there?
No, I'm just laughing. People always get riled up over the dumb stuff. Sometimes they don't chime in on our best debates about sports, but they get riled up over the dumb stuff.
I want to hear. I haven't looked at it myself. I'm curious about it. We'll get there coming up next. You want to talk about the dumbest text that we have out of?
Well, I asked you since you're my resident New England.
I spent a lot of time in Maine, yeah.
Someone says the bulk of Maine is bilingual. You go to northern Maine, and there are towns that only speak French. DMac?
Yeah, listen, I have relatives from Calais, Maine. There's a little bit of French Canadian in my grandmother's family. It's a border town, so perhaps they talk a little dingbatty. But if you think people in Bangor are going parlez-vous français, or what are you, nuts? Now, they speak a different sort of accented, you can't get there from here sort of thing, but that ain't French. It's just deep in the woods, Maine.
Now, to be fair, though, there's got to be some towns in Maine with a population less than 5,000. There's got to be plenty of those.
If you can name any town within 15 miles of the Canadian border, I'll be impressed. Period.
No, of course I can.
And this ding-dong on the text line doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, I'm sorry, what?
Detroit.
Where do you think Detroit's? What state do you think that's located in there, Dano?
You said 15 miles from the border.
Yeah, the root cause of this conversation was the state of Maine, but thanks for chiming in.
Oh, my bad.
Would you like to throw anything in about Oregon or North Dakota while we're at it? Thanks for paying attention.
Oregon?
Well, we're just going to go towns that are close to Canada. But, of course, that wouldn't count either, because even people in Canada probably hate people from Quebec. But the responses on the text line, which are great and shows if you're just getting the stupidest conversations, they may be the most entertaining. DMac is now an expert on French pronunciation. Honors French 5, Neil. Wasn't an accident. I was chasing a girl for 5 years. Didn't work out.
Was she French?
No, but she was taking French. And we had to do a 10-minute presentation en français about a small town.
Together?
We had to do individual presentations. I was 3 years beyond whatever I needed to get into Syracuse for a foreign language. The girl was not going to get with me. I tried desperately. So I dropped French from Madame Brophy. That's where it ended. But that was 5 years of sinking my hard work into French. So I bet I know more than you do, Neil. Plus, I live closer to Montreal.
I'm going to doubt you really remember that much from 5 years of high school French.
I know a little.
So you bragging about how much you know about French, I'm going to call BS on that.
Yeah,
I'm absolutely calling BS.
L'oiseau est soif.
Si.
Si is Spanish.
Oh.
Oui is what you meant to say.
Oh.
And what does l'oiseau est soif mean?
I love beautiful women.
The bird is thirsty. Don't doubt my French. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
Wow, you can count.
Those are letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I mean, it just keeps going.
Muy largo gato en mis pantalones.
I'm not talking about your pants.
Got a very large cat in my pants.
Name the one city that is north of Canada. Who cares,
Blue Streak, by the way.
Okay. Let's see. DMac has heard of the state of Washington, right? This is fascinating. Somebody is entertained by this, but that's about it.
No,
Anyways.
I think they actually we really did lose them when you started bragging about your 5 years of high school French.
I'm not bragging. I'm just describing.
How did you get 5 years of high school French?
You took 2 in 7th and 8th grade, my friend. I went in honors French 2 as a freshman.
You're counting middle school French?
5 years is 5 years.
Oh, my gosh. Everybody took middle school language.
I took French 1, 7th grade, French 2, 8th grade, French 3.
Well, congratulations. I've got 5 years of Spanish then.
Well, then you should speak more Spanish.
I just said I got a large cat in my pants.
I heard it. We go to our guy, Kevin Schur. He's rooting for Florida. Kevin is part of the...
Does Kevin speak French?
Probably not. Kevin?
No French here.
Tu parles français? No? All right, not another bracket contest. It's you and another dude. By the way, this is coming down to 2 guys.
2 dudes.
2 dudes, and Kevin's our guy.
2 dudes, 1 bracket.
That's it. Did you know that? Out of the thousands of people, Kevin, it's you and some other dude.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't pay any attention after I submitted. I submitted, and I was like, oh, I should have probably picked more upsets, and kind of just forgot about it. And then I got a call, and they're like, yeah, if Florida wins, you're in. You're the winner.
It's crazy, right?
Oh, I probably should have paid a little more attention.
So you put deep thought into this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Do you know anything about the Florida basketball team?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a huge Gators fan. So
Baloney.
Who's the coach?
Excited.
What's the name of the coach?
Todd Golden's coach. Loved them when they were Billy Donovan.
Name three of the starting five.
Walker Clayton. Mitchell's their shooting guard. And then they got two tall center white guys.
I'll give
Don't know
you
their names, but
yeah, I'll give you that. That's not bad. That's not bad.
You realize, Kevin, you literally could have made up three names, and Tyler and I would not have known if you were telling the truth or not.
Also true.
yeah, I probably should have done that. Oh well.
Doesn't matter, Kevin. You're our guy. We just want to congratulate you. And the Not Another Bracket contest comes down to some loser and you. And we're rooting for you, and we just wanted to throw our support behind you.
I'm rooting for the loser.
Oh man!
Wow.
I got a funny story for you guys, real quick.
Okay.
In 1997, Scott Hastings went to Mexico City for the Broncos. They had a preseason game down there right before they won their first Super Bowl. And his bag must have got switched with my uncle's. And I got a cool picture of my 5'7" uncle with pants that are taller than him that he pulled out of the suitcase.
That's a great story. I love that story.
People have a picture of Scott Hastings' pants.
That's amazing. Did he really wear Scott Hastings' clothes? I mean, if you don't have any other pants, what are you going to do? You guys do the best you can.
Exactly.
Kevin, we're rooting for you and your great stories, and we want to encourage everybody to check out the results of the Not Another Bracket contest thanks to Evan Williams Bourbon. It's an award-winning bourbon that makes any game day lineup a winner and a Brothers barbecue. You could win a party for 30. Do you even know 30 people?
Oh yeah, I could fill that pretty quick.
Really? Oh.
I'm pretty popular on that case.
Yeah, good for
I
you.
think I'd have to invite you, DMac, and Tyler, and maybe 28 other listeners. So we'd be good.
Okay, Kevin. I love it. Kevin, I'll tell you right this now, brother. If Florida wins and you have a party, I would be proud to be one of your 30 friends coming to that party for Brothers Barbecue. I would love it. I guarantee I'll be there. Wait, where do you live?
Westminster.
Okay. You have a good time at that party. Take your events to the next level with their award-winning catering. It's Not Another Bracket contest. Our guy is Kevin Schur. Tyler's rooting for the other idiot.
I'm rooting for the loser.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. We appreciate it. Best of luck to you.
Thank you, and happy birthday to my daughter. She turned 1 today. So.
Oh,
congrats.
Are you having a party for her?
No, just the cake, and
just
let her play with that and have fun.
Right, because you're not an idiot, and you're not inviting like 50 friends for your 1-year-old's birthday party.
No, he is an idiot because now he's going to have to buy all these things that his daughter wants instead of having other people buy it for him.
The daughter doesn't understand a 1-year-old birthday party.
Okay, what the daughter needs. How about that?
They're going to buy what the daughter needs anyways because they don't want the daughter to die.
I know.
You're just
but other people can buy it.
Kevin, I appreciate you not having.
Rooting for Florida hard on Saturday.
There you go. Happy. What's your daughter's name?
Ashlyn.
I want to congratulate you and your wife for keeping her alive for a year. That to me, like every day I woke up when my kid was that young, I was like, gee, are they breathing? Did I do it today? Thank God. Really, it's a hell of an accomplishment, Kevin. Congratulations.
I appreciate it. It's all my wife. She does all the hard work. So I'm just here to give a shout out on the radio.
Kevin, sure, you're our guy, and so is Florida. And Tyler, you're just trying to be contradictory
No,
today.
I'm with Kevin now. Yep.
Now you're with Kevin?
Yeah, he's a good guy. He kept her alive.
I swear to God, when our kids, I don't know at what age you kind of trust that the kids are going to be okay when they wake up.
At what age do you stop worrying about them being alive?
That's a fair point. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. You can find the right treatment, and that means the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. We're talking Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When failure to perform in the bedroom is your routine, break that bad habit. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more, and if you can go more than an hour, wow. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Hey, that initial visit's $99. The T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But the stories are epic of it working. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Find out for yourself. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
No, definitely. I take into account Russ's 17 years of service, and that's not your average 17 years. I mean, Russell Westbrook's got a lot of miles on those wheels, and he plays so damn hard. So I spoke to him about tonight, and I was not at all surprised when he said, "What? I'm playing, man." And that's not just because we lost last night. That's because he's a competitor, and he loves an opportunity to go out there and compete. And so I told him after the game tonight how much I appreciated him, because I know a lot of guys taking the easy way, and that's not in Russell Westbrook's DNA.
Russell Westbrook is proving to be I thought Jamal Murray was the most complicated, compelling personality on the Nuggets. I am wrong about that. He's up there. But our guy, Russell Westbrook, it is hard to put your finger on this dude in terms of who he is, his fan base. I mean, if you didn't know, Russell Westbrook has a very similar sort of fan base, I'd say, to Russell Wilson, meaning there are people that are just fans of his, period. They're just fans of him no matter what team he's on and what he's doing, and it's more about the success. And I suppose some Tebowites were like this too. But he has a deep core of people that just root for him, not really for whatever team he's on. Or they root more for him than the team itself. He's like that. I don't think Jamal's like that. I'm sure Jamal has fans. Of course he does. But Westbrook is kind of an island unto himself. And that's the way he commonly plays. So does it surprise me that he's happy to play when nobody else is playing? Actually, no. Do I think it's just because he's, rah-rah team guy? I don't know. Not really. I think Russ sees it as an opportunity to start and play and do his thing. He's not shy about it, that's for sure. And you're watching the game, and it's another confusing one last night. Hey, listen, man. Tyler, I thought this game, 20 points. I thought the Nuggets were about to lose by 40.
Look, I think I'm on the other side of the spectrum with you with Russell Westbrook right now. There's still plenty of good stuff from Russell Westbrook. And what it really comes down to is that you're okay with playing him at the beginning of the game, throughout the game, and you don't trust him in the final 2 minutes, okay, problem solved. Don't play him in the final 2 minutes. There's plenty of ways around that. Whether you want to swap out Peyton Watson, I'm not putting Jalen Pickett in at the end of the game personally. So that whole conversation to me is crazy. Cool. Maybe you want to give him some minutes earlier. But look, man, he had 30 points. He did a lot of great things last night. He was the only dog that was on the court, at least the only true dog that was on the court. He does a lot of great things defensively. I'm just not out on Russell Westbrook. I feel like you're just out on Russ right now, and I'm not. You brought him in for this time of the year, and that is not changing.
I do not trust Russell Westbrook at the end of games. But that's the only points I don't trust him at.
Okay, well, I think there's plenty of ways around that.
Okay. Well, we'll see what Michael Malone does. Also, I don't have much faith that the Nuggets, who could not really start their core five guys the whole year, will be able to get through an entire playoff stretch, however long it lasts, without having nights where somebody's down for whatever reason. Now, I hope I'm wrong on that, because I do think the strongest Nuggets team is with Westbrook coming off the bench with the core five. And the rotation with Peyton Watson off the bench, and of course it would be Westbrook. And that third guy, I'm still kind of like, I'm not quite sure who that's going to be. I think it's going to be DeAndre Jordan. Is it really going to be Zeke Naji? I don't know, man. It's tough. There's not a great answer there, and I have no idea when Julian Strawther is going to be healthy.
Well, you get lucky. You get your starting five. Stay healthy. You got a really good shot at this. Okay? It comes down to that. You're going to play 7-8 guys. That's it. But the question that you just said, which you doubt, is whether you're going to be able to keep your guys. I think you just get to the playoffs and all of a sudden magical things happen, man. I do. Probably would be naive to assume that they're all going to be available for every single second of every single game. You're probably right. But I would venture it's going to be closer to all 5 being available for the far majority than the other way around.
I'm looking at the text line. You're really getting something wrong. And this is where, okay, I get it, because you hear me say some what appears to be harsh things, and you take that for how I personally feel about somebody. DMac thinks because he doesn't like a guy, then everyone shouldn't. I don't dislike Russell Westbrook. Listen, man, I hope you do. I hope you have been listening to this show the entire season, because I have said repeatedly great things about Russell Westbrook all year. I've told you for the whole year, like, what's the problem? What has been the problem? This guy's been great. He's amazing. We've had great interactions. We could play the audio, Dan, of different, questions and answers and whatever throughout the course of the year. I'm just telling you. Okay, I'm just telling you right now, at this moment, that ship is done sailed for whatever reason.
Okay, so you like him or you don't like him?
I do like him. I do like Russell Westbrook. I have great empathy for a man.
No. Okay. Do you like the player or not?
I do like the player, but not in clutch times at the end of games. I don't trust him. I think he plays.
It does get, if I'm being honest, it gets confusing listening to you, whether you like the man or not, sometimes when you go on a tangent about him being available for media. Now, I don't know. Maybe that's fair. Maybe it's not. I think that's who Russell Westbrook has always been his entire career. I think he's a surly son of a gun, and he's kind of been on cloud 9 for the majority of the season here with the Nuggets. He probably wasn't backed into a corner to kind of show some of that stuff. Does that stuff bother you or not? Because when I listen to you, it sure sounds like that bothers you.
No, I don't. I really don't care, but I'm just telling you what it is. And I'm just.
Well, what is it then? I mean, is it a big deal or not?
I feel like star athletes have a responsibility to be accountable. I think that's part of their jobs. And I was critical of Nathan McKinnon when he was acting kind of weird before the Miko deal, and I told you that. I said it here.
You weren't.
And as soon as he stopped doing that, which he did, I also told you that.
So then,
does that mean I don't like Nathan McKinnon?
No. But you can't have it both ways. Say it doesn't bother you and then say that, because it clearly does bother you.
Just describing what's happening doesn't mean if it bothers me or not.
You just said you were critical of it. That means it bothers you.
You can be both. Saying something bothers me is different, in my opinion, than just describing what it is. I'm just describing what it is.
So it doesn't bug you that Russ skips out on it.
He can do whatever he damn pleases. But I'm telling you how it comes off. I'm telling you,
that's so confusing.
Well, I can tell you how. I can only report what's going on. So I can only tell you when he blows out of the building the night before, after making 2 critical mistakes. I can only tell you that the next night, when he's the only one in the locker room, and we're told, hey, he's in the locker room, so the 6 of us go in there, and he immediately turns it down. I'm just telling you what happened.
Here's what I'll get.
What you take out of it, I guess, is what you take out of it. But I think as a leader, as everybody on the team who's a leader does, including Jamal Murray and especially Nikola Jokic, is be accountable for what happened one way or the other.
Okay, so it bothers you, and that's fine. That's fine. I don't know how you could say all that and say it doesn't, and that's fine that it does. Quite frankly, I'll give you something here to put in the back of your pocket that I do think can be relative to the situation. It can relate to the situation. If it's not consistent behavior to how you typically go about handling your business, I do think that when you skip out on the media, it can be an indicator about where your mentality is at. So I would look at that not so much as like it bothers me that he does it, but more so of what does that mean about where he's at mentally right now? What does that mean about his own trust? Or is he just irritated? Or is this consistent behavior with how he's always is this just his MO? I think this is his MO. I do. I think this has always been his MO over the entirety of his career. So if it's consistent, to me, that's not a bad indicator. But if it's not consistent, then that is an indicator that he's probably in a fragile state of mind.
Well, he certainly hasn't been like this the whole year. Whether he's been like this on other teams, frankly, I wouldn't know because I haven't covered other teams. I've heard rumors about it. But when I've been praising Russell Westbrook this entire year, because he hasn't been like this. And I said, man, this is a good dude. This is a dude who's got family in California and family and relatives that were impacted by the fires and on a day off was. And I've said all of that too. So this is not consistent behavior from what he's been doing all year.
I think
maybe it's consistent for where he was for other teams. And yes, I've had some other muggles tell me, yep, I knew this was coming. I've had that happen too.
Right. And see, I think the pattern of inconsistency that you might see here in Denver, he's been on cloud nine here, man. I mean, he has just been the hero for the far majority of the season, way more than he's been letting you down. He's been an absolute hero here. He's fit in perfectly. He gets praised by his coach, and so it's just been a euphoric feeling, right? And now for the first time in his career as a Denver Nugget, it feels a little bit different.
I see people on the text line being defensive about it and rallying the troops, and fine. But I'm just telling you what's happening. And if you don't trust me on it, then follow anybody else who was in the locker room and covering the team on a daily basis and see what they've got to say too. And you'll hear and see the same thing. And perhaps hearing the truth about the way the situation is not what you want to hear at this time of year. I'm sorry that it's inconvenient. But that's what's going on right now. And there's big decisions that have to be made. I like Russell Westbrook. I've had nothing but good interactions with him. I think he's a good dude. But right now, it does feel like there's a weird vibe going on with him, the team, at the worst time of the year. And I think it's admirable that Michael Malone is sticking up for him and saying, hey, listen, this guy didn't have to play and Russell was asking to play. That's all true, too.
Well, I don't think Michael Malone lies in the way that he gushes about Russell Westbrook. He doesn't lie about the way he feels about him. So that's authentic. It's all real. And what that should tell you is there's probably not going to be any radical change in how Russell Westbrook is utilized in the playoffs.
You're probably right. And we'll see how that manifests itself. But we've had 2 games in a row where Westbrook was really pretty cool and doing all right until the end of the game. And it's 2 games in a row like that. And that's the truth, too. It's a confounding situation. And where it's going to go in the playoffs, we're all going to sit around and find out. Who knows? Who knows? And I don't know what Malone's going to do with it because guess what? If the starters are healthy, all their minutes go up. So if Christian Brown, who can play forever, and Michael Porter Jr. is an interesting one too because the rotation may involve subbing him out for Russell Westbrook. How much do you want that? Jokic is going to be Jokic. Jamal's going to play 43 out of 48 minutes. That's going to happen too. So where exactly do the other minutes come from and who do they go to in the playoffs? And this was not complicated when they won a championship. It wasn't. It was Jeff Green, Bruce Brown, Christian Brown, and everybody loved it and everybody was fine with it and that was that.
Yep.
And there was no, everybody, Tyler, had their role. Everybody had their role and everybody was comfortable with it. This team, after all these freaking games and how long we're into it, is still trying to figure out who they are. And
there's a lot of truth in all that.
And that's just the fact. The Avs are a completely different situation, and you go from there. So then anyways, that's the result. We'll see who the Nuggets are. We have no idea. The West, who knows where they're going to finish, Tyler? Could anybody predict where the Nuggets are going to finish in the West? Who knows? They're not catching Houston, by the way. We probably know that. They only got 5 games. What are they, 3 games behind Houston? I mean, let me check that real quick.
Probably not winning all 5.
And right now, the Nuggets, because of tiebreakers, are actually in 4th place, not 3rd. Dude, I'll tell you this, though. If it just held like
this. What's the worst it could end up?
Well, they're 2.5 games they're 2.5 games away from the play-in tournament.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not that crazy, actually.
It's 2.5 games out of 5. I mean, if you lose all 5, I mean, whatever. You could be in the play-in tournament.
Go 500, you avoid that.
Probably. You're 2.5 games ahead of...
You can't go 500.
You're 2.5 games ahead of Minnesota, but Minnesota might not lose. You're in 4th place now. I tell you this, it's kind of you're in 4th place now. You'd play Golden State, which is great. Of all the teams we'd want to play, probably Golden State's right up there, although Steph Curry's now playing incredible. And your next matchup, if you won your series, likely would be against Oklahoma City in the 2nd round. And that's what you get if you drop from 3 to 4 or 5. That's the punishment you take. Because right now, because of tiebreakers, the Lakers are in front of the Nuggets. And that's the truth, Ruth. PhD on 92.5. I just want to point something out real quick. Do you realize the Nuggets were battling with the Memphis Grizzlies for, second, third spot there not that long ago? The Grizzlies are now 8th. They're 2-8 in their last 10 rather, and they've lost 4 games in a row. That just shows you how if things go south, where things can fall. It's wild what's going on standings wise.
Well, how much of that is after they fired their coach?
Oh man, that's a good question. They've lost 4 in a row, so probably they've lost every game since they fired Taylor Jenkins.
Good call. 8 games left of the season because there was 8 games left. I do remember that was the magic number.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, there was 8 games left. So if they lost their last 4, then it was 4 straight.
All right, I'm doing well. Okay, they got 6 games left now. So
okay,
I guess
so
it's just 2. I guess it's just 2. But they lost them both. And the Nuggets, it's so tight here. It's so crazy. The Lakers are tied with the Nuggets, but own the tiebreaker. Yeah, you're not going to get Houston. They're 3 games away, and you got 6 games to play. You can't not catching them. And then you have 3 teams that are 2.5 games behind the Nuggets. However, one of those is Memphis. That is, and you have Memphis at home, the second last game. There's only 5 games left here for the Nuggets. Clippers, not really worried about them, but here come the Timberwolves, bro. They've won 3 in a row. They're 7-3 in their last 10, and they're nipping at your heels. I don't know, man. Would you rather just fall to 6th place? And if you did that, as our buddy BK pointed out, if you fall to 6 and you can beat the 3rd place team, well, now you're not facing Oklahoma City. Now you're playing the winner of the 2-7.
Here's the thing about
playing Houston, probably.
The thing about playing games at the end of the season and trying to manipulate the standings is you got to know who you are as a team, right? And if you know who you are as a coach, you might play those games to try to get matchups. Maybe you lose a game, try to win the games, whatever. You said it in the last segment. We've all said it 100 different times. This team's still trying to figure out who they are. So I would be really shocked if Michael Malone played any games whatsoever other than I'm trying to figure out who we are and win ball games.
It's a pretty fair argument, though. You'd probably rather be 6th than 4th or 5th.
Maybe.
Now you're not going to have home court, but how that do you last year in the second round? So okay, you got to win some road games. But I mean, seriously, would you rather play the Rockets in the second round or the Thunder? I mean, I'd rather take on the Rockets.
Definitely would prefer to not play Oklahoma City. Yes.
But it's a dangerous game.
But you're not going to play those games. I just don't think that Michael Malone is settled right now.
And
if you're not settled, you're not playing manipulation games.
But this has not been great. Hey, Dan, do a little research, will you? What's the Nuggets record since the All-Star break? I bet you it's 500.
I bet it's not as bad as it was the championship year.
Well, the championship year, they were 12-11. I just know that. That's ingrained in my memory.
Okay.
So it was 12-11, 23 final games. I think we got a little bit more than 23 from the All-Star break this year. They're 4-6 in their last 10, and they've dropped the last couple. So they're on that kind of weird trajectory.
It might be similar to that, actually.
It feels like it's similar.
Yeah.
Is it better just to be in 6th place? But how are you going to manufacture that anyways? I mean, you got 3 teams that are all the same amount behind you.
I think if you land in 6th place, you just console yourself by saying, all right, at least we got a better draw out of this thing.
Yeah, I think if you're in...
that's it, but it's just pure consolation.
I think you got to fight to either be in 3rd place or in 6th place. You do not want to be 4 and 5.
By the way, you dropped to 6. How close you getting to getting in the playoff game?
You're real close. You're dancing on thin ice, and look at the Grizzlies that are now down in that bracket. Yeah, Dan, what do you got?
They're 500, 11-11.
Wow, so the exact same thing.
Crazy. Now, there's a significant difference because the Nuggets, when they were doing that, they were the number 1 seed.
And they were healthy, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. I remember the end of that season, it was like, hey, let's see what Peyton Watson has at the end of games. Like, they didn't care.
We were playing Colin Gillespie.
Were we playing Colin?
Yeah.
We were?
Yeah.
The championship year? I thought he was out the whole year.
Who was it then? We were playing some two-way player at the
We're
end of the year.
playing Devin Reed, for example, was playing. Peyton Watson was playing. We were playing a couple of guys that weren't going to play in the playoffs. Yeah, but that's when you're the number one seed. Oklahoma City could play all sorts of reindeer games, and they've won 11 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's all done, and they can't help but win games. Oklahoma City, that's how good they are this year. Stunning 64-12 right now. Really amazing. Lots of drama. Scott,
It's weird feeling to get to the end of the year and not know who you are as a team. I don't. Usually, you know one way or the other. Good, bad, or indifferent. You know exactly what your identity is.
Yep.
And these guys just don't.
Haven't played enough together. Who knows? Who freaking knows? I tell you, last night was so weird too. To just look at theirs, Christian Brown, Jamal Murray, street clothes, Peyton Watson, Nikola Jokic, Aaron Gordon, Deron Holmes, and Tyler. At one point, it was those guys all in street clothes, but the last guy on the bench was Russell Westbrook. It's just, what are you doing, Dan? I mean, I guess you just sit on the bench, but it was just a weird look. See all the guys in street clothes, and for whatever reason, because he was out of the game, Russell Westbrook was sitting like on the lap of a fan at the very end of the bench. Whatever. Eric Johnson had something interesting to say. By the way, no dumb questions coming up on Twitch, on the YouTube channel, on the text line, all sorts of ways to reach out to us. So get it in. We'll get to that in about 15 minutes. But here is EJ on the TNT game. By the way, everybody liked that start last night? How you guys doing with hockey? Dropping the puck at like 10 minutes of 8. I mean, I get it for us. Get ready for that, by the way, in the playoffs, for the 8:30 to 8:50 puck drop during the playoffs here in Colorado.
Yeah, we become pretty well accustomed to that stuff around here, though.
I got it, but it's still, when it happens, it's just like, you got to be kidding me with this. Anyways, here's Eric Johnson about Gabriel Landeskog.
Yeah, my fingers are crossed that the cameras can get out of our locker room for his documentary first, but nonetheless, we're excited for him to get back on the ice, and all I'm hearing about is this documentary, cameras here, cameras there, so he's got to come back with this frickin' movie that's out about him. But all jokes aside, we're really excited for him. I know he's put in a lot of work, time, money, resources, everything, so we're pulling for him, and I think it's a matter of when, not if anymore.
Oh, whoa!
And that's like
wow.
That's like his bestie saying that, right?
How about that?
There you go.
I mean, that's kind of
it's not breaking news to us. We've been assuming as much for a very long time now. It's kind of funny to hear him roasting him a little bit about the cameras, though.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this: he ain't roasting about those cameras if he thinks that's ending in a bad ending. He ain't doing that. You're not mocking the dude if that documentary's ending sad.
Dude, I'm feeling a little, as a group here, as a show, a little smarter than the average bear, because weren't we saying this a few weeks ago?
Yeah, but I think there were a lot of people.
I'll just give us props for looking. When is this document? Like, when does it start? When does it finish? Like, the end of the documentary?
It probably doesn't end until after the playoffs are over.
Yeah, because the cameras are still there.
I mean, they're not going to end it in round 1 if the Avalanche are still alive.
This documentary is obviously being timed out.
So they've got Hard Knocks going on in the middle of the playoffs. That's not awesome.
Is what it is. It's Gabe's documentary. But it goes to show
for us.
Our instincts and everything about the timing of the start of the documentary. You cannot, there's no hero's ending. Where's your hero's ending? And it is beyond clear that the target for Gabe to come back is the playoffs. And that's, in my opinion, and apparently Eric Johnson's opinion, that's what's going to happen. How do you feel about that?
Easier for him to come back on the road or at home, or does it not matter?
I don't think it matters. Especially because his responsibilities coming back aren't what they once were.
It might, in one essence, it actually might be nice to start on the road. Not knock the cobwebs off a little bit, come back, feel like you're ready to rock and roll, feel like you're ready to shine.
We should just keep focused on the Eagles schedule if he can do a couple of rehab games down there.
When are those?
They're going on right now. Their season ends.
How many games they got?
Not a lot. Their season kind of coincides, and their playoffs with the NHL schedule. You would think the minor leagues would actually try to wrap everything up by the time. Another stupid NHL thing, by the way. Here we go, another dumb NHL thing. Their playoffs run in conjunction with the NHL playoffs instead of wrapping up beforehand.
Oh, because somebody was going to watch that anyways?
No, because players could be more available to a team and travel and train with the
you.
team. It's just dumb. No other sport does that has a minor league.
All right, well, assuming that Gabe's not going to be back in the, well, what do you think is realistic? Another week?
I think he could play today. He can play whenever he wants. Dude,
let's give him another week here to skate with the team.
You look at the Eagles schedule?
I am, yeah. So if you give him another week, go to April 11th.
Mm-hmm.
Friday, April 11th, there's still 6 games. No, there's 5 games left after that. So if you wanted to skate 2 or 3 games with them.
What's the date of the Eagles' last game? Last home game?
Last home game
last
is
home
on the
game.
Okay. That's all right. That's different, right?
Yep.
So the last home game, it's a 2-game stand. It's the 11th and the 12th.
No kidding. And the Avs' last home game is the 13th.
So there you go. Those are the dates. About a week out from here, look for 2 games.
Woo!
Henderson Silver Knights.
Henderson,
Should we buy tickets?
Nevada.
Should we buy tickets right now?
Tyler, I'm telling you, I'm giving you
I'll go.
Little promo for the Eagles.
Yeah.
I've never been to an Eagles game.
I haven't either.
I think a savvy sports consumer may want to think about those last 2 regular season games of the year. They could be kind of interesting. I mean, all the Eagles games are interesting, and I know the Eagles have a huge, dedicated fan base, and that's awesome.
They've got 3 games. No, they've got 2 games in the next couple days. He's not going to skate in those.
God, what do I got to pay for an Eagles ticket for the 11th or the 12th?
Well, let me click buy tickets here really quickly.
What's that going to run me up there at the Budweiser Event Center?
Better get them in before they find out about Gabe. They might go up on you.
I wonder how many people have actually kind of thought of this already.
Take a guess.
For those 2 games?
Yeah.
For minor league hockey, the ticket should be like $30.
Yeah, it's more than I would have thought.
How much?
I mean, you can get in for $55.
Wow. For a minor league hockey
There's
game.
tickets $72, $75.
That is way more than I would think.
I mean, actually, there's cheaper. Okay, I mean, if you want to go to kind of the worst seats, which I'm sure are still great seats in that arena.
Exactly.
But the cheapest seats are $27.
Okay, you've not been to the Budweiser Event Center, I can tell.
No, I have been there.
You have? For what?
A MMA event.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
All right. Well, right, like you say, the $27 seats. You think they're that big of a difference between the $75 seats? I mean, it's all right there. Dude, that might be a good little PhD road trip right there. Especially the 12th. Because the Avs are actually in town and then they're out of town. Well, no, actually, no.
Friday's the 11th. If we want to do it for a show.
Broadcast from up there on the 11th, that'd be pretty funny.
But we got to make sure Gabe's playing in that game.
No, well, we're not going to know.
He's going to. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
he's going to skate in those 2 games. He's not going on the road with the Eagles.
Oh, hell no. No. That doesn't make any sense.
And he's not coming back in the next 2 days.
No, and he's probably going to go. Let me look at the.
I'm telling you, those are
quick.
the only 2 games that make any sense. If he's not going to skate in the next 2 days, it's the 11th and the 12th.
So the Avs, if he's traveling with the team, their last 2 games are on the road.
I know, that's what I said.
So
their last 3 games are on the road.
No, the third to last game is a home game against Vancouver on the 10th. So they play home the 10th.
Wait, are you talking about
the Avalanche?
I'm sorry. I'm not talking about the Avalanche.
The game that is the most tempting to play for Gabe would be on Friday the 11th.
For the Avalanche?
Well, just schedule-wise, period. Because the Avs are home on the 10th. They play at Los Angeles on the 12th. And then they wrap up at Anaheim on the 13th. So Gabe could theoretically be at home with the team, train whatever you're doing with the team on the 10th. He could go stay in Colorado and play up north on the 11th, and he could easily get out to California to stay with the team.
So just skate 1 game with the Eagles?
He could skate one game with the Eagles and not miss anything with the team.
And he's probably not going to want to go back-to-back nights with them anyways.
Probably not. No, you're right. You're right.
This is pretty good detective work.
You're right.
We got this thing pinpointed. It's Friday, April 11th.
Friday, April 11th.
That's the game he's playing with the Eagles.
Let's go Eagles. No Dumb Questions comes up next.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, you might have heard that the rates are starting to rise up. There's a lot of things going on in the world, and that means that cars are getting more expensive. That's why you want to go check out Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 vehicles that they locked in before the rates start rising up, which means that you, the customer, you get to save the money big time in comparison to other car dealerships right now. Over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all on their lot. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, it's going to be at Phil Long Ford. We're talking about one-stop shop and no reason to shop all over the state of Colorado this weekend. Just go to Phil Long Ford. You'll find the vehicle of your dreams at the best price. I've been a customer for life since my rookie year in the NFL. I keep going back because I know them, I love them, I trust them. You'll become a customer for life as well. They've got an award-winning service department at Phil Long Ford. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over there. You're going to love your ride for a very long time. Let them know Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, we're a mile long, 3 inches deep. We've been repeatedly told on the Shot Mazda text line, it's the Blue Arena, not the Budweiser Event Center.
Whatevs.
My bad. I apologize.
That place way up on I-25. Who cares?
I have not been to the Blue Arena. I have been to the Budweiser Event Center, so I don't know. But I noticed, Dan, you didn't chime in to correct us on that either.
I didn't know either.
No,
Okay.
At one point it was the Budweiser Center.
Okay, I'm scared to even say what it was and what it isn't or what.
I thought.
I
It was
don't
the
know.
Budweiser Event Center.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. No dumb question. Am I talking about the same?
There's the Broomfield Event Center, which I can't remember the name of that. I think it's some bank. And then there's the one
First Bank
Center.
Okay, hold on.
And
so what? The building that I'm calling the Budweiser
you're talking
Event
about
Center
the one up on I-25.
Hold on. Is the building I'm calling the Budweiser Event Center just not called the Budweiser Event Center anymore? So I'm talking about the same building.
It's like calling it Pepsi Center. Or
Yes.
Pepsi Arena.
Oh, then the correction police here need to chill out. I thought you were talking about like a completely different building.
No, it's the same building.
I'm just getting the corporate sponsor name wrong, not the building wrong.
Correct.
Oh, pound sand then on the text line. You know what I meant then. I thought they were correcting me on like a completely different building.
By the way, they just changed it last year.
Oh, you know what? Really, you correction police, get a life out there. I bet some people still call it Invesco.
Wait. You quizzed me like you've clearly never been there. What have you been there for?
Wrestling.
And
hockey. 2 things. My son's done wrestling tournaments, and my older son has played hockey games there. Playing the hockey games there was really cool.
Oh,
for
I bet.
Youth hockey. It was cool.
Oh, that had been pretty amazing.
He's played at the Budweiser Event Center. He's played at the World Arena. He's played at Magnus, and he's played at Ball Arena playing youth hockey. How cool is that, right? Frankly, anywhere you can go and you can buy a beer and watch your kid play sports is, it's pretty cool.
Can't you do that at the local hockey arena? Yeah, you can.
Yeah, well, that is
you can.
That is the great thing about hockey.
Hockey is probably one of the only sports ever that you can go to a youth game and buy a beer.
You're right. You can. Like I'm thinking of family sports,
right?
But you can't bring the beer out into the. You're not supposed to bring the beer out into the stands at there. You're supposed to just stay in the restaurant with your beer.
Drink it in the restaurant,
right? At the Magnus or Budweiser, you can just get your beer like at a concession stand, and you can just take it into the stands and drink up like with the rest of the drunk dads.
Now I'm going to tell you something that I did just learn on the text line that I did not know this. They're tearing down the First Bank Center. That blows my mind.
The First Bank Center, that's something completely different. That's in Broomfield.
Are you alive right now?
I think so.
We have gone back and forth on this like 5 times. Yes, we've talked about First Bank in like the last 30 seconds.
No, but that's different than the Broomfield Event Center.
Yes! No. It is?
Yeah, it's a different building.
It is?
Yeah.
Dad?
It's a totally different building.
Hold on. There's a Broomfield, the one right off 36.
Uh-huh.
Which one is that?
I don't know, but the First Bank.
The big one that they used to have basketball games at and MMA stuff at.
Yeah, the last time I was there was for Irv Moss's.
I saw JoJo Siwa there.
Okay, yeah. That's different than the Budweiser Event Center.
I know!
What are you yelling about?
You can't grasp this. Budweiser's off I-25.
Okay.
First Bank in Broomfield is in Broomfield.
Okay.
What is so hard about that?
Nothing. I didn't say anything different about it.
You said the Broomfield Event Center. You might have meant the
You
Budweiser.
said the Broomfield is different than First Bank. It's the same.
Budweiser Event Center and First Bank Center are 2 different places.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Did I not say that?
No. Gosh.
All right. I don't know.
It's like playing cards with my brother's kids around here.
Okay.
Good Lord.
What's your point?
Well, if you'd let me speak, I was saying they're tearing that sucker down, which blows my mind because that thing was only built like 10 years ago.
All right, so we were talking about one building, and then you just brought up a completely different building.
Oh, my God. No, we were intertwining them the entire freaking time, going back and forth.
Why were we doing that?
You can't follow a conversation.
I guess I can't. I was talking about
Dan,
Dan,
help me out here.
What do I not
Seriously,
get
seriously, Dan, help me out here.
I just had your back.
Help me out again.
I think DMac misspoke is really what happened here. I think he was calling the arena in Loveland the Broomfield Event Center. I think he misspoke.
Broomfield Event Center is First Bank.
Is the First Bank Center.
Okay.
And when I said that, you said, no, that's Broomfield Event Center. Then you got confused, and you started confusing that with the Budweiser.
Okay. All right, so what's the point here?
Oh, my God. I just told you the point. Can you think back 10 seconds
They're
ago?
tearing it down.
Yes.
Your point was they're tearing down a place.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It was just built like 10 years ago.
Okay, and they're tearing it down.
Yeah, I don't understand why.
Okay.
No, you don't get to mock me right now. You're the one getting mocked.
I mean, you just went squirrel. We were talking about the Eagles and whatever.
I did not go squirrel. It was all intertwined. The whole thing was intertwined.
Okay.
We were talking about both event centers.
It was the weave.
The weave? Was that the weave right there?
You are so singular focused that you can't follow an intertwined conversation.
You are correct. I was talking about where the Eagles play hockey. And then you brought up another building.
And then I started. No, you brought it up.
Oh, okay.
You brought it up, maybe on accident.
You guys are giving me a stroke right now.
Can you just change that and say DMac is?
First Bank Center is completely leveled right now. Broomfield Center and First Bank Center were the same place. It's gone. They tore it down.
Yes.
And you saw JoJo Siwat there.
I did.
How was that show?
She was young.
Yeah, what's your no-dumb question, Dan? Save us.
Okay, so my no-dumb question, did you guys happen to see the tornado that ripped through Arkansas yesterday?
Yes, that was freaking insane.
My no-dumb question is, would you ever, if you were offered to not even just be a storm chaser, but offered to, they do tours, like you can pay to go out and have people take you out on tornado chases. Would you do that if offered to go out and chase tornadoes?
Hell no. Why would anybody do that? What? No.
I would not do that. That looks stupid.
Has nobody watched the movie?
Yeah, either version of it.
I mean, what I don't understand is how in the movie you got an F5 tearing through you, and you're in a movie theater, and it rips down everything.
Yeah,
except for that one seat that you're holding on to.
It's remarkable.
That's held on by like a 6-inch screw.
No, my favorite one is in the first Twister. It's everything's being destroyed around you, but you can tie yourself with a belt to like a pipe, and you can hold on to somebody with their hand, and you're going to be okay, even though it's ripping out homes all over you and throwing 18-wheelers around like it's a bag of flour.
Jokes aside, that tornado is terrifying.
Yeah, no. Why would anybody want to do this? I mean, I appreciate the photography and like it's very compelling video, no doubt about it.
I don't know.
A lot of it's like legitimate scientific research.
Yeah,
they're not just out, a lot of these people aren't just out there to chase them. They're doing studies.
We've seen the movie.
Found out in the movie.
We've seen the movie.
They actually, according to the movie, they can kill a tornado.
Right. Right. I love in the second Twister, they still have to throw the little balls in the tornado again.
Yeah, but now it kills the tornado.
Right,
now it's not just research. Now it kills it.
But we still got to throw little balls into the tornado. Like we still got to do that. Like that's the best way to do it.
Well, you got to get inside the cyclone.
Yeah, and the only way to do it is throw little balls from a truck in there.
Yeah.
And I love in the second one, there's the good tornado chase.
I love the little drill bits on the truck. Like is
so we're not going anywhere.
Well, the truck's got drill bits that goes about 6 inches into the dirt, and so that's going to save you, right?
Dude, I tried to watch the second Twister, man, because I had it on.
It was actually a good movie.
I couldn't get through it. The story was so stupid, but I liked the action scenes.
Hold on, it's no dumber than the first one.
The first one's pretty damn dumb too.
Both movies are great.
I struggle with the second one. Like, not all remakes. Like Point Break, the remake of Point Break is terrible, even though the stunts are better and the visuals and the graphics are better.
The second one has nothing to do with the first one, nor anything to do with the cast. I don't know. They should just named it something else.
The concept of being killed and swept up by a tornado is fascinating, though. I'm all for that.
So then they were good movies.
They're kind of those movies where if you can just fast forward through all the other talking, you kind of just get to the cool scenes. Like, they're one of them type of movies. There are movies that are like that. Like, if you just fast forward through, I get it. They're talking here. I get it. They're having sex. Like, let's get to the action. I guess that's, when you're old, when you just fast forward through the sex. I'm like, okay.
I'm just letting you know the people who got my back on our conversation for
that's
the last
fine.
5 minutes.
There's a lot of dumb people out there, Tyler.
Right.
It's PhD on 92.5. What game meant what from last night? What was the biggest takeaway from the Nuggets game? What did it mean? What was the biggest takeaway from the Avalanche? You play again in a couple hours there in Columbus. What was the big takeaway from each game? That's really the big question of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to go womp womp. I'm not sure either one of them mean a whole lot. The Nuggets game was a throwaway, right? And I got suckered into that thing. I had no intention of actually watching that game. Matter of fact, I was thinking about not even watching any of it. I turned it on, and I don't know. I saw Russ was kind of being a dog out there. He was doing his deal, and they were keeping it tight. They were keeping it competitive. At least they got it competitive there. And I got suckered into it. The Avalanche, I don't know, man. What are we surprised by with the Avalanche right now? Are we surprised that they're not having a bigger letdown?
I don't think there was much of a takeaway from the Avs game at all.
Well, what's the takeaway from the Nuggets?
Nuggets game, exactly. That Nuggets game was kind of interesting because, listen, man, I did not go to the game Tuesday because I just wasn't feeling that hot. I'm still like so, but I was feeling better yesterday. I was like, all right, well, let's go and the whole thing, and I'm glad I went. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, this was a mistake because they're down by 20. There was a quirky moment, and Dan was there too. He can vouch for it. It's a cool tradition. Nobody sits down until, we score a bucket. Okay, that's fun. But there is a possibility that it can get a little awkward. And last night was definitely one of those times that it got awkward because it started off 9-0 and Michael Malone called the timeout. So now what do we do? Does everybody just keep standing?
Yeah, I think you get an excuse there.
Do we sit down?
If you call timeout, I think you get to sit down for the timeout. You don't have to stand back up.
So here's what happened.
What did happen?
Well, our guy, Kyle Speller, the best PA announcer in the business, near the end of the timeout, he just reset the whole thing.
On your feet.
He did the whole thing all over again. He did up on your feet, make some noise for your boys. He did the same exact intro after the timeout as he did at the beginning of the game.
Well, hell, the game's starting now.
So good for Kyle. I mean, what are you going to do? And then they got
did the crowd all respond?
Yeah, I mean, eventually it's just a little awkward because we've been standing for the past 15 minutes or so. Now we're going to stand all over again. But I kind of like the approach Kyle took. Like, all right, let's try this again, folks. Reset. And that's what they did. And then they're down by 20 in the first half. And Tyler, I'm just like, what are we doing here? Oh, my God. This is terrible. And by the way, Jalen Pickett, Hunter Tyson, Michael, everybody admitted they had nerves. They had nerves.
I bet.
And they felt rusty and they had nerves. And they just admitted that eventually they settled down and it became just like a basketball game and away you go. Hunter Tyson had 18 points. Jalen Pickett had a triple-double. How about that? Jalen Pickett had 11 rebounds. Guy's like 6 feet tall. Good for him. Michael Malone said one of the reasons is that it's desire and strength with rebounding. Doesn't matter if you're 6 feet tall. If you got the desire and the strength, and you can and Jalen Pickett talked about it afterwards. He can just, if you know where the ball's going and you're smart and you're strong.
Well, how tall is Russell Westbrook?
Oh, Russ has got to be 6'5".
Is he really?
Yeah, I think he's a pinch taller than Jamal.
Wow, that surprised me.
Yeah, he's maybe, am I 6'5", 6'4"? I don't know. Him and Jamal are very close to the same height.
Well, he's a great rebounder. Is my only point. I mean, I thought he was smaller than that, but
6'4". Yeah, Jamal. Him and Jamal are kind of the same thing.
All right. I mean, even at 6'4", that's not a big man in the NBA.
No, well, the guy who was a great rebounder, was stunning, was like Bruce Brown. Like that dude was maybe 6'3" or something, and you wouldn't know.
Desire and effort.
Desire and effort, strength, yeah, all those things. And then they took the lead. And I'm like, hey, this is a pretty damn good game. And you know what you could feel from the crowd? The crowd knew. Hey, the crowd knew what they were getting into. And yeah, that does suck. If I bought these tickets at the beginning of the year, it's Wemby, it's Jokic. Okay, this is kind of exciting, right? Okay, it ain't that. But those who were there, they still are rooting for their team. It's still the cheerleaders and the music and the sound and Kyle Speller and whatever. And you know what? By the fourth quarter, Tyler, Dan, you just sort of were like, okay, you're into it. You're into it. because you've come to pass with the fact that the Stars aren't playing, and you're just rooting for your team to win.
If you survived the first half, you were definitely in it.
Yeah, and then you're kind of rooting for Spencer Jones and Hunter Tyson and Trey Alexander and DeAndre Jordan to be cool and all that stuff. And now you have the lead. Well, now you're really into it. You got the lead. And then Chris Paul went a little nutso. Like, oh yeah, he is a Hall of Famer. He does play for them. But when you looked at it, the Spurs were playing their JV version too. They weren't rolling out. They had a Hall of Famer. We had a Hall of Famer. We got Russell Westbrook.
Both about the same age.
Both about the same age. And it's a tie game, and there's 3 minutes to go or whatever it is. It's kind of like even Steven.
That's a good question. Who's had a better career, Russell Westbrook or Chris Paul?
Does Chris Paul he's got a championship, doesn't he? He does not? Oh, wow. That is a good question. I'd like to line some numbers up.
They've got a lot of similarities.
Boy, they may be the same age. They may have the same seasons. They may be right up there with each other. I think on that, you'd have to go with Russell Westbrook because he leads the league in triple-doubles.
How many MVPs does Chris Paul have?
Oh, I don't think he's got any. You're right.
None?
And Russ has got a couple, I think, right? Something like that.
Chris is 3 years older. I don't know how many years.
3 years older?
I don't know how many years in
Is
NBA.
he really 3 years old? Wow, I didn't know that. That's quite
39.
a bit.
I don't know how many years in the NBA, but he's 39 and Russ is 36.
Anyways, the game goes, and then the Nuggets lose, and they kind of falter down the stretch, and it's really not all that close at the end. The last minute was just kind of like garbage time. And guess who won? The Battle of the Hall of Famers. Chris Paul won out over Russell Westbrook when everything was relatively even Steven. And you leave the game with the disconcerting vibe of like, can this team trust Russell Westbrook at the end of big games in the playoffs? And that's where we kind of sit today. And that to me is unfortunately the big takeaway.
Yeah.
And Russ politely declined to talk to the media, even though we were invited into the locker room to talk to Russ. He wasn't into it.
Yeah, it's definitely a fair question. Do you trust the guy in the games? It's definitely a fair question whether you trust him in the playoffs. I don't think it's a fair question whether you should be playing him in the playoffs. I think that's a dumb question. I think that Michael Malone loves Russell Westbrook, and I don't think he lies when he speaks glowingly of him, even when he's struggling. I really do believe that's how he feels about Russell Westbrook. And I think that things are going to look very, very similar in the playoffs as they're going to now. Now, that doesn't mean you trust him, though. I think I do. I haven't lost total faith in Russell Westbrook by any means. There's been so many good moments throughout the season, especially early on, I know, and we got to capture some of that magic. But watching last night was a perfect example of what you can still get out of Russell Westbrook. Okay, I got it. The end was not what you wanted. But what about the rest of the game? Are we totally discounting that?
That's the conundrum. It's the Russell Westbrook conundrum. You can't dismiss it. 30 points is still 30 points. But he didn't score in the fourth quarter. All 30 came in the third. Hey, listen, it's confusing. No doubt about it. And the peppy, upbeat, friendly, connecting with everybody guy, Russell Westbrook, that guy, he's been absent for a little bit too. So it's been a kind of a weird 48 hours with Russell Westbrook. And I hope Jamal's okay. And we know what we get out of Jokic, but you can't ruin these years with Jokic. So, and Russ is signed up next year with a player option. It's on him.
So that means he'll be here.
Well, theoretically, yeah. Probably.
I mean, he's not going to decline that thing.
No, and he's not making a lot of money from the Nuggets, especially in basketball.
It's only like $3. How much is it? It's like $3 million, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That is nothing in the NBA.
And it's nothing, but his career earnings are over $300 million. So you're right. It's nothing, but he's playing on whatever time anyways. It doesn't matter to him. Money doesn't matter to Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, he's on house money.
Yep. He doesn't care. He's looking to win. And the Nuggets, without a doubt, I think were...
And you know what? For that reason alone is why I'm not out on him.
Okay.
I'm not. I do think that the greats, they know how to turn it on. I do. Russell Westbrook is so hungry for a ring. It's the single reason why he is here. And I got to believe, like, who's the fool that continues to doubt on Peyton Manning? Who's the fool that continues to doubt on Tom Brady? I'm not saying Russ is that, but he's pretty close. He's pretty damn close. And I like those guys when it comes to crunch time.
Is Russell Westbrook a clutch player? That's a good question, huh?
I'm going to say yes. Yes.
Okay. Or is it like Nolan Arenado?
Well, what's your answer? My answer is yes. You're playing games with Russ all day long, and you're afraid to give your real opinion on him.
I am?
Yeah.
I don't trust him in clutch. How's that?
All right, so he's not a clutch player.
I don't trust him in the clutch. I don't know if he's been a clutch player.
For the record, I don't think you're crazy for having that opinion.
I haven't examined his career enough with all of his other teams to really determine if he's a clutch player. I just haven't paid attention to him that closely. I'll just tell you how I feel about it right now, which is all that matters. Whatever he's been is irrelevant. What matters is what he can be.
But the question is, do you believe that the greats find a different gear when the lights are on? And my answer is yes, I do believe that.
I would say they do over the course of their career, but there's certainly times in their career that they don't because it's near the end of their career.
Okay.
Or perhaps it's at the beginning of their career where they haven't had the experience.
Well, again, and I hate to use this comparison because I'm not saying he's the equivalent of Peyton Manning, but did Peyton fight it in the playoffs? To what was available for him physically?
He was always as good in terms of what his body would allow him to be.
Right.
For example, his third year here against the Colts in the playoffs, he was terrible, but his body was a wreck. In his last year, well, of course, he didn't play for a good chunk of time, and he was able to manage the game. He wasn't a star in Super Bowl 50.
3 or 4 games? I can't remember.
For what?
That he missed.
Oh, he was out for the Bears game at Thanksgiving, and then he came back in January for the final game against the Chargers. So that's what's probably 5 games, something like that. Well, all right, hold on a second. No, my bad. Brock was 5-2 as a starter, but got credit for that last start. So
Brock
missed.
Got 7 starts?
Yeah, he was 5-2.
Wow, that is way more than I thought.
Yeah. But Peyton played the second half of the Chargers, so it's more like Brock played like 6 games and then got, whatever.
Damn, Brock really did carry out the season.
He was amazing for you guys. He was incredible. You guys don't do what you did. Plus, it gave Peyton enough rest. No, it was one of the... you've always said that it was not dramatic behind the scenes, that Kubiak was able to manage it so well.
Nope, it was not.
So that's pretty awesome by Kubes because it was pretty...
it's hard to even explain. It was just... Kubiak is just Texas enough. Just confident enough.
Just Texas enough?
Yeah, just Texas enough.
Funny.
Just got that Texas swag.
That's great.
That when he speaks, that's just it, right? Here's what's going on this week. Brock's at the helm. He never once made statements, right? He never once declared Brock's the starter. He never once said Peyton Manning's out for X amount of time. Here's what's going on this week.
Yeah.
And when you just manage it in a week-to-week basis, you kind of take the drama out of it.
I'm trying to look up the Broncos schedule. I want it now. You got me. Of course, I'm nervous because I don't know.
5-2 just feels like a lot.
I don't know what event centers are. I don't know where buildings are. I get all sorts of things wrong. So I want to get this one right.
In my mind, it felt more like 3 or 4, but I don't know.
All right. It was definitely the Bears. So here's I know it. Sunday, November 22nd.
Was that the game after Kansas City?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Which we all remember, the being booed and the 0 quarterback rating and bum. So Chicago Bears. A little quiz on your season. What'd you do? What was the score?
Oh, I don't know.
Have some fun.
Dude, I don't know. Low scoring.
Okay, did you win or lose?
Won.
You won. 17-15.
I know we won.
Do you know the game the next week?
No.
Patriots. Good game. Great game. That won, and that was the C.J. Anderson, Snow, all that.
Yeah.
So that's 2 for Brock, 2-0.
That is Chargers, right?
That is the Chargers. That's December 6th. That's 17-3. You guys won that one.
So it was only 3.
No. And then we go to game 4 that Brock started against Oakland. And you guys should have won that game. You guys kind of blew that one. You lost 15-12. So that's 4 starts for Brock. Start number 5 for Brock was Pittsburgh. You lost that one 34-27. Start number 6.
Wait, what game was that?
Pittsburgh. You want me to go through it? You want me to go through it again?
No. I'm tracking you. The Pittsburgh game, we won that, right?
Lost it 34-27.
Oh, then we beat them in the playoffs.
Then you Yes. Wow, I didn't even remember that. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Then the next week is against Cincinnati. You won in overtime, 20-17. I don't really remember many details from that one. and then was San Diego. So Brock started Chicago, New England, San Diego, Oakland, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, San Diego, and then got yanked in San Diego. 5-2.
Wow.
It's a lot, right?
Heck yeah, it's a lot.
And there was so much drama. Peyton's going to see Dr. Andrews. He's out to North Carolina. It's foot. He's throwing the ball with sunshine. He's giving the middle finger to Gary on video. I'm ready to go. Probably could have played against Cincinnati as a backup. Ain't going to do that. Okay, I'll dress and be a backup for San Diego. You see Brock warming up, not Peyton. Peyton doesn't wear a suit. The only game in 4 years Peyton didn't wear a suit to the game. Blah, 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 and the rest is history. It's awesome. It's an awesome history that you were right in the middle of. The whole time you're in the middle of it, there's no drama. That's incredible. That is incredible.
Not my memory. Now listen, I'm not in the quarterback meetings. I'm not privy to the Peyton Manning and Gary Kubiak conversations. But I know from a team perspective, Kubiak could not have handled it any more beautifully.
Brock Osweiler started 7 games for you guys that year.
Yeah, and I know I've said this a million times, but I'll never forget. Being there, me and James Ferentz. We were having these conversations. We always joke that we should be doing a podcast before the game because we were two backups just talking about what's going on with the news and the weather, And I remember having this vivid conversation of, man, you're Kubiak. What are you doing in the playoffs?
Crazy.
You playing Peyton? Or are you playing Brock?
That's funny.
And we both landed at the same spot. And it was with all due respect to what Brock Osweiler had done.
Yeah.
But you bring the Hall of Famer back.
What a time. What a time. And you had a lead against San Diego. Never forget it. Emmanuel Sanders fumbled the ball. It should have gone out of bounds. Should have gone out of bounds. Had that ball gone out of bounds at the 3-4 yard line, you guys easily would have plowed in. It was 14-0. There would be no looking back. You'd be fine. The Chargers had nothing going on. But for whatever reason, that ball did not go out of bounds. And then you guys could not hold on to the ball. It was crazy. 4 turnovers before Peyton got in there. Something like that. You guys should have been down by 20, but you weren't. And here comes you and Peyton. What about the 8-minute mark into the third?
Sounds about right.
And for whatever reason, even though he was told he was going to start the second half, they still trotted Brock out there for a little bit more.
Tyler Polumbus running out onto the field.
It was an awesome moment.
To save the Broncos season.
I mean, we tease you and make fun of it, but in all honesty, it was one of the more...
It was a very fun, memorable moment for me in my career.
Yeah?
Because I knew I was at the end. I was in don't give a you-know-what mode. I was a little bit ticked off. I wasn't the starter.
Right.
I had no stress. I was playing so freaking carefree. We ran the hell out of the ball in the second half.
Yep.
And I guess I will pat myself. We came behind me a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yep.
That was such a fun game for me to come in that moment with Peyton. Obviously, it was about Peyton, but to be able to be a part of that. And yeah, at halftime, I was told. I don't know what Peyton was told. I can just tell you what I was told. Okay, I was told at halftime by my coach, hey, you and Peyton are starting the second half. And then when we get out there, for whatever reason, we're going to give Brock one more series.
I wonder if Peyton was told that.
I can't tell you what he was told. I'm just telling you what I was told.
We'll have to ask Peyton if we ever cross paths on something. That'd be a fascinating sort of tidbit to pick up on. Because why wouldn't he have been told if you were told?
I don't know.
It was a great moment, man. I'll never forget it. It really, you play that music, Dan, that's good music to play. It was like that. Like that whole moment, holy cow. I'll tell you this, man. It was way more dramatic that it happened like in the middle of a game, Tyler, rather than it started the second half. Way more dramatic. Way more movie-like.
In hindsight, Kubiak dodged a bullet that he had a reason to bench Brock. He dodged a real big bullet because let's say that ball does go out of bounds. Right?
14-0 easy. Next play, probably.
Let's say we run away with that game.
Right.
You get to the playoffs.
What do you do?
That's a much more difficult decision.
We've thought about that and talked about that 10 million times. Like, what would you have done?
Much more difficult decision.
How incredible.
He really did dodge a bullet.
Because not only do I think you would have won that game, I think you would have won that game pretty easily. I think you would have killed him. But it was so weird. Like, after that happened and you lost the ball, like, you guys couldn't hold on the ball, period.
I can't even remember the moment you're talking about with Emmanuel. I'm just taking you for your word. But
I can look it up, too. I mean, I'll never forget it. If I go with the play-by-play here. It was just crazy.
All right. I trust you.
Actually, team stats too. Yeah, the turnovers were nuts. You guys lost the turnover battle 5-1.
That's wild.
You should have lost that game by 20 points.
Yep.
You were -4 in giveaway takeaway.
Yep.
-4.
But we did have one hell of a defense.
Crazy ass game. Crazy game. One of the greatest games in Broncos history.
To me, that wasn't even the craziest game of the season. The craziest game of the season was Cleveland. That was bonkers, man. We should have lost that game 150 times over, including in overtime when Peyton threw an interception. That game, we had no freaking business winning it. And it was a weird moment that I can't tell the story that I really want to tell, but it was a humbling game, right? And yet we won it. And in my mind, I remember sitting there thinking, we're really going to win the Super Bowl this year. If you win games like this, that's how magical seasons happen, you know? And then you're looking around the locker room, and there's some folks that are pretty humbled, and there's some folks that aren't feeling that the same way.
Peyton Manning, 3 interceptions, 1 touchdown that game. Threw for 290 yards, but his quarterback rating was 53.3. His QBR out of 100 in that game, 19.4. Not a good game for Peyton Manning. Yards, okay, but lots of mistakes. And you should have lost. Ooh, I wonder what your plus-minus was in that one, too, real quick. Giveaway, takeaway. What do you think? What do you think, folks? Actually, you're tied.
I guess it wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
that's how we stayed in it.
Yeah, 3-3.
Yeah.
3-3. I mean, they were making mistakes, too, obviously, to keep you alive.
Oh, they had a wonky field goal deal in overtime. They had some. I think they had a field goal that had a penalty or something, and it got bounced back. Something with the field goal in overtime that was like a walk-off, give-me field goal, and they didn't hit it.
You know, then you had a bye week, and everybody, even though you guys were 6-0 at your bye week, it was kind of weird. It was a weird 6-0, right? But then you came up against Green Bay, and you just smoked them. Like you had one of your best games of the year. You killed Green Bay, 29-10. And then that Indy game, and then it just got all weird after that. Great memories, though. Football. Let's football go with Dan Tanner coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction stinks. Who wants to go through that? Come on now. If you want to find the right treatment to get you on the right path, then it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And you can do that easily by just contacting my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or hit them up at 720-440-7900. ED is an intimacy destroyer, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can connect you to your special person. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. So hit them up today. Again, 720-440-7900, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. For $99 that initial visit, get the consult, the T and PSA test if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey, he was trying a little bit. MountainHighAppliance.com. They're the best. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. We love you guys. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner. Let's football go.
A little bit of breaking news here, guys. Just a little bit ago from Adam Schefter. Quarterback Gino Smith is signing a 2-year, $85.5 million extension that includes $66.5 guaranteed with the Raiders per source. He's now contractually tied to the Raiders through the 2027 season.
Wow.
Shefty does add to this. He says, to be clear, it's a 2-year, $75 million extension worth up to $85.5 million.
Amazing.
So just reaction to the guaranteed money, the total contract, and do you think this affects what the Raiders do with the 6th overall pick in the draft?
Yeah, and I've been saying this for a while now, and I feel like nobody's been listening to me, but I think the Raiders are just out on Shedeur Sanders at this point. Look, before he even got that contract, my point was Gino Smith is a dude that Pete Carroll believes in. That's it. Simple as that. Pete Carroll believes in Gino Smith. He's not looking at Gino Smith like he's a 1-year bridge dude. He's looking at Gino Smith like, hey, I might have 5 years left in the NFL as a head coach. And however many years he signed that deal for, I don't know. And I believe that Gino Smith is my best opportunity to go win a Super Bowl. So if he truly believes that way and they just put the money into it to prove it, and that money is a fully guaranteed contract, that's how that works out. I mean, I know it's not literally a fully guaranteed contract, but you're getting the far majority of it for both seasons. It's there. He's going to get it, right? So they're going to draft the best player to help them win a Super Bowl this year. That player's name is Ashton Genty.
Okay, strong take there. Yeah, they're out on Shedeur. They ain't going Shedeur. That's for sure. Wow. I just cannot believe.
That's how the slide happens, though, for the record.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, they're out. Well, the Jets are the Jets serious about Justin Fields or not?
No.
Okay, then they're out.
No. I'm saying no, they're not serious about Justin Fields.
Oh, they're not serious about him. Oh, okay. Well, if they're not, then he's in. I mean, Darren Muji went out.
He's just the best they got.
Okay. All right. Well, then he could go to the Jets or the Saints. But I don't think Shadeur's dropping past 3 anyways. And I think Cleveland is crazy to not take him at 2. And the Giants, what do the Giants got going on? Come on.
People roll their eyes at Geno Smith, and we got somebody on the text line doing the exact same thing right now. Go back and look. Go back and look at the numbers. Look at how Geno Smith has performed since he got to the Seattle Seahawks. That's okay, is it elite? I guess not. I guess probably not. But you know what it is? It's Derek Carr equivalent. It's damn good. It's good enough that you're not going to replace the dude.
I think it's delusional, but I just cannot believe.
Is it though? If you're how old is Pete Carroll? 70, 76, 70, whatever?
I don't believe in Geno Smith.
What you got 5 years left in the NFL. You got a dude that you know, that you like, that you trust, that you won a lot of ball games with. What's crazier? Thinking you get in 5 years you're going to win it with a young guy, or you're going to win it with the guy you trust?
Dude, I don't trust 70-year-olds with the remote, never mind an NFL team.
But he chews gum really hard.
Next story, Dan.
All right. Let's talk running backs, not only in the draft, but current Denver Broncos running back. So here is Leggy on with Brett and Vic this morning, talking about just how deep this running back class is. In fact, Brett asked Leggy, what is the deepest position group in the draft? And Leggy said, no question, it's running back. So what do the Broncos do as far as drafting a running back? When do they draft a running back? And has there been mixed messaging surrounding Broncos running back Audric Estime?
When they open the offseason program April 19th, where does Estime fit in their minds?
Yeah.
Because they've done nothing but give conflicting, reports on that. So if they feel good about him, that changes everything. Because then if you take one in the draft and rounds 1 through 5, it's hard for me to believe a running back would not be among the highest graded players on your board in this draft. It's been quite a long time since I've seen this much middle round depth, especially of guys who I think will be productive running backs.
So what do you think the Broncos think about Audric Estime? And would it be better for the Broncos to wait until the middle of the draft, if it is this deep, to select a running back.
What do I think about a player that was benched in a playoff game for a player who had barely played the entire second half of the year? Not much.
If Sean Payton loves Audric Estime, it's a very abusive relationship.
That's a good way to put it.
It's a very abusive love relationship.
How much do you like him? How much? Listen, if Estime's on the team, fine. But and if Estime's a whiff, then so be it. He was later on in the draft, anyways. Who cares? I'm really confident the Broncos are about to get themselves a good running back, Tyler. First or second round. I go with it. It's a deep class. A lot of things could work.
Yeah, I know this isn't like the hottest of hot takes, but my take is you will not get past the second round without a running back on the Denver Broncos.
I'm with you.
Very well could happen in the first round, but there's only one glaring hole in this football team. That's it. Wide receiver is not a glaring hole. You want to get better, but it's not a glaring hole. Tight end is no longer a glaring hole.
No.
You want to get younger, but it's not a glaring hole. Running back is it, and you always draft the best player available at a position of need. If for some reason there is a tight end or wide receiver that they just have got ranked better than Omari and Hampton,
go for it.
All right, fine. But I'm telling you, they will take a running back in the first two rounds.
If I had to bet right now, the safest bet to me would be Omari and Hampton, because you can probably get tight end equivalency of what you need in the second round. But if you don't, it's no big deal. I don't think the Broncos can screw up this draft, Tyler. I think they're going to nail it. I really do. I think there's a lot of good options for what they need. They did a great job in free agency. You know what you're not chasing? You're not chasing an inside linebacker or a safety, because you did take care of that.
Mm-hmm.
You kept DJ Jones.
You only have to chase one position.
Running back. And that has a lot of depth to it. So you don't even have to freak out if you don't get Hampton in the first round. Not at all. And you're right. Second round, who's it going to be? Judkins? He'd probably be fine too.
You're not getting past the second, though.
Yeah, there's no need to. I mean, you're going to have a lot of good choices in the first and second round. Why wait? But you will have choices. So you don't have to wait and you don't have to panic. It's a great situation to be in. Last story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, the New England Patriots are trading quarterback Joe Milton to the Dallas Cowboys. So the Cowboys are sending their 5th-round pick to the Patriots for Milton and a 7th back to the Cowboys. Now, here's former NFL running back LaShawn McCoy this morning telling Dak Prescott he needs to find a realtor.
I'll just be honest, man. Listen, if Dak Prescott has a postseason like he's always had, going to that next year, right? Dak, find a realtor. Because Joe Milton got talent, he can play. And I'll say this.
God.
Y'all laugh and all that. I've seen other quarterbacks get paid a lot of money and they move on from it.
Okay.
Right? We've seen it happen. Okay. So we've seen it happen.
Did they immediately put a dunce cap on him as soon as he said that? Or what was the further reaction? I mean, what's the question? I'm sorry. It's one of the dumbest takes of all time. But what's the question?
Do you think Joe Milton could become the Cowboys starting quarterback and Dak Prescott they move on from?
No.
Is that a possibility?
For Joe Milton? No. Joe Milton has an exceptionally strong arm, but there's zero evidence, Tyler, that this guy is going to have more value than Dak Prescott. I mean, I'm not saying he's never going to play. I mean, dumb teams do dumb things, but the chance of him like becoming the guy for the Cowboys. How about the Patriots, though? Take what round did they take Joe Milton in?
Well, it's actually, I mean, when you think about it in comparison to what other quarterbacks been traded for, Mac Jones, a dude that, what number was Mac Jones?
Well, he was a first round. He was at 15 overall.
Okay. I think he went for a 6th rounder. If I remember correctly, I believe he was traded for a 6th rounder. So it's pretty decent value for Milton.
Hell yeah, it is. I'm praising the Patriots. That's a good deal right there.
Yeah, it is a good deal. Look, the take is outlandish. If the take is that Joe is in the running to be the starter day one, that's insane. Now, if the take is Dak's going to do what he's done, he's going to struggle, and at some point in the season he gets benched, Joe Milton's going to get an opportunity. Now, that's reality. Sure, that's definitely lives within reality.
Do you think the Broncos can get trade value for Sam Ellinger? Ellinger? Is it Ellinger or Ellinger?
Well, you were convinced they could get a 1st rounder for Zach Wilson, so.
I was?
Yes.
That was one of my takes. They could get a 1st round for Zach Wilson? I said that?
Yep.
I'm going to need some tape on that one. Get that at the Broomfield Event Center.
Let's just ask the texters.
Don't ask them. They're idiots. They don't know what they're talking about.
That should help your case.
By the way, Dan Tanner set me up to fail so hard. You know what Dan did to me yesterday?
What? Put what you said on air on Twitter?
For all the, all of that
Put what
stuff.
you fought for a solid 5 minutes on Twitter?
I'll tell you what exactly happened coming up next. I can just tell you what Dan Tanner did to me, and I'm going to lose this argument too, so I'm not going to kill myself defending it. But as we were talking about Grand Lake being a mountain town, and as we went through it, I said, it's not really a mountain town. What I really should have said, it's not really a ski town, because that's what I meant. But as I was death spiraling in this argument that I conceded I was wrong in by the end of the argument.
That's true, but there's a caveat.
We had already Dan had already put out a Twitter poll about DMac and the mountain town. So while I'm in a death spiral argument that I concede by the end of the conversation I was wrong in the beginning because I didn't phrase it the right way in the first place, there's already a poll out there that says, do you agree with DMac about Grand Lake being a mountain town?
That is correct.
So I immediately go on Twitter and say, I was wrong about this within seconds. Dan posted a poll before the conversation was over.
And Dan, what did you tell me today about that?
That's called efficiency.
That's efficiency. But what did you tell DMac when he complained about it?
Play dumb games, win dumb prizes.
Say stupid things, and I'm going to put it out there.
So then the what I got back was the typical go back east. You love the Patriots. You suck. All this sort of, you don't know Colorado.
Well, clearly you can't figure out the Broomfield Event Center versus Budweiser.
Yeah. So in my defense.
How'd that poll go for you?
Not good.
No?
That I immediately conceded I was wrong about as soon as it went up. The poll was out before we walked out of the room.
The poll was out in the middle of the conversation.
In the middle of the conversation, the poll was out.
I was pointing at it. You never saw it.
I did put it up behind you.
As I'm saying, I'm wrong. You know what? You're right about this. I should have said ski town, not mountain town. Which is true. Grand Lake isn't a ski town, but clearly it's
far from a ski town. 15 minutes.
Dan and I had that debate.
I don't know. 15 minutes? That's close to a ski town.
Where do you think it's 15 minutes from?
Granby Mountain.
Granby Mountain?
Yeah.
There's a ski resort on Granby Mountain?
There is. I've skied it.
Granby Mountain.
Yeah.
All
say
right.
Say it really weird again, and maybe it'll change it.
I've never skied at Granby Mountain. I'm not even going to question it, but I don't know.
Granby Ranch.
I understand Granby Ranch.
That's where the ski mountain is.
Where do you think Granby Ranch is?
I'm not even arguing with you guys anymore.
Hold on, you tell me.
I'm not even going to argue with you. So you want to tell me, all right, hold on. For the sake of argument, stupid arguments.
Well, I understand Granby Ranch.
You know what? My bad. I've skied at Mary Jane. I've skied at Vista Sol. I think that's the name of it. I have skied, obviously, at Winter Park. I've been to the Granby Rodeo. I know a guy built a tank out of a truck and rolled through that area. I did not realize. I know there's tubing. Are we talking about the hill that there's tubing? There's also skiing there?
Oh my gosh.
All you have to do is say yes or no at this point.
That's over by Winter Park.
Are you saying Granby's not near Winter Park?
The mountain.
Okay. I got Tyler to groan. Anywho.
Granby Ranch is a solid 20 minutes outside of Winter Park.
Okay, and there's ski lifts and stuff there.
Holy crap.
All you have to do is say yes or no.
I've said that 100 times.
All right, never been there, didn't know it was there. Okay, you win. I got you. Conceding again. Don't put a poll up, Dan. Are you saying a ski town, you can be 15 minutes away and it's still a ski town?
Is Silverthorne a ski town?
That's a great question. Is it?
I would say
Silverthorne a ski town?
The entire industry is skiing.
That's a good one. It's definitely
Frisco a ski town?
Frisco to me is definitely a ski town because you're only 6 miles from Copper and you're less than 9 miles from Breckenridge. Silverthorne's a little further down the road. But if you want to tell me you're only 7 miles from Keystone, which is probably what you're closest to in Silverthorne,
you can go the back way there.
I'm like, okay, to me, Silverthorne feels like an intersection off I-70, but I'm not going to fight you too hard. I think it's a stretch to call Silverthorne a ski town, but okay. But if you want to put some sort of circle, I mean, no dumb question, how far can you be and you're still a ski town?
I would say 15 minutes is a ski town.
Okay. Then Silverthorne's probably right there. Is Georgetown a ski?
So that makes Grand Lake
Is Georgetown a ski town?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, because you're near Loveland.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you kind of keep going, down that sort of path. Is Buena Vista a ski town?
What's up there? I don't know.
Not much. You're pretty well. You can't get over Loveland Pass that time of year
You
to
have to go
Aspen.
through there to get to Telluride. That's probably.
You're way far away from Telluride to Buena Vista. That ain't close.
I don't know. I don't know if there's any ski mountains up there.
Your closest is
Got it.
probably Ski
Crescent
Cooper.
Butte?
Ski Cooper's probably your closest to Buena Vista.
Okay.
I think that's a little. Is Fairplay a ski town? No way, right?
Mm-mm.
What's Kremling? Is Kremling a mountain town?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Pretty flat as a pancake in the valley there, Kremling.
No, that's a mountain town.
More hunting than mountains in Kremling.
Maybe not a ski town, but that's a mountain town.
It's a mountain town. All right. Okay, fine. Sake of argument. When do we get... Is Idaho Springs a mountain town?
Wait, so have you settled that Grand Lake is a ski town yet?
Grand Lake is not a ski town.
It's 15 minutes from Granby Ranch.
Then you're too... And that's your ski reference, Granby Ranch?
Hold on, DMac, that's a real mountain.
Okay.
Like it's
sure.
It's a legit mountain.
I'll say whatever the distance is from Grand Lake to Granby Ranch is too far to be considered a ski town.
What's the difference between that and Silverthorne?
Silverthorne's way closer. Silverthorne is closer to Copper, closer to Breckenridge, closer to Keystone.
It takes 15 minutes to get to a ski to get to any resort from Silverthorne.
Takes you 15 minutes to get to Keystone from Silverthorne? No
Easily.
way. You can get there quicker than that. It's
Easily.
got to be less than 7 miles. From Silverthorne to Keystone?
Put a few traffic lights
I love
in
the
there,
fact,
get a little stop.
While Tyler's mentioning a mountain I've never skied at and don't
Hold
even
on,
recall.
But you're mocking it's a legitimate mountain.
There's no way Grand Lake is a ski town, bro. There's
You
no
just said it's
way.
defined by 15 minutes.
There's no way that's a freaking ski town. And for you to
just
use
said it's about
for
15
you to use
minutes.
Granby Ranch, whatever that is, as your reference as a ski place,
Okay,
to me
now
is
I'm gonna pull a
ridiculous.
DMac. Have you ever been there? Have you ever been there?
I haven't.
Clearly,
man.
you've never been there.
Is that how I sound?
Yeah, you've never been there.
All right, so okay, go ahead. So they're all ski towns then. So let's go. Give me a town in the mountains that's a mountain town and ain't a ski town.
Kremling. We just said that.
Kremling.
Yeah.
All right.
South Park.
Fair play. Is Alma a ski town?
Where's Alma?
There you go. Gotcha on that one. Tyler doesn't know where Alma is.
Grand Junction?
Is Grand Junction a mountain town?
That's a good one.
Grand Junction's a mountain town.
It is?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's surrounded by mountains, but it isn't like
it's
almost like a
I give
desert
up.
mountain town.
Okay. If Grand Junction is a mountain town, then I would just say anything west of Idaho Springs while you're still in the state of Colorado is a mountain town.
There you go. That's a pretty fair explanation.
Is
right there.
Craig, Colorado a mountain town?
I don't know what's Craig. Where's
It's
Craig?
it's west of Steamboat Springs. Go 40 minutes west of Steamboat.
Are there mountains?
There's mountains everywhere.
Then yeah, it's a mountain town.
All right, hold on. Is Aurora a mountain town?
No.
I can see the mountains from Aurora. Why isn't it a mountain town? And these are the dumb conversations we get in.
These are dumb conversations you don't give up on.
Yeah, Estes Park. Wait a second. Sol Vista is the former name for Granby Ski Ranch. I actually mentioned it. I just didn't know it had changed names.
Oh, so now you feel different?
Well, hold on a second. Did you know Yes. Did you know Granby Ski Ranch used to be called Sol Vista?
No.
I said Sol Vista. I just didn't know it had changed.
Okay, so you want to change your opinion now? I give you the right to change your opinion.
There ain't
Last chance.
way.
Last chance.
I know where Sol Vista is, Granby Ranch. Didn't know it changed name. Did not know it changed names.
Last chance.
But I've stayed there and I've skied at Sol
Legit
Vista.
mountain or not?
No.
Yes, it is.
It's idiot. I'm going to lose it. It is a beginner's bump. Sol Vista is barely only people from Jersey with 3-year-olds would go skiing at Granby Ranch.
Mm-mm.
That is not a ski resort. That is not a ski mountain.
Yeah, it is.
That is the equivalent of being taken up on the tallest hill and just being pushed down on a toboggan.
Nice little mountain.
Terrible horrible mountain.
Nice little mountain.
Good mountain if you've never skied
Nice
before,
little
or if
mountain.
you're from Jersey.
Nice. They got some.
You're
Good, they got some good double blacks.
You're associating.
They got some good double blacks.
Boy, I win this argument.
They
have no double blacks there.
How many times have you skied that?
One time was enough.
Okay.
One time when it
Okay.
was Sol Vista.
Okay.
How many times have you skied it?
5 easily.
And you're claiming there's double blacks at Granby Ranch.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna win this one. There ain't no double blacks in Granby Ranch.
There's double blacks everywhere. I'm just assuming it.
You've never been there.
Yes, I have.
Tyler's never even been there.
I've actually done an Airbnb there. We skied about 5 days.
On the double blacks at Granby Ranch, which used to be Sol Vista.
Well, my kids were 3.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
You're so dumb. You can't even realize what I'm giving you what you want.
All right. Is this show over, Dan? Thank God. Nate and Andy coming up next with all their foolishness and hear what they think about Russell Westbrook. They just changed the names. You got me twice on name changes today. It's PhD on 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Nuggets are still down by 2. Wesley runs into his own player and turns it over. Loose ball Pickett. Front court, Westbrook. Layup. No good!
I think I did it again.
Would have been a triple-double for Pickett. Westbrook missed the layup. Wesley layup on the other end goes up and in.
Oops. I did it again, baby. Yeah!
This is Russell Westbrook of the Denver Nuggets, and I can't wait to make my first appearance on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
Yeah, it happened again. It really did. He had a very bad ending to the game, and they lost. Missing, what's a mere 6 rotation members, and they lost to the Spurs, who also were missing several rotation members. Although, what's a rotation, really, if you're completely tanking? Welcome into the show, everybody. It is Thursday. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We have a lot to do on this radio show today, and not all that much time to do it. We are kicked out at 5 o'clock. The Avalanche are in Columbus to take on the BJs. It's going to be a big matchup tonight for Colorado after a nice victory last night via the shootout. They're in Chicago, scoring with 11 seconds to go in order to be able to send it off to OT. Andy Lindahl, welcome to the show. How are you?
I was just right out there.
Yeah.
Need a monitor. Good. No, I was talking to Tyler. They had an interesting question going on PhD. They were trying to remember. You know me, I don't remember much. For some reason, I remember more about the 2015 season than Tyler does, and he played in it.
He has CTE.
No, he doesn't.
The reason you remember it is because he has brain damage.
He couldn't remember that Brock Osweiler had started 7 games.
He was concussed.
Burned into my brain
the whole time.
You and I, it's so funny every day how we just, real great. You know what? I won't say that. It was a great victory for the Avs last night because, frankly, they had no business getting 2 points out of that thing. For most of the game, they had no business getting 1 point out of that game. I will tell you the difference. Last night, to me, was the difference between the Nuggets and the Avs when it comes to my comfort level with playoff runs for both teams.
Okay?
Like the Avs, pretty much, and I credit Kyle Keefe and Lyles did a great intermission breakdown as to what was going on, how teams are cramming, just sucking everybody in, taking away the middle of the ice, making life hard for that cross-ice pass.
Just cramming and sucking and making life hard.
Just not enjoyable hockey to watch, but whatever. But like this is when you ask what I need to see to get confident about the Nuggets having a run in the playoffs. It's something like what the Avs did last night, where once the Avs got the goal from Makar, once that happened, it was like 15 minutes of hell, and the Blackhawks had no shot. There were 4 or 5 times where I thought they were going to tie the game much earlier than they did, and when they continued to possess the puck. Like, I never lost hope that they'd probably tie the game with the extra man, goalie pulled, all that, because they wouldn't let the puck out of the zone. They finally punch it home. Now, overtime got a little bit interesting. But it was one of those where, like, all right, now you've motivated us. We're just going to go ahead and whoop you, and that's basically what they did at the end of the game.
Dominated.
I have not seen enough of that out of the Nuggets in the last 3 weeks to believe we're just going to flip that switch come playoff time.
Yeah,
and that's not because of last night's game. You laid it out. Last night's game was the NBA version of an NFL preseason game.
Yeah,
None of the starters you paid to see played in that game.
It was a waste of time. Yeah,
so,
it was. Just see the kid holding up the sign at the end of the game that was like, I traveled over 8,700 miles to be here. And it was just like, you poor bastard.
Yeah, it was a cool sign. It was a cool sign when they made it.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes, I came all this way to watch Spencer Jones and Hunter Tyson play basketball.
Yeah.
Well, they are NBA players. They do make trading cards with those guys' faces on them.
Boy, why do you not like our guy Chick-fil-A?
Who?
Hunter Tyson.
He's fine.
He's a fun little player every now and again.
Yeah, he's
not
fine.
ready for regular rotation kind of stuff. But,
right. What makes you think I don't like him?
Because he's your go-to. This is the guy we had to watch.
Oh, Do you think anybody, when they were typing their credit card number
I get
to
it, but
Nuggets.com were just
had you and I-
Jokic, Jamal Murray, no. They had a second-round pick out of Clemson a couple of years ago.
Listen.
And I cannot wait to watch this guy
No,
in
my
person.
point, though, is of all the guys,
I flew 8,700 miles to watch.
Dario Saric. Like, could you hand me the sentence before you said it? I go, put Saric in there. Get Tyson.
Okay.
Tyson has at least played at this season before.
He has.
Saric, I think, has played, but I can't tell you I remember much. And as I watched him struggling to try to extend to catch some of those entry passes, I was like, I think Nate Kreckman might be finally fan raging watching this.
Yeah.
Did it cook your blood at all?
No, I had no emotion as I watched
It drives
the
me
game
nuts you
last
have no
night.
emotion. I'm going to come over to your house just to rile you up somehow in the middle of a game.
I literally was laying on the bed last night watching. I had the game. I was watching it later.
It was already late enough.
I had DVR'd and I was laying there watching it, and it started with this. There was this moment right here that happened with 4.5 minutes to go. The Nuggets had a 93-88 lead with about 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. They had a great end of the third. Vlatko hits the buzzer beater. Okay, all right, we got something cooking a little bit right here. We go to the fourth, and they take that 93-88 lead, and then they immediately give up. It was what? Was it like a 10-0 run, 11-0 run, whatever it was, just immediately hand it all back. And then you got inside the 5-minute mark, and that's when the Russell Westbrook show really started. And honestly, as I sat there and I watched it, I felt something, but this was the thought, and I think I said this out loud to my wife, who was reading her book or not paying any attention to what was happening. I was just like, this is hilarious. This is genuinely funny, what is happening right now. In the context of the second night of a back-to-back, the way that game ended, it was like, what he did was he took the last 17 seconds of the game against Minnesota, and he gave us the extended director's cut for 4.5 minutes last night at the end of that game. And it started with this possession. And I want to play the television call right here. We heard Kaz in the open right here, but I want to hear the television call as Russ misses the reverse on the run out because Chris Marlowe, chef's kiss, as good as it gets. Let's listen to Chris Marlowe calling Russell Westbrook missing the reverse layup.
Pickett's got a career-high 15 points. Stolen by Pickett. Long pass. Westbrook out there. Oh, he misses the layup.
And the booze rained down.
And he misses the layup.
As if it was 24 hours or so, 23 hours earlier.
Didn't he just do this?
Oh, he misses the layup.
It was also, this was like a reverse that was a tough shot to begin with. So it was like, dude, just pull it out, just dribble around and wait for the offense to set up. Not that anything better necessarily would have happened. Spurs went down and got a layup after that. All right, so the next thing he did, he doesn't fight through a screen. Spurs get a dunk. Okay, so that was pretty bad. Then he proceeded to throw a pass into the fourth row. Again, the pass went into the fourth row.
Yeah, the fan wasn't expecting it. Did anybody lose some concessions? Did we have to replenish some concessions?
You know how NBA benches are multiple rows deep? It sailed over the entire bench.
Okay.
And I think it's kind of funny
so
that
the coaches were safe.
Nobody even bothered to reach up and try and hit it or anything. They all just kind of looked up at it like,
yep, there's
look at
the
that.
pass.
Yeah. It's kind of like, you know when a guy, Kyle Schwarber hit another 450-foot home run today off the Rockies. You know when an outfielder just doesn't move?
Just is like, there it goes.
Huh? Just kind of peers upwards and then doesn't even move because he got
Depends on
jacked.
when you're way salty.
The entire Nuggets bench was just like, yep, there it goes. So he throws a pass into the fourth row. Let's see. After that, he jacks up a 28-footer with what I counted at 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Just off the dribble. Off the bounce.
Heat check.
And he was heat check, and he couldn't have been colder. And he put up a 28-footer.
Get the furnace working before you heat check.
Yeah. He after that, he boned another layup. That one didn't even get rimmed. And he started screaming at the ref, and the ref is just like, I can't help you, Russell
Not
Westbrook.
tonight, guy.
I can't save you from being
not
Russell
bailing
Westbrook
you out of that
right now. And then here's the last highlight, and I want to play this one. This one's again from the television call. Scott Hastings Scott Hastings nailed this call so hard. Totally not the way that I think he thought he was going to nail it, but he nailed it beautifully nonetheless. So, Chris Paul is running down some clock. Chris Paul, he's kind of like the anti-Russell Westbrook, like the game gets tougher and tightens up, and Chris Paul is just like, I'm the point guard. I am as poised and as just slow heartbeat as I possibly can be right here. And so Chris Paul, his team's they're building up a nice lead, and Chris Paul is just he's surveying, and Scott Hastings makes a comment. And I want to play the audio of it. He says Chris Paul's going to get you a good shot right here. And he did, but not the way that Scott Hastings thought it was going to happen. Roll it, Spring. This is a little Hastings Stradamus right here.
Paul knows the clock. He'll get down and watch. He'll get you a good shot. 5 to shoot. Chris Paul cascades one, no good, but right under the basket. Champagny scores.
It was an air ball that deflected off of Russ directly to Champagny, who just collected it and laid it in.
Perfect.
It was, you know what? Hastings was right. Chris Paul created a great look for his team right
He got the basket.
off of an air ball, but still.
As you said, not the way you drew it up.
8-point game was over. And the game had the ending it deserved, quite frankly. But the Russell Westbrook thing, Andy, is he can't close the game anymore.
No.
We need to get all 5 starters healthy, and then whether it's Peyton Watson or whomever it is, I'm not saying that Russell Westbrook won't have value in the opening minutes of a second quarter or of a fourth quarter or anything like that, late first quarter, late third, whatever it may be. He should not be allowed to close games anymore. The last 2 nights, I don't want to use just a simple 2-game sample size, but really what we're learning here is he's playing losing basketball.
He is, and it's just so out of control, and so
Bad.
The ball finds him too. They always say that in baseball when the new guy comes in, the ball finds you.
And
he plays good defense, but then the ball finds him and he keeps the ball.
And some of it, and in a game like last night, he's playing with a bunch of young guys that are just like, hey, give Russell Westbrook the ball.
Right.
Okay, he'll figure it out.
Here, take it, Russ.
Exactly. Like it's not as though like Spencer Jones, and I'm not crapping on anybody. I'm just saying what these guys are. They're end of the bench NBA players. It's not as though these guys are going to go create a whole bunch for themselves. You got to go give the ball to Russell Westbrook and hope that it happens. It's just all he creates is runny diarrhea on the basketball court right now, and it needs to stop, and they've got to stop playing him in the closing minutes of games. The Rockies can't score runs. They were swept in Philadelphia. Opening day tomorrow. We'll get to all of that. We're jam-packed today on the show. Randy and Jason Sklar are going to stop by in hour number 2. They're performing at Comedy Works South. Looking forward to chatting with them. Dan Hyatt, 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. But up first, we're going to talk to the new head coach of the Colorado State Rams. March Madness legend Ali Farouk-Manesh joins us next.
Guys, let's talk low testosterone, or maybe you're not sure you have it. I'm sure you've heard about it. Do you have any idea, though, the symptoms of it? Because maybe you didn't. I know I didn't before getting together with the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, but then I started to hear a few of these, and I thought, you know what, that sounds like me. For example, bad sleep, a little bit of brain fog, not getting the gains you want in your workout, not having the energy shortly after waking up, wanting a nap maybe a little bit earlier in the day than you'd like. These are all signs of low T. You could have erectile dysfunction, low sex drive, all that can be part of it as well. If you don't want to deal with things like this anymore, and frankly, if you're dealing with something like depression because of it, don't let that linger on. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them help you. You can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their low T quiz on the website. Simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, and it takes 2 minutes. Then you schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can do it right there. Give them a call. They will draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll review the results with you, and then you can discuss your options together. The cost of the appointment's only $99. It does include a medical consult, the T and the PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So if you're looking for higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, better sleep, and waking up feeling refreshed, then it's time to go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations to serve you. including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Northern Iowa's going to have to shoot it before the shot clock runs out. Oh, my.
Farouk Manesh, a three.
Good! You can't be serious with that shot.
Oh, he's a March Madness legend, and now he's going to try and add even more to what has been a storied basketball life. Joining us right now, very pleased to have on the show for the first time the new head coach of the CSU Rams. It is head coach Ali Farouk-Manesh. Coach, welcome to the program. How are you?
Good. No, I appreciate you guys having me on. It was way better to hear that on a radio than seeing it on TV and trying to explain why it's so pixelated to everyone. But that was awesome.
So the pixelation is one thing, but every time that I see that clip, I'm always struck by the purple shorts, man. Like those shorts are so massive. Like when your players today see that clip, do they ask you like, Coach, why were you guys wearing those shorts?
Like it was an extra challenge for myself to have to play through those. You know what I mean? Like the restriction on them, the amount of cotton in them was insane. Like that was the other part. They were so heavy too. Like it was really impressive that I was able to play basketball the way I was with those shorts on.
And yet you did, and you sunk Kansas. And look, you're a legend this time of year. And now you're the new head coach of the CSU Rams. So besides having to do this, where you're talking to us on a radio show, since you got the gig last week and took over for your pal Nico Medved, moved into the big chair, what's the biggest difference that you have noticed in just your day-to-day job right now?
I told my wife this actually. The biggest difference right away that I noticed, and kind of jokingly, but like people are just a little more excited to talk to you than they used to be. And from the recruiting perspective too, honestly, it's helped in some ways in the sense that moving over a seat when you already kind of were recruiting all these kids that were getting ready to go in the portal or already in the portal or high school kids, you had a relationship with them as a assistant coach. And then when you can tell them that, okay, well, the assistant coach believed in you and now he's the head coach, well, that's only better for you. And I think that's been a big difference for us also. But to be honest, it's just more meetings, more phone calls. That's probably the biggest change so far. But we're so heavy in the portal with our recruiting right now that it really hasn't been different in that sense because we got everything going on with that right now.
Yeah, like for example, you got my guy Kerry Booth from Illinois, Calvin's son, but he's a Colorado kid. You were able to bring him up to CSU. But how long have you had a relationship with Kerry, and how much did your experience as the assistant help in being able to get him to your program?
Yeah, I sent him a picture of him as going into his junior year of high school when he came on an unofficial visit. And I still had it in my phone, actually, of him doing like a photo shoot in the jerseys. And he looks a hell of a lot different now than he did then. And I'm excited to just add him to this roster. He has something that we haven't had before with that size and length and athleticism. Obviously, he's got some stuff to work on, and I'm excited to give him that opportunity. He showed flashes of it at Notre Dame at times, and obviously didn't get those opportunities that he wanted to at Illinois. And I've always stayed in touch with Calvin, and not even about Kerry, just because we've had so many NBA players in the last 4 seasons that I've always stayed in touch with Calvin, and it kind of just worked out this way, and I'm excited to add him, and it doesn't hurt that he's from Colorado also.
All right, have you had to recruit your team back? Coaches always tell us whether it's basketball or football, season ends, and you got to recruit your own team back. How is that going?
It's going. I think it's just such a different world than it used to be. And we kind of talk about that too. The re-recruitment happens for the 9 months leading up until the end of March into April. And it's just how you treat people on a consistent basis and what you do for them, if you stay true to what you're doing and what you told them you were going to do. And then still they might leave. And it's different. It's hard for a kid to say no to some of the money that is being thrown at them. And I wouldn't do that in a lot of other professions to hold a kid back from doing something they think is life-changing. Now, does that mean I agree with the decisions all the time? No. And I can point to Neat Clifford and David Roddy and Isaiah Stevens as guys that turned down a lot of money and opportunities at other places to stay, and now they're doing pretty well for themselves.
We're talking to the new head coach of the Colorado State basketball team, Ali Farouk-Manesh. He is hard at work in the portal. Final Four this weekend. Coach, so let me ask you this, and I don't know if the situation is awkward or how it goes. I know you guys are all professionals and there's good communication there. But for example, Jalen Crocker-Johnson is transferring and leaving CSU to go to Minnesota to play for Nico Medved. Now, obviously, everybody understands, and you talk about NIL dollars that are getting thrown around, and I'm sure Big Ten cash is pretty good. But like, how does that dynamic work? Tell us what that is like, because you're all on the same staff, and then suddenly you're not on the same staff anymore.
Yeah, it's hard. It's like it's like you have your brother, and then all of a sudden your brother transfers to Colorado, and now he's against you. So it's a weird dynamic, and I think it's just like with any profession, you got to kind of put your personal feelings aside for a little bit and know it is part of the business. Doesn't mean you have to like it. It doesn't mean you enjoy it at all, but it's part of it. I don't think we'll be competing against them for a ton of recruits going forward. We recruit in Minnesota, but we won't be recruiting against them too often going forward. So it's not something that I have to get used to, at least.
All right. So what are you most excited to get to take over from this? You know, we always hear about how different things are, and you talked about folks being more excited to talk to you, but what are you excited to get to do as the head coach that maybe you couldn't do as an assistant? Is there anything specific?
Honestly, the best part about being here with Nico is like he really prepared me for this opportunity when it came. And I hired Dave Pilipovich, who used to be the head coach at Air Force, and he's was at New Mexico for the past 2 years. And I hired him also because I wanted someone on staff with me that could kind of see the blind spots that I am not ready for, or the things that I don't even know what I don't know yet. And that's been awesome. Like, he's already helped me with so many different things just to think ahead of time. But I think the preparation and then changing some of the development things that we've done in the past and being more deliberate and intentional with how we're developing these young men, not only on the court, but off the court, with Rod Olson and some other people that have helped us over these years, but more of an emphasis on individual development and how do we get these guys better in the summer and change their games to look like a completely different team by the time we hit the floor in November. That's always been big for me. As a 5'11" white guy, you had no choice but to be in the gym. So that's part of me at the core, and that's not going to change. And I want to invest in that with our athletes at a higher level than we have even before.
All right. So how appreciative are you that the new administration, and I'll tell you, Coach, I'm actually neighbors with your football sideline reporter, Marty Cesario, and when I asked him, when do you think is going to go on with the basketball situation, everybody agreed you're the guy. All the CSU people seemed to want you. But you know how it goes. You got a new administration. You're not quite sure. Do they want to go get some big outside-the-box hire or do their own thing or whatever it was going to be? How appreciative are you that this just was a quick process so you could get to work?
No, absolutely. It was like there was 2 days there where I was calling recruits or talking to our players and telling them, like, this is what we're going to do. This is the future if I get the job. So that losing the if helped a lot, and allowing me to go through the process with John and Scott and Christina was huge. And it also reassured me too that they hired me because of who I was and the merit that I had brought to this place. And it wasn't, they made me earn it. And I really appreciate them letting me go through that process. And it's been fun now being able to call these recruits and talk to them about where we're at, where we're going, how things are going to be different. A lot of it is going to be the same. That's why I never left also. I really believed in what we were doing and how we went about things. I'll have my own stamp on it, and there will be things that will be a little different, but the basis and the foundation of what was built here, I believe in that, and that's going to stay the same. It just might look a little different in how we do it.
Yeah, 3 tournaments in 4 years, continuity. That's what you want to do. By the way, Coach, hiring Pilipovich, that's high major stuff. Nice job right there. That dude knows what the hell he is doing. We're talking to Ali Farouk-Manesh here. He is the new head coach of the CSU Rams. Coach, let's talk about the season that just concluded, because like you said, there is kind of a continuity that goes right there. You guys were 5-5 after you lost to VCU. did not look like this season was going much of anywhere. And for much of the year, you guys were battling kind of uphill when it came to the metrics and the net and everything else that you were having to deal with. And then the team just absolutely found their footing in mid-February, and you guys basically, didn't lose until one shining travel from Derek Queen. So going back to that point of the season, what do you take away from this year, and what do you learn from this year, scheduling-wise, pacing of the season-wise, and figuring out how to get your team playing the best basketball at the right time of year?
I think one thing for us is really making sure we're taking care of our bodies and really focusing on that aspect of it, because we had some injuries that really affected us at the start of the year. Now, you can't always control that, but I think we have to be the best at controlling what we can control in those areas. Losing Rashawn and not having him for the first multiple games like that put us behind the 8 ball. Then the other aspect, I thought individually our guys really changed their games. Jalen Crocker-Johnson had not posted up or sealed anybody for the first 10 games of the season, and we went into that Christmas break and we talked about what each individual could get better at, and we got after it. We were doing essentially 2-a-days with workouts and individual workouts and to practice, and I credit Nico for believing in that also, because there's a lot of people that would have been like, we need to change this with the whole team and build off this or change our offense. And there was times we thought about doing that, but instead we doubled down on our individual development. And we thought if each individual really improved their game, the collective whole would get better. And it worked like that. And individually, Jalen Crocker-Johnson got better. Kyan Evans really changed his game. Neek was kind of Neek all season. Mm-hmm. Now, he went nuts in February, but he was Neek all year. Jalen Lake was pretty consistent all season. It was really those younger guys, finding Ethan Morton and really discovering his game too. And him really accepting who he was and buying into it, that changed our season in February. But from those aspects, I thought that was the biggest differences that changed throughout the season. And we made some adjustments that helped us, and offensively did a few things we hadn't done in the past. And honestly, that it was the most fun coaching I've had. And we've had some great years, but it was fun coaching this group because they showed up every day no matter what was going on. And I think that's the other thing that I took away from this is the character of the people you bring into your program matter more than anything else.
It's well said right there, and it was a team that, again, just got better as the season went along. You talk about guys finding the roles. You mentioned Kyan Evans right there, by the way. I would be remiss. What's going on with Kyan right now, and what's your communication like with him as he has gone into the portal?
Right now, we haven't talked since we kind of went through the whole process of him entering the portal. I don't even know how long ago it was because it feels like it's been 70 days and it's only been 4.
Yeah.
But we're still talking. I'm letting him go through the process of this, and I think he's, it's part of it. Do I wish he was still here? Absolutely. But you got to do what's best for you. And I told him also, we also have to do what's best for our program, and we got to actively recruit other players too.
Yeah, and it's a part of this process. Coach, this moment in college basketball with basically unregulated free agency that you guys are dealing with, and you've been Nico's right-hand man the last several years. Now you're in charge. It's funny, a buddy of mine who's a play-by-play guy at another Mountain West school tweeted out something last night of man, one day somebody is going to write the craziest book about what was going on at this time. Obviously, you can't name names or anything like that. But, Coach, can you share with us, what's the craziest, demand or story or thing that you have experienced in this era of college basketball, talking to players as you guys have gone through this? Because it's absolutely wild.
No, and it is, and it's wild, and I don't necessarily blame the players.
Of course not.
I think this is a product of the system that's been put in place for them. And I don't know, I don't know too many other people that when they're telling them they can go make this much money, they're not thinking about leaving wherever they're at, no matter what's going on or how good it is or how much they love it. And I think the hard part for these kids is they have people telling them these numbers that aren't necessarily true either. Mm-hmm. And I think it's hard. I don't know how they're supposed to navigate that world when you have adults that are professionals telling them things that might not be true. And I think that's hard. I think the system is broken in that sense. The craziest stories, though, there's a lot of them. I'm not going to tell them all on here, but I think the craziest thing is there's so many kids that you might find people will reach out to you and tell you a kid's leaving from somewhere that's a good program where they're winning and playing a lot of minutes, and it makes no sense. And I think that's hard. I feel bad for these kids that they have to deal with that, even that people are reaching out to them, getting them to think about that in the middle of their seasons, even when they're winning. They're going through a lot more stuff than I ever had to go through.
Yeah, and the kid from Kansas doing that, the point guard from Kansas or whatever, he's like, next man up. You're at a great legendary college, and you're going to go out there and hit the portal because you think money's out there. Now, for someone like him, maybe there is, but one day we'll write a book of all the kids that got led wrong, and then we'll also, I think it's going to end up like Young Hollywood, where we'll also find out about the parents that have spent all the money on top of it. Coach, I've been looking around the internet, so I don't mean this to be a lazy question. Because you had mentioned taking care of your bodies and getting the proper rest, and I know in the old Pac-12 schools that are trying to travel east all the time, and the travel all over the country is ridiculous. Do you have an idea what your schedule is going to look like? I'm kind of cruising around the internet and not having a lot of luck. What are you expecting schedule-wise next year?
Well, we know we have the series with Colorado, so we'll be at home this year, which obviously is great it's a great game. Like, I love playing that game. It's something special to the state of Colorado, and it's been a sellout for us the last 2 times that we've played at home. I think it was close to a sellout for them last time when we were up there. So obviously the atmosphere is amazing, and it's great for basketball in the state of Colorado. But then we'll be in the Battle for Atlantis in Bahamas as well, which has a great field. That will be a big challenge for us. And I think that goes back to kind of what we were saying earlier about the other experience through this is I think early on when you have so many new faces like we did this year, and most years you're probably going to have 5 to 6 new faces on every season. So scheduling a schedule that you can manage early and build your team up, I think that's massive. Because you look at the best teams in college basketball this year, or that were able to have success early, is the ones that had the most continuity. Mm-hmm. And obviously that is hard to achieve, and you want to achieve that. But in today's age, you're not always the one that has a say in that happening. So scheduling that's huge for us also. But no, those are the 4 games we have right now. So we got some work to get this schedule going now too. But it's different. College basketball doesn't schedule like football 20 years out.
All right, I'm going to ask you the toughest question I can. Should they have called the travel?
Yes, but I will say this. In live play, it's hard to see that. And I don't know, in live play, like when you go frame by frame, yeah, it's easy to see it, right? But I don't know how many times people are going to call that. It was tough. Like, hindsight's 20/20, and you think about maybe things we would have done differently or played it differently. But I don't know. If the guy's going full going to his left hand, shoots it back with his right hand, falling out of bounds with our best perimeter defender on him, contesting it.
And that's just it. Like, Ethan defended it well, and he forced him out of the paint and forced him into a fall away, and it's a bigger player, and it's a guy that's going to be a lottery pick, and you get a tough shot out of him. Like, Morton did everything he could on that damn play, and the thing still went down.
All I'll say is that kid covered a lot of real estate.
He definitely got a little further than I think you can shoot that.
Yeah. And now, look, I'm bitter because I had you guys in a contest that we were doing here at the station, so that added to my bitterness. But, it felt like you started at the top of the circle and ended up on the block. I don't think that's 2 steps unless you're Dikembe Mutombo. That's all I'm saying, Coach.
100%, or that's why he's a lottery pick. One of the two.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Coach. Well, during this interview, you probably got about 8 phone calls and 27 texts behind. So get back to it. But thank you so much. Congratulations on the new gig. Thank you for coming on the show. And good luck in portal season, man.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys having me on. Go Rams.
All right. Ali Farouk-Manesh, new head coach of the CSU Rams, with us right there. That last thing that he was talking about, by the way, and this is, I'm going to get on my college basketball soapbox here for just a moment. He's got 4 games scheduled right now. Like he talked about, he's a new head coach. He's going to have a mostly completely rebuilt roster next year, because that's essentially what happens to everybody in college basketball. And who knows what's going to happen with Kyan and the other guys that are in the portal right now. But then at the same time, in the metrics, those early season games, those are massive games, because those are your opportunities to get quad 1 and quad 2 wins and beat Power 4 schools and get those wins that are going to help you in the metrics that ultimately the committee is going to take a look at when it comes time to start doling out at-large bids. Now, they did their job this year, and they won the Mountain West tournament, and they got in. But like he's talking about right there, it's like you have to be playing your best basketball in November and December with dudes that have never played together. And that's what's so messed up about this right now. The emphasis in the current scales of judgment of teams that are so heavily tilted towards November and December basketball.
Yeah, I'm not trying to extend this out, but
it
help
makes
me
me
out.
insane.
Is this also because of the scheduling agreement? Like, I just was curious, where do they start? Where is it, you know what I mean? And I'm looking on the CSU website, and I cannot find. You can put a deposit down on the season tickets, but they have no games listed.
Oh yeah, no, you build out your non-conference schedule the best that you possibly can.
But they know they're doing.
They got 20 Mountain West games.
Okay,
20 games.
When do we do the? Are we doing the thing with the leftovers of the Pac-12? Doesn't that start next season?
2 years from now.
2 years.
They got one more year in the Mountain West, and then the Pac-12 thing.
And by that time, it'll all be different. By that time, it'll all be something else.
Who the hell knows? He was great, though. Great conversation.
Hey, man, we're doing all right. We only Adazio's hated us from up north so far.
So far. And to be fair, that guy hated everybody. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Dan Hyatt next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Huge week at Roller Auction. This is the week for the April Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Phenomenal selection of well-maintained city and county vehicles. For almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the leader in government auctions here on the Front Range. SUVs, sedans, vans, pickup trucks, utility trucks, plow trucks. I was checking out some of these plow trucks earlier. 2013 Ford F-250 Super Duty four-wheel drive super cab pickup, well-maintained vehicle. You will be shocked when you see the kind of deals that you can get on vehicles like that. Go to roller.bid right now and check out this government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, storage containers, landscape equipment attachments, and so much more. Go to roller.bid right now. Bid online because bidding is available at this moment at roller.bid for the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction.
Nuggets are still down by 2. Wesley runs into his own player and turns it over. Loose ball Pickett. Front court, Westbrook. Layup. No good! Would have been a triple-double for Pickett. Westbrook missed the layup. Wesley layup on the other end goes up and in.
Don't worry, Pickett eventually got the triple-double. Nuggets lose, or a bunch of guys in Nuggets uniforms lost to the Spurs last night. They fall down to the 4 spot technically in the Western Conference as it stands. They're at Golden State tomorrow night. Right now, the Warriors are the 5 seed. Joining us right now is our pal, Nuggets and NBA statistician for Altitude, Dan Hyatt. 2 stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Plus, we got bonus content galore. Dan, let's get right to it. Let's start in this spot right here. The other day, Andy and I were talking about mileage. We were reading the odometer of these Nuggets players. Jamal Murray leading the team, averaging 2.6 miles per game that he is moving on average. Christian Brown, Nikola Jokic, the other in the top 3 on this team. But when you play a 58-minute game like the Nuggets did the other night against Minnesota in double overtime, where did we end up by the time that thing ended?
Well, yeah, that's, and again, if you look at, if you're tracking mileage of a player and you're determining whether that's good or not, it's kind of hard to say. You could run around and do a lot of things for a long time. But Christian Brown in that overtime game, I think it was 53 minutes, covered over 20,000 feet. And that's 3.95 miles, almost 4 miles of coverage. That's the most in a game this year. For me to go back through the tracking era of the NBA website, try to figure out the longest, I'll just say right now, because I don't think anyone's going to correct me, that's the furthest anyone's ever run in a game, because that was so much coverage with so many minutes. And again, the craziest part is Jokic was at 3.6. For a center to do that is pretty wild. But that's, again, the second you got to, midway through the first overtime, you thought, okay, well, these guys are definitely not playing tomorrow. And Christian's obviously, in great shape and is doing great. He's only missed a couple games this year, but 20,000 feet covered in a game is pretty crazy. And again, he really didn't contribute much in those overtimes. He didn't shoot. And again, the legs were a little tired, but that's a lot of running around.
Yeah, and he got the night off last night, hung out in his white T-shirt, watched some buckets. Let's talk about lineups a little bit here, Dan. Highly doubt we're going to get another Pickett, Westbrook, DJ, Najee, Hunter Tyson starting lineup again this season, but I don't know. I suppose anything is possible. But let's talk lineups right now. What do you got for us?
Well, here's the stat. I'm going to lead with this tomorrow. I'll probably throw this online later tonight because this is kind of crazy. I didn't realize this till I dug. The Nuggets have now gone 12 straight games in which they haven't used the same lineup in consecutive games. That's the longest in the franchise history. They've never done this before. The longest in the Malone era was only 9 games, and that was in 2017 when you had Jokic and Murray, and then you were duct taping everything else around maybe Will Barton and others. But that's really that has never happened in Nuggets history. It's going to be 13 tomorrow because you're not going to see that same starting 5. And you're talking about a situation in which only 21 of these 77 games have featured their main starting 5. You take any one of those 4 other than Nikola out, Murray, AG, CB, or MPJ, they're still above 500. You get Jokic out of there, they're 4-8. So we obviously know which one of those 5 is most important, but Malone has never had this happen. They've got 5 games left to try to figure out how everything else plays in. You've got those 5 going into the playoffs, but they haven't seen those 5 in a long time.
This is exactly the thing Andy talks about. I mean, you got to find it before the postseason. Well, you go in 13 consecutive games with different starting lineups, I would say. That makes it a little bit tough on you. That's wild, by the way. All right, so let's dive into the standings here at the moment. 5 games to go. The Nuggets are the 4 seed as we sit here today at 47-30. They got to win 3 of the final 5 to get a 50-win season. Dan, how much variance is there in what could happen with the seeding?
There's a lot of variance, and you're talking about whether or not you want home court advantage, whether or not you want the 3 or the 4. There's a world. Well, here's your stat. Of the 6 consecutive playoffs that the Nuggets have made under Malone, the one time they lost in the first round, they did not have home court. The other 5 they did, and I think that's a serious thing that this team will need in the playoffs. Even though, again, we've seen teams come in here and beat them in these last couple of years. But there's a world in which the Nuggets could end up as the 3rd seed, and the Wolves could be the 5th. And if that happened, and the Lakers could kind of stay in 4th, it would be really nice. And then the Warriors could be you could have a first round and a second round matchup in which you don't face Minnesota or OKC, right? And you'd love to have a playoff situation in which you go in and say, oh, we can take on anybody. But right now they're afraid of Minnesota, and the Thunder are really, really good. So there's a scenario in which they could go in, have matchups against Memphis, the Rockets, and not have to face either Minnesota or Oklahoma City until the conference finals. There's also a world in which one half of a game could potentially have them matching up with the Wolves in the first round, only to earn the right to face the Thunder in the second.
So don't do that. In other words,
do that, but you can't control that. You just can't. There's too many variables here.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement to be had here. All right, Dan. By the way, Andy, Dan promised a new segment today here on 2 stats you need to know and 1 you don't. We got a sub stat in here. Here you go. Your Russell Westbrook stat you don't want to hear. What's that, Dan?
Oh, good.
He has 30 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, and he ends up being remembered for the layups he missed. But you're talking about 2 straight games, between Minnesota and San Antonio. He took 18 layups, and he made 9.
Oh.
He missed 9. And it's like, the guy has you actually, to NBA.com, you can still measure, an offensive speed, right? Miles per hour averaged. He's where he was when he was in his prime. The guy's still springy as hell. But he's just not finishing. And now it's coming in back-to-back games. He's got a layup rate right now that's still pretty healthy, but he's not finishing because he's not dunking anymore. And you're talking about a 56% layup, field goal percentage.
Yeah.
That's not good.
So it's like so he can still hit those top speeds, but the suspension is shot basically. Just the car starts shaking.
There's no brakes.
When
He's
get
just
going
out of
too
control.
fast.
He just feels out of control the whole game. Don't know where his passes are going sometimes. Like, again, Dan, how many times have you been shocked that a guy of his ilk is just – he either throws it to a dude that's not open to begin with, or he throws it into harm's way where it's like a 50-50 ball in the end zone. I don't know what's going on with the guy lately.
He's done this forever. When he was in Houston and Washington was an MVP and an MVP candidate, he did the same thing. He would drive hard and he would dunk. And if he layups, he would mostly make it. He's a little bit lower on percentage now, but those passes are the difference. He's almost averaging four turnovers per game this last month. He never did that. It was about 3, maybe a little bit under 3 when he was in his prime. That's adding up, and now he's doing it, and now he's getting all these minutes late in games, and those turnovers are magnified.
Yeah, and he doesn't dunk the way that he used to.
No.
All right, so that's the Russell Westbrook stat you don't want to hear. Now let's get to the stat we don't need to know. Go, Dan.
The stat you don't need to know is there's a fence in Australia that protects farms from wild dogs and rabbits and such.
The dingoes?
Yeah, the dingo fence. I didn't know any of this. It's 3,437 miles long, and it traverses so many times through so many different parts of Australia. There's 23 different language groups that it covers, and the fence can be seen in space. And it was once described as like the wall is like the Great Wall of China, except not as sturdy. And apparently now it's kind of old in parts, so kangaroos are punching holes through it and stuff.
Jerks.
But this was all because Jalen Pickett obviously caught fire, finally gets his triple double. And it's a pretty cool accomplishment. But the Pickett part of his name, right, elicits a lot of the hashtag Pickett fence, and it's become a thing, right? That's been a thing. Well, the Pickett fence, is like this this symbol of Americana. And I just found that interesting because it actually comes from Europe. The term is picket comes from piquet, which is French, which means to pierce. And all these militaries back in the day would stick pointy things in the ground, and it would help keep your enemies away. And that eventually kind of came over to these, the 1800 colonial revivals in the late 1800s around America, when all of a sudden you said, oh, well, we want to have all these suburbs. We want to live outside the city, but we need to have fences, because if you have fenceless yards, it's just chaos. And then all of a sudden it was, well, what's really cheap? Oh, wood. Oh, how do you have somebody look at it and say, well, I don't really want to jump that thing, but I also want it to be able to talk to my neighbor when I'm taking out the trash. So, yeah, you need it tall enough where the toddlers can't get out, the dogs can't get out, but nobody can really jump the thing. So, father knows best, and Leave It to Beaver took it on in the 50s. It became kind of a symbol of Americana. But I just found that history kind of interesting because, it's become the ideal look for the suburbs, yet it really started as kind of a tool for war.
A lot of times your appearances, you're like a clone of Kreckman. You right there just went Lindahl, because I have no idea how we started at the dingo fence in Australia and ended up with Leave It to Beaver and my two dads, or whatever, my three sons was the old
Piquettes.
Yeah, the Piquettes.
The damn Piquettes.
But I do think it's funny because you don't want your enemies. Nate would like a picket fence around his house, I think.
Oh, I've got a fence. No, I'm good.
No, I mean the front yard.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't want any.
See, when I think picket fence, I think front yard.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, but if it's not white, it looks weird. I mean, it's got to be that standard. It's got to be that standard, really, really sharp look that is super dangerous.
The white,
as long as you don't,
picket fence. Yeah, so the neighborhood hooligans will rack themselves on it when they try and jump over it.
And kangaroos can't punch through it. That's important.
3,500 miles of damn dingo fence. Dan Hyatt, everybody. The history lesson on the fence. Russ can't make layups. They've got a ton of variance in what they can do, and 13 consecutive games with different starting lineups. Dan Hyatt, beautiful work as always. Enjoy your hangover on Saturday after opening day tomorrow.
Sorry, our one celebration of the year is going to be freezing cold and miserable.
Wear your coat.
Yeah, exactly. There he goes. That's awful. Dan Hyatt, everybody. Normally joins us on Friday, but Dan celebrates opening day, so that's what he'll be doing tomorrow. Kreckman and Lindahl, Sclar Brothers coming up. So much going on. Keep it here.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. If you're looking for truck or 4x4 accessories, this is the place in Colorado to go. This has been a Colorado business that's been around for almost 20 years. They celebrate that anniversary this year. It's owned by Jerry and Wendy Jones. And if you're looking for things like bed covers or step rails or maybe something to tow the fifth wheel up to the mountains and get yourself ready for camping, the remote start kits is something we've talked plenty about. Obviously, if you need something, maybe a leveling kit, suspension, Jerry's got it all over at Colorado Off-Road. He's also got the cool off-road lights if you'd like to use some of those. Remember the old Casey lights they put on? For me, I remember them with the old SR5 Toyota pickups. But if you need a little light kit like that, light bar on the front grill, Jerry's got them. Anything you want, he's got it. And if you're a contractor, if you're a professional that needs a little more out of your truck topper, he's got the Workforce Pro truck topper. He was happy to announce about a month ago he just became an exclusive dealer of that great brand. Give Jerry a call today, 303-761-1264. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. And their showroom's just 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
hour, we will be hanging out with the Sclar Brothers. Randy and Jason going to stop by. They'll be performing at Comedy Works South at the Landmark all weekend long. We got some tickets to give away to that. These dudes.
It's not going to snow as much as they thought either.
Nah, good weekend.
It's kind of crapping out before it even gets here.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, go out and see some live comedy. Go see some baseball, all that good stuff. Go see your Rocks. Bringing a 4-game losing streak into opening day at Coors Field tomorrow. Fell 3-1 today, Andy. They scored a run 1 day after scoring a run, 2 days after scoring a run. That's right. They scored 3 total runs in Philadelphia.
Did you see, you probably didn't, but did you see the bad decision that was made by the Phillies manager when he had them? They had Schwarber up, and they had men first and third, and decided they'd do the old first, third steal.
Didn't work out for him?
No. And then Schwarber, who only had a 1-0 count, had to leave, came back up to start the next inning, and, of course, cranked one. That could have been a 3-run homer if they just would have held their water.
I did see Mickey Moniak drop a pop-up.
Moniak's playing. Who's the other guy? Who was the other new acquisition? He was
Freeman?
Playing. No.
Martini.
Martini was
Nick
playing
Martini,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, the corners, I think, were Moniak and Martini.
Struck out 14 times last night, struck out 10 times today.
Is that bad? When I heard Drew say that Tovar might get his first walk of the year, I'm like,
That's a
we
little
might
much.
want to eyeball a few more pitches, gentlemen.
Chris Bryant got a hit last night.
Yeah, sawed his bat off.
And then he didn't play. Today. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of spring, help me out with this too. Have you noticed Nathan McKinnon, I think, is like on a 3-game-in-a-row streak, a break and a stick, usually on the power play, usually when he's about to fire a shot.
He's having stick
problems.
problems?
What is going on?
I don't know, but I do know that his shootout goal last night was sick.
Filthy.
That thing. Also, like, I think it's funny, and that Hawks goaltender is good. But like, when a player like Nathan McKinnon, who can skate approximately 90 miles an hour, when he comes at you that slowly,
throws you off.
Doesn't it mess with your head?
Yes. It's like the fastballer giving you the slowest changeup of all time.
It was like an eephus pitch out of McKinnon last night, although he did handle the puck. How many times did he actually stick handle the puck last? It was incredible to watch, and he just calmly just reached to, go right around the block and boom, right in there.
Well, it was like he saw Logan O'Connor do it.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Watch this.
And then Lehkonen was just like, zap.
I know.
Game over.
Lehkonen was my classic, no, hey!
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Because I thought he shot way too early. I was like, what are you doing? Never mind. You're doing what you're doing.
Did what he did.
You're scoring a goal. That's what you're doing.
Nice victory for the Avalanche last night. Fun one. So the Avalanche, Andy, they can clinch a playoff berth tonight with any of the following in Columbus, all right? If the Avs defeat the Blue Jackets in regulation, overtime, or a shootout. Any way to get 2 points
just
and
win.
Clinch a playoff spot.
I think they call that just win, baby.
Or the Avalanche can lose in overtime or a shootout, and if the Flames lose to the Ducks in any manner whatsoever.
So they just need a point
Yes.
and a Flames loss.
Or if the Flames lose to the Ducks in regulation. Those are your 3 ways to do it as the Avalanche try to clinch a playoff spot for the 8th consecutive year. Spoiler alert, they're going to do it.
I was going to say, yeah. I'm not as worried about that as maybe their cohabitants inside Ball Arena.
Yeah.
Co-inhabitants.
Nuggets are going to make the playoffs. I don't know how far they're going to go once they get in there. If the season ended today, which it doesn't, but if it did, the Nuggets would open up with Golden State in an opening round series. If they won, they would get an opportunity to take on probably the Oklahoma City Thunder. So that's where they're at right now. If they play their way up to the 3 seed and their amount of games played thing that's a little bit different right there. But if they move up to the 3, well, then they would open up with Minnesota, who is technically the 6, even though Minnesota has the exact same record as 7 seed LA and 8 seed Memphis as we sit here today. So as we discussed with Dan Hyatt, a lot of variance there, a lot of movement to be had.
When do you remember them last playing good? I've pulled their schedule up. I was thinking about this last night. When was the last stretch where I really felt like this team's okay? Was it? It has to probably be the OKC win on that Monday night. I think you were out at the Mountain West tournament.
Mm-hmm.
They finally won that game because when you backtrack from there, they beat the Thunder 140-27. But then they come home, they lose to the Wolves by 20.
Well, it's so hard because, like, I want to say, like, the Golden State game, but then, like, Jokic didn't even play in that game. So, like, is that
was
even
all their backups?
Really a
Small
real?
played in it either, did he?
Dan Hyatt gave us the note. Tomorrow will be 13 consecutive games with different starting lineups for this team. This team, I get what Michael Malone is trying to do. I understand the idea of I want to whatever the maximum health that this roster can attain right now. I would like to be able to do it. By the third week of April, and he's trying to set himself up to be able to do that right now. Like, I get what it is, but also, like, I have a hard time imagining, like, there's just a thing. And granted, when the playoffs start, guys are just like, I'm going. I'm playing whatever it is that is bad, I'm playing through it. You don't miss games in the playoffs unless, your leg's falling off, basically. That's the way that it works with these guys. But also, like, it's hard to imagine a world where, come the 20th of April or whenever game one is going to be, 19th, 20th of April, whichever day it's going to be, that all of a sudden you just look at it and go, oh, okay, they're 100% now, and it's automatic.
It's on.
Right.
We're just going to see the magic of the starting five.
Yeah. It's just going to be, they're just going to play through all of the maladies that they're dealing with.
Nate, I just go back to this has just been a weird year.
It has been.
I really don't even know. Part of it's been injury.
Mm-hmm.
But the gelling that I thought would go on, I mean, the only real regular you subbed out was KCP. Christian Brown has done really, for most of the year, when you look back, this has been a good Christian Brown year.
Yes.
He's filled in. You miss KCP in certain situations, but not necessarily because of Christian Brown. It's because you don't have him and KCP together anymore.
And again, that's the thing that everyone has to remember is, like, Christian Brown's had a wonderful season, but you could have had them both.
Right.
And that would have absolutely helped what you are. Dan had the note for us today, 21 times in 77 games you've had your starting five on the floor. That's going to make it tough.
Let me ask you this, because this is the other way that we need to put it real quick, though. Has it been worth giving up KCP for basically Saric and Westbrook?
No.
And to this point, you can't say it.
Yeah,
has.
the answer is absolutely not. Yeah,
that's basically what the switch out was.
And then yes, and then it's to stay out of the second apron, but then they didn't even do anything at the deadline anyway. There's hard restrictions on
I didn't mind the move at the time, but right now it doesn't feel like we all were rooting for the right thing.
There's hard restrictions on it right now at this moment, and also, and I know Christian has taken a big step forward this year, but also, like, KCP was here last year and you flamed out in the second round, which
no, fair enough,
would be an argument that Calvin Booth would make, I'm sure of, just like, well, we had him.
Oh, I'm not gonna hammer the guy. I thought he made the right move at the time. I'm not gonna change my take, but when you look at the results right now. But to your point, I don't know.
You're not the same team.
I'm not sure.
You're just flat out not the same team.
Yeah.
And look, if and when they're eliminated, we will have plenty of time to go back and litigate where this roster lost its way. And, one of the things that I think we're very clearly learning right now about the modern NBA is carrying 3 max contracts. I'm not here to say that it's automatically wrong. What I am here to say is it makes it tough. It makes it tough when you have to fill in the blanks around those superstars. And Aaron Gordon is damn near paid a max contract, and you have to do it with so much youth. And you're relying on younger players to step in and play crucial minutes against more veteran players. I mean, what ultimately, okay, what's the biggest reason they lost that game last night? Even the tanking Spurs have Chris Paul over there.
And they hit threes, and you
they make
still
threes.
can't cover a corner three.
But there is a composure that is happening right there when you have a veteran guard like that out on the floor. That the Nuggets they attain no composure from Russell Westbrook. How about that stuff that Hyatt gave us of he's basically playing at the exact same speed. He's losing his touch because he's 36 years of age and his athleticism is starting to wane. And his his closing decisions are quite poor. And if you're going to shoot 9 of 18 on layups over a 2-game stretch right here on the season in the restricted area, he's shooting 64%, but 9 of 18 on layups over the last couple of games. And yeah, he was trying to take on more offensively last night. I get all of that. But like he is, what he is showing you right now is that he is not out there playing winning basketball in crunch time. And there was a portion of this season where I thought he was playing winning basketball, and I don't know if it's fatigue. I don't know if it's the increased role with other guys having been out. But right now, he is trending in the wrong direction going into the playoffs, and that's bad.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. He doesn't feel like the same guy.
No.
They don't feel like they're all having the same fun kumbaya on the bench.
Well,
talked
actually,
to the media the last 2 nights.
When they showed Aaron Gordon and Julian Strother and Jamal on the bench last night in the fourth quarter, they seemed to be having a nice time.
Yeah.
Honestly, like that kind of cheered me up a little bit as I was watching. And I'm like, you know what? At least they're having a good night. At least somebody out there is. And most importantly, I do want those guys to be in a good mood when the playoffs get here, because they're going to be the ones that determine whether or not this team actually does anything. So in the meantime, they're at Golden State tomorrow night, back home on Sunday against Indiana, Sacramento on a Wednesday, Memphis at home Friday, April 11th, and then they'll close it out with a matinee against the Houston Rockets on Sunday, April 13th. There's honestly, Andy, it feels like a high likelihood like that game is going to have some bearing when it comes to whatever their seeding may be, and everyone's probably going to have to go.
Or they may not want to win it, depending on who they'll be playing, and then everybody may sit.
There's also that whole thing as well. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. The Altitude Sports Radio app where you can listen to us is powered by the Will Height Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. Randy and Jason Sklar are going to stop by. We're going to clown around with them for a while. Very much looking forward to that. It's a Thursday. The Avalanche start a little bit early today with pregame coverage at 5 o'clock in Columbus. By the way, did they make it to Columbus? Did we get that update?
That's a great question. Yeah, we're good.
I'm assuming they're there.
We haven't heard. I haven't seen anything saying the game's got to be delayed.
But
they didn't leave till this morning, though.
Yeah, they didn't leave because of weather in the Midwest. So little spring showers holding everybody up. But Chicago to Columbus, not that far. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Apple Air. Did you know that your furnace is working, putting the work in even when it's not heating? Even when you're in AC mode, that furnace is circulating the air in your home. Well, for just $29.99, that's less than $30. They're going to give it a full checkup. No strings attached. At Apple Air, they are offering this to new customers as a way to introduce themselves, show you the level of care and expertise that Apple Air brings to every single home, including mine. Had them install a new heating system in my home last fall. Absolutely love working with the folks over at Apple Air. They don't just check boxes. They are not simply there to get it done and get out. They are there to earn your trust for the long haul. So book your $29.99 furnace checkup right now at AppleAir.com. That's AppleAir.com, or give them a call, 303-733-2813, 303-733-2813. Check out this great deal from Apple Air. All right, tomorrow, Saturday, Comedy Works South at the Landmark. Our next guest will be performing all weekend long. It is Randy and Jason Sklar. The Sclar Brothers, straight out of St. Louis, are with us here on a Thursday afternoon. The cheap seats.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Straight out of Compton.
Straight out of there. It's good to see you guys.
Great to be here.
Yes. We were talking in the break right there. We were discussing. So back in the day, I did the pod Costanza with Hockman, with our buddy Benjamin Hockman.
Great dude.
May he rest in peace. I know he's not dead. I just want him to get a good night's sleep. I know he's a new dad, and no one gets a good night's sleep.
Help him out.
He's very exhausted. So he's there. He's writing for your hometown paper there in St. Louis.
That's right.
And no team is more exciting than the St. Louis Cardinals with all those offseason moves that they. Oh, wait a minute! They did nothing.
You guys took our third baseman. You can't. It's a little rough here. We paid you to take our third baseman.
Was John Mozeliak hibernating? I feel like he went somewhere and no one knew. Like they couldn't reach him. He's like the only guy whose phone was
in
on.
Wuhan eating bats.
Right,
Thank you, sir.
It was like a mistake. It was like an accident that Nolan Arenado was still on the team.
I know. They were like, we got to unload this guy, and they're like, did anyone unload that guy?
Oh no,
it's not. You know how like when you drive away from your house and you're like, did I leave the garage door open? Well, I guess I could check.
No.
Meanwhile, it's open,
and he shows up to spring training.
That's how it was with Nolan Arenado.
I know.
So you guys, we were talking to the break, by the way. So on our old podcast, we used to do things like fantasy drafts of Saved by the Bell characters,
which we immediately got into right away.
Yeah, you guys went right into the power rankings. So who is the number one? Who's the Saquon Barkley of Saved by the Bell?
I think you got to go Kelly Kapowski, number one. Always showed up fresh. Always showed up with.
Yeah, you can't go Jessie Spano. She's got a drug problem. You know,
she's so excited.
She's
so excited.
Locker room
she's so
liability.
Scared.
Like, who is she? Like, then you look at
AC Slater, a little bit of a hothead. He's good. He's kind of like Draymond Green. He's fine if he's on your team. He can start a fight with people. He might throw a bow at Screech, and I just don't think Screech is dependable.
Screech at best a flex option and someone who you're going to sit on your bench. You're going to wait till the other team doesn't have their best guy, and you're like, I'm going to play him this week.
I'll play him this week.
He's matchup contingent. We've always said that about Screech.
Matchup contingent, and specifically, I'm going on the time he's celebrity boxed Horshack from Welcome Back, Kotter.
And definitely got some shots.
Took some shot.
Yeah. You're like, feel good about that, Screech? You're beating up a 65-year-old man.
I mean, I haven't seen a beatdown of like young and old or young versus old as bad as when Miyagi took down those high school kids.
Mr. Miyagi in Karate Kid just beat up a bunch of
high school kids, and everybody was cool with it.
No,
everyone's like, that's fine.
The thing we used to say about Karate Kid was, if a cop showed up to Miyagi's house the night that Miyagi's like
his birthday,
and he just said to
Daniel's
Miyagi, Daniel's birthday, he showed up and he said, tell me exactly what's been going on here.
And he told the truth.
He'd be arrested.
Right.
They'd send him to Epstein's Island.
What's wrong? I'm here with this high school boy.
I just asked him to put on some short shorts and wax all of my cars.
I gifted him a silk robe. What is the problem?
I got drunk and passed out while he was in my room.
I don't understand.
I let him drink hot sake.
Why am
I put on a catcher's thing and I had him hit me in the chest as hard as he could.
Yeah,
why is that weird?
What's the problem?
Dumped him in the ocean.
Let him in the ocean on a rowboat. I took a rowboat out of the.
What could go wrong?
Dumbest idea ever.
Why am I a
rowboat
bad
in the ocean?
Why am
I? Hang on a second. I'm gonna kick a few.
Are you his uncle? Are you his father?
No,
his guardian?
I'm the
superintendent of the apartment building he lives
that
in.
He and his mom just moved into. If your kid said,
it is the
hey,
definition of a predator. It is the definition of like. It is
your kid's like
John Wayne Gacy. If you dress as a clown,
I'm gonna go hang out. Where are you going?
I'm going to hang out with a 60-year-old building superintendent who fought in the war and has a drinking problem.
Forcing me to work. Oh, and he gave me a car.
And he beat up some kids who were bullying.
He gave me a car.
Gave you a car. What did you have to do for that car?
That's the thing I'm the most worried about.
Taught him to trim his tree too.
Had to wax the car.
Did you put that in quotes?
Taught him to trim his tree. The other thing about that thing that was the best moment in that movie that everyone forgets.
Favorite part, and this is we can get it because we were bringing it back to a sports discussion because it's about martial arts.
We don't need to.
We can.
So
you're doing great.
He's making up with Elizabeth Shue.
They're at the arcade
out in the outside. I think they're by like the little
he
slide.
says to her, "I guess you heard about the big karate tournament this weekend."
And she says, "Who hasn't?
Who hasn't?
Yeah. Who in Southern California hasn't heard of this obscure high school karate tournament.
I'm willing to wager, and I would bet with Otani's translator on this one. I'm willing to wager that some of the parents of the kids in that tournament had not heard about that tournament.
Hang on a second. Jimmy's doing karate
Yeah,
now?
he's walking around the house kicking stuff all the time.
So now I got to.
We gotta go.
Oh,
I guess
great.
we gotta go. There goes my Sunday,
Saturday,
wonderful
and Sunday.
I hope he loses in the. I hope he pulls a hamstring in the
I
first.
hope he loses to that 40-year-old Asian man who there's no reason he should be in this tournament
Oh, yeah.
because he's got a receding hairline and he's in the first round.
How's that
9
guy in
flips?
high school? Yeah, 9
That
flips
dude?
and he
Mhm.
loses.
9 flips.
9 flips and he loses to get him a body bag. I don't think so.
No.
And no Twitter, meaning everyone had literally called each other to tell them the tournament was coming.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
No.
Who doesn't know about this tournament?
Who hasn't?
When I'm driving in Southern California and there's traffic stacked up on the 405, I'm like, what bizarre junior high school jiu-jitsu competition
It's happening down in Long Beach
to cause a stack up all the way up
what's
here in
going
Los
on?
Angeles?
This is the world we
You
live
can't
in.
get stuck in Southern California high
school karate traffic. It's the
You
worst.
don't
It's
want
literally
it.
the worst.
You don't want that smoke.
You don't want it.
Guys, the Sklar Brothers are going to be performing at Comedy Works South for the next 3 nights. You guys are St. Louis's own.
We are.
You're big Jose Oquendo fanatics.
Try to get him in the Hall of Fame on ESPN. Try
Yeah.
to get a utility fielder in the Hall of Fame. And I remember we were doing it, and we were talking to Tony La Russa before he fell asleep at a stoplight.
Stop it.
We were speaking with the man, and we were like, we're trying to get Jose Oquendo, and he's like, all right,
I know
you
you're
guys
not
are
going to put.
joking.
He's like, you're doing a joke, so you're not going to put this in the show. And then Randy and I looked at each other with the look that said, we're putting it in the show.
He's like, you don't understand. Jose Oquendo allowed us to carry another left-handed middle relief pitcher that we couldn't, like a specialist, just to get like throw the ball way out from behind the back of a left-handed hitter.
A loogie.
Right. Yeah. He's throwing just junk. He's just throwing junk.
We can have a change of pace guy.
Yeah.
Just because Oquendo can play 9 positions.
Like now I don't have to carry another outfielder. I can go, Oquendo can go out there. So he was like, he was actually very, very valuable, and the Hall of Fame should honor that, which I agree. The Hall of Fame should have a wing for
pinch hitters, Rusty Staub.
Lenny
By the
Webster.
way, Rusty Staub, how is that not a sexual position?
Rusty Staub.
A Rusty Staub is bizarre. Rusty Staub.
But, and so the fact that, like, we are like, that should exist in there. Pinch hitters, you know what I mean? Guys the guy with the most holds. Not saves.
Holds. Straight up holds. Like that. Yeah.
Holds.
And you could, every time you go into that section of the thing, it's just that Creed songs. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. I never understood that.
Is he 6 feet from the edge of a grave, or is he 6 feet down? In which case he is still 6 feet from an edge.
And if it's 6 feet down, the worst you could do if you tripped and fell was a high ankle sprain.
That's it.
Are you worried about falling 6
he's
feet?
Good. He's good. He's good.
So you guys, like, as you've become St. Louis celebrities, like, do you get to, like, hobnob with Cardinals legends? Like, have you ever hung out with Ozzie Smith before?
Yes, Ozzie Smith is the greatest. We hung with him. I mean, there's like an old story from our stand-up that, like, we wanted to go to his restaurant as kids. That's all you wanted.
Ozzie Smith's restaurant.
Because we were 10 in 82. So when the Cardinals won in 82 and Ozzie had the magical run of everything.
Ozzie would go out and do a backflip at the beginning of every home game. A backflip.
Just, can you imagine
Didn't
that?
have to do that. The health risk on that. So he would do that.
Do you think what's his name?
Trey Turner.
Trey Turner's
He
doing
wouldn't
that?
do that.
Nope.
So we begged our dad, can we please go to Ozzie's restaurant?
And our dad, who was a very savvy individual, was like,
No.
it's overpriced chicken fingers. What are you talking about? We're not going there.
I love that he just flat out
was
said
like,
no.
It's TGI Fridays without the stripes. I'm like, all right. So we begged him all summer long. One summer we just like hammered him.
Wore
the
him
way
down.
that your kids hammer you for something and you just have after
Eventually
a while,
you're just like,
it's
I'm going to
fine.
give in, so you shut up.
Yeah,
I'm going to give
He's
in.
like, fine, let's go. I mean, it was like August in St. Louis, and he says to our mom, Annette, get your coat. We're like, get
Middle
your
of
coat.
August. That's how broken down this man was. Well, the thing was, he said, why do you want to go? And we're like, because
he's going to be
there.
there.
Like in our minds, Ozzie was like
always there,
seating you,
just
seating you,
marrying ketchups, whatever you do,
wiping down menus at the end of the night,
just doing his
running
side
the
work.
line.
Right.
So we're like, he's
not.
like,
And
he's
our
gonna,
dad's like, he's not going to be there.
So the whole time on the drive there, we're like, he's going to be there. Our dad's like,
he's not going to be there.
Like, he's going to be there. He's not going to be there. It's like a weird who's on first bit going to the thing.
We pull up to the restaurant. We get inside.
We show up, and he's
there. He's there. Ozzy's in the restaurant.
We were right. We were so vindicated.
What was he doing?
He was just walking around greeting the tables.
Doing the thing like we prophesied.
We prophesied.
He said he would be, and he's right.
He's right. So he's coming around towards our table. We're freaking
Meanwhile,
out.
this is how confident we were that he was going to be there. We brought our gloves and Sharpies for him to
he's gonna
sign the
he's gonna
gloves.
sign it. So we go down to get the gloves and Sharpies. We come back up.
When we're back, we reach down to get them on the table. By the time we're back up at the table, Ozzy's at our table.
Our dad has the bread basket. He's like, "Can we get some more rolls, please?"
Hands a basket of rolls to Ozzy Smith.
All right, so that happens.
Ozzy just like left. I think he like backflipped out of the restaurant to his
drove
car. Drove home. Most insulting thing you could ever do.
25 years later, we're like doing a cancer benefit in St. Louis at the casino, at Harris Casino.
Which, by the way, was a casino, but because the laws in Missouri are, it has to be
you can't have a casino. They put a moat around it and called it a boat.
No, our dad called it the boat.
So you're going to the boat.
I got to go to the boat.
You mean the building that it has a moat around
No,
it?
I got to go to the boat. Your mom needs new drapes. We're like, are you that confident you're going to
gamble?
Right.
So we go and we're there and we're performing.
Our dad is there. This is the last time our dad is out in public. He had cancer. Sadly, we lost him. This is 2008.
So he's at the thing, and Ozzy Smith is also. So we're telling this story that we just told you in front of like 500 people at this thing.
And Cardinals and Ozzy's there. Our dad is there. This is why Ozzy Smith is the great.
He's a Hall of Famer in life, right? He goes into the kitchen
of the casino
and he gets a basket of rolls.
Nice.
Okay. He comes out, walks over to our dad's table, says, "Here you go, Mr. Sklar. Here are those rolls that you ordered." And we were like, this is
the great,
the complete circle.
He might have even said Hakuna Matata. I don't know what his name. He lays it
circle
down.
of life, right?
And our dad, and we're looking at our dad who's in a wheelchair, and he's looking at this guy, and I'm like, is dad tearing up? Like we can't tell, but we're like, he's looks back at Ozzy Smith. I would argue looks into his soul. We're like all watching this moment. All right.
And he's like, our dad says to Ozzy Smith, "Where's the goddamn butter?"
He said, "Where's the butter?"
He asked
zinged him again.
It's like,
that's
you bring
how mad
rolls?
our dad was that Ozzy was at the restaurant when we
You
said
bring rolls and no butter?
He held on to that anger for 30 years.
So then like 20 or like 10, 12 years after that, we got to sit down and do a whole podcast with Ozzy at like, he's got like a sports medicine thing out there. And we talked about this whole thing. And I mean, just one of the coolest dudes ever. Like we got in and talked about his trade. Like he's like a Compton guy. Like grew up in Southern California.
So
like,
he used to throw a racquetball off like his garage all day to get all of his sort of like reflexes down, short hops, all that stuff. He would throw a ball over his house and try to run around to the other side to catch it. He had invented all these like, he was in the hood and he invented like baseball games that you could play that could build your fielding skills. And he was
great in San Diego. And then of course,
comes to St. Louis and he's
Gary
like
Templeton, who was an amazing shortstop for the Cardinals, 100 hits from both sides of the plate. That's unbelievable. He then flips off the fans because he had a bad game. He had a bad attitude. And St. Louis is like, "You're gone."
Out. Yeah. And they get Ozzy.
And Ozzy's
like
a
for the 80s.
great fielder, but not that great of a hitter at the beginning. And we're like, what are we doing? We're trading all this offense for defense. And then he really was that ingredient, and he was just amazing.
He made himself a better hitter.
Incredible.
I mean, his MVP season, didn't he hit like 10 home runs or something like that?
Yeah, so he never won the MVP.
Yeah.
He never won the MVP, Ozzy.
That was Willie McGee.
Willie McGee won the MVP
Oh,
in
you're
85.
right, you're right.
And he
Longest
hit
neck in baseball history,
I mean,
by the way.
he and Merton.
Love Willie.
Who's got a longer neck, he or Merton Hanks?
With his little
like a neck, the neck. All right, so Merton Hanks or Willie McGee. I think, and I'm going to say this: Willie McGee that year that he won in 1985 won the MVP. I think he hit either 353 or 358.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up, 353.
Well,
or 50.
no, I'm just going to look this up right now and just tell you that Ozzy Smith in 85.
He
had 148 hits.
That's not bad.
Or 82. He had 85. Really, 85 and 87.
He had great.
87. 182 hits.
That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable for
he finished with like 2,400 hits.
Yeah,
he really did.
He really transformed himself, and he transformed his body, and who knows what was in that. But I mean, he did, and he was. And he hit those like some of his most iconic moments are not plays. They're the home run he hit off of Niedenfuhr in 85. Like, go crazy, folks. Go crazy. Just amazing. So, like, yeah, we're very connected.
By the way, and when we were doing the Okendo thing, we got a chance to sit down at the home run derby on the field and watch the home run derby, which was
in Houston, and it was Miguel Tejada won.
And
that year, if you remember that, it was like
and the
2006.
guy we sat by, who was the biggest fan of ours and of Cheap Seats,
two dudes, Sean Casey, who was so funny and so cool.
That's great.
And Todd Helton.
Todd Helton.
Could not have been cooler. Zone. Could not have been cooler. Funny.
Can't beat him.
Funny,
Dry.
cool, dry.
Yeah.
Gets it.
But he and Casey loved each other. I'm like, you guys are not on the same. Like they loved each other. Like they were like buddies. And I was like, I love that there's this little duo of guys, and they're just like, we watch Cheap Seats all the time. So for us, we had this old show, Cheap Seats, on ESPN Classic, and as Cardinals fans, as you know, you get a sense of how deep it runs with us. So we're doing a podcast, and I forgot who was on our podcast. Was it JJ? Was it Glendon Rush? Glendon Rush, former pitcher for the Cubs.
Deep cut.
He was like, hey, you know that like
in 2003 when they had Kerry Wood and Mark
2004,
Pryor.
it was the Kerry Wood, Mark Pryor, like when the Cubs were great, kind of the Bartman year. He's like, we had in our clubhouse a TiVo.
That tells you how long ago it was.
TiVo. And he's like, the entire TiVo was filled with one thing. And that was Cheap Seats episodes. They're like, you can't make us like Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor. What are you doing to us?
Cardinals fans.
We're Cardinals
fans.
Now I love these guys. Are you kidding me?
Does it make you feel special to know that Moises Alou would get done urinating on his own hands
Sure.
and then would come out and watch your show?
Yeah, I mean, he's
me so happy.
This is what we aspired with our show. We want a comedy that your urine-soaked hands can enjoy.
Which, by the way, your urine-soaked hands does sound like an alt rock band.
Yeah.
All right.
Out of Denver.
The Sklar Brothers. You guys hang out for one more
Well,
segment.
yeah, of course.
You want tickets for their show Friday or Saturday at 9:45? 303-504-0925. Just text in the word Okendo right now to 303-504-0925. We'll pick a couple of winners. You can go see the Sklar Brothers Friday or Saturday night. Comedy Works South. Randy and Jason Sklar are hanging out. We're getting ready for the Avs and the Blue Jackets with pregame coverage at 5 o'clock, so keep it here. All right, we got the Avs in Columbus coming up. Randy and Jason Sklar are here. The Sklar Brothers performing all weekend long. Comedy Works South. Go to comedyworks.com. Get your tickets.
Greatest comics in Denver will be with us this weekend. Ben Roy, Andrew Orvidal, Adam Caden-Holland, Jeff Tice.
It's just going to be great people.
It's
so
all
the
weekend
stars of those who can't.
who put us on the show.
Which
it was
which
great.
you guys, you guys were doctors?
So one of us was a doctor, the doctor who introduced steroids into baseball. One of us is a doctor and the other one isn't, and they aren't quite sure who actually has the medical degree. And that was the bit on the show. And we both kept dispensing medical advice in the show as a school
wrong
nurse.
as wrong can be.
Jose Canseco's ball sack, I believe.
Yes.
Was the running gag
I
there?
believe that was the name of the episode.
Look at it. Look at it.
Look at it. Look at it. There's lice.
So you guys, like any good sports fans, you guys love and adore and admire Nikola Jokic.
I mean, him and his whole family. His brothers look like two roofers who just had like 27 beers and they're ready to fight. I'm like, hey, you guys finish that solar up there? Oh, no, you're literally kicking someone's butt in the crowd. Jokic, whenever I see him do anything amazing on the court, I think the scoreboard and the TV should just show a picture of young fat Jokic. Young fat Jokic he is my spirit animal.
It's the greatest thing on earth.
If you looked at that kid and be like, you are going to win
they
several
should add
MVPs.
that to his stats. He's got 60 points, 10 assists, 11 rebounds, type 2 diabetes. Like, give this guy.
Yeah.
Give him what he's got.
He got like a quintuple double.
Yeah, he did.
Including the type 2 diabetes.
Yeah. He's giving himself insulin shots in between quarters. Let's give him his due.
Do you remember when Zildrunas Ilgauskas, his jump shot, you couldn't even slide a piece of loose leaf paper under his
worst
and
vertical
Jokic is
ever.
Funny. Jokic, there's that footage of him at the kids camp and they're like, dunk it. And he's like, I can't. He's like, my game is like the WNBA. It's all below the rim. He's like, I can't dunk it. They're like, you want me to do
Jokic is
and they're
the
like,
guy.
you can do it. You can do it. And he's like, I can. And then all of a sudden he just sticks it right between the things. He's like, there you go. See you later. He's so funny.
Jokic is the old guy in the pickup game at your gym who your people on your team are like, guard him. And you're like, I am trying. I can't stop
Rex
him.
specs, 9 braces.
Nine braces. How do you have 3 knee braces? He has 2 knees.
What's he spraying on his knee? That's something you would say about Jokic.
So we got the Avalanche coming up. They lost to your Blues the other night.
Blues are just so hot right now because they're just taking memorabilia from the film
questionable memorabilia.
Major League, Joe Boo, and I think next week, I think Charlie Sheen's going to spend a week in their locker just doing crank. I don't know. I doubt it. Anyway,
make it happen.
No,
let it happen.
He's fine. He's fine. He's winning. But the Blues, it's like you be careful of the run. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I remember the Blues won in 2019, and as fans, you guys know, we as Blues fans were fans for years and years and had
50
great
years,
teams.
nothing
Hall
to show
of
for
Notes, go back further, Bernie Federko, Gary Unger, Red Berenson. We were fans of these Barclay Plager. These guys never had a championship team, and they just needed a little bit of luck in Jordan Binnington, and that's what you got. So getting hot at the right times, as you know, means everything in hockey.
Is there a greater moment than Brett Hall singing at your parade?
So our buddy John Hamm, name drop, he is our buddy. We asked him.
That's a good name drop.
He's the best.
He's of our
exactly
age, and we knew kids growing up together, and it's amazing we weren't friends earlier, but we've been friends in L.A., and we asked him straight up,
who's better?
Who's better, Drunk Hull
or Fat Thor?
And his response was the best response.
He said, Drunk Hull is Fat
Thor. And we're like, that's it. Ball game.
You win.
Glory.
Guys, you need to go see the Sklar Brothers all weekend long. They are at Comedy Works South, at the Landmark. Go see these guys again. Ben Roy, ACH, Andrew Orvidal, all the Denver legends are opening up for these guys all weekend long. ComedyWorks.com.
Yes, ComedyWorks.com. We'll see you there. 1 show tonight, 2 tomorrow, 2 Saturday.
It's going to win Avs.
Where can everybody else
follow us on social?
What's your podcast right now?
So the podcast is Dumb People Town. We do all the dumb stories that happen in this world. Anywhere we are on social media, at Sklar Brothers, brothers spelled fully out, and supersklars.com for all our dates. We love you guys.
Randy and Jason Sklar, everybody. The Sklar Brothers were here, and they were terrific, so go see them. Thanks to Dan Hyatt. Thanks to Ali Farouk Manesh. They were all with us today on the show. The Avalanche and the Blue Jackets are coming up next. Again, don't forget, if the Avalanche win tonight, they're a playoff team.
Let's go.
Get our point.
8th consecutive season.
Loses. 8 points.
Or a point, or if the Flames lose, it's a whole thing.
You got this. this.
That's right. Pre-game is next. Spring's going to be between the pipes tonight. Avs and Blue Jackets coming up next. Good night.